Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from tylawalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Gabriel. I push through the revolving doors of the Solar Vista building, the Chicago skyline reflected in its gleaming glass exterior. I hurry across the lobby, each step a percussive reminder of the pitch waiting upstairs. 60-second elevator ride to the 38th floor. Just enough time to center myself. Morning, Ms. Cook. The security guard tips his head. Morning, Carl. Cubs win last night? Don't even get me started. He laughs, scanning my badge. The elevator doors slide open with a soft ping. I step inside, straighten my blazer, and check my reflection in the mirrored wall. My curls are holding up despite the Chicago humidity, and the bold red lipstick was definitely the right choice this morning. Power color for a power pitch. The marketing department buzzes with Monday morning energy when I arrive. I nod to a few colleagues as I make my way to my office, dropping my bag on the chair. 10 minutes till the Weber meeting. My assistant calls through the open door. Thanks, Zach. I pull up the presentation on my tablet, flicking through the slides I've practically memorized. The campaign concept is solid, innovative without being gimmicky, memorable without trying too hard. The market research backs every claim. The mock-ups are clean, professional, with just enough edge to stand out. So why is my stomach twisting itself into knots? I tap my stylus against the desk, the rhythm matching my heartbeat. 3 months of work, 3 months since Brandon walked out, claiming I was too focused on my career. 3 months of rebuilding myself from the inside out. You've got this, I whisper, but the words sound hollow. My finger hovers over the slide showing projected engagement metrics. What if they're too optimistic? What if the board sees through me? What if I'm not as good as I think I am? I shake my head, trying to dislodge the doubt that's crept in like Chicago's winter chill. This campaign is brilliant. I know it is. Don't I? The notification on my phone interrupts my spiral. 5 minutes until the meeting. I stand, smoothing down my skirt and taking a deep breath. My reflection in the office window shows a woman trying desperately to look more confident than she feels. This is what I'm good at. This is what I do. The one thing Brandon couldn't take from me when he walked out. Even if sometimes, in moments like this, I wonder if it's enough. If I'm enough. If throwing myself into work is just another way to avoid facing what's broken inside me. I grab my tablet and head toward the conference room, passing through the open workspace where our design team clusters around a monitor, their excitement palpable even from here. Solar Vista's creative energy is the one constant I can count on. Gabby. Mia waves me over, her chunky bracelets jangling. You're presenting the Weber campaign today, right? That mock-up you showed me last week was fire. Seriously, you've outdone yourself. Thanks. I smile, grateful for the boost when I need it most. Fingers crossed the board feels the same way. I clutch my tablet tighter, trying to channel Mia's confidence into my shaky hands. This presentation isn't just about the campaign. It's about proving I'm still standing. As I turn to continue toward the conference room, I spot Richard across the office. He's leaning against a desk, sleeves rolled up to his elbows, laughing at something one of the developers is saying. Even from here, I can see the way his eyes crinkle at the corners when he laughs genuinely. A memory surfaces. Richard and I working late on the Harrington project last year, ordering way too much Thai food and creating ridiculous slogans that would never see the light of day. By midnight, we were both punch-drunk with exhaustion, him sprawled in his chair while I sat cross-legged on his office floor, both of us laughing until tears came. Earth to Gabrielle. Zach appears at my elbow, handing me a coffee. You're staring. I'm not staring. I'm strategically observing. Right. He smirks. Your strategic observation has been going on for about 30 seconds. I roll my eyes and accept the coffee. Thanks for this. I need the caffeine. Richard looks up then, catching my gaze across the room. He gives me a quick nod and that half smile that's become our silent greeting. It's a small gesture, but familiar. The kind that develops between people who've shared late nights troubleshooting crises and early mornings celebrating wins. Working for Richard has never felt like working for a typical CEO. Despite his reputation as a hard-ass with competitors, he's always given me space to take creative risks, to voice my opinions, even when they contradict his. 3 years ago, when my campaign idea bombed spectacularly, he took the heat from the board and then took me for a drink afterward, where we dissected what went wrong without a hint of blame. You coming? Zach gestures toward the conference room. Yeah. I take a deep breath, straightening my shoulders. Let's do this. I stride into the conference room, tablet in hand, confidence in my posture. The executive team is already seated around the polished table. Richard strides in behind me, sending me a subtle nod as he makes his way towards the head of the table. Gabrielle, we're eager to see what you've got for us. Richard's voice carries that authoritative edge that commands the room's attention. I connect my tablet to the display, and my presentation fills the screen. The Weber account represents an opportunity to redefine how tech intersects with everyday life. As I move through the slides, my voice grows stronger. This is my element, my sanctuary, the one place where I know exactly what I'm doing. Our research shows that consumers want products that feel both cutting edge and intuitive, I explain, gesturing to the market analysis. The campaign leverages that tension. The board members nod along. I catch Richard leaning forward, interested. The validation sends a warm current through me, but beneath the surface, Brandon's voice creeps in. You're so cute when you think people are actually listening to your ideas. I blink the memory away, refocusing on the mock-ups I'm presenting. We're proposing a multi-platform approach that... Remember that dinner with my colleagues? When you tried explaining marketing trends and Jim cut you off? You should have seen your face. My hands tighten around the tablet. That night, Brandon had laughed along with his colleagues, then later told me I should stick to looking pretty at business functions. Those pretentious law school jerks. Which should increase engagement by approximately 38% in the first quarter alone, I continue, refusing to let the ghost of Brandon derail me. I click to the next slide, showcasing the bold visuals our team created. The aesthetic is deliberately provocative while maintaining brand integrity. I like the direction, Richard comments, his blue eyes focused intently on the screen. It's bold. Exactly what Weber needs. The praise steadies me. This is why I throw myself into work. Here, my ideas matter. Here, I'm valued for my mind. You'll never be taken seriously, Brandon had whispered the night he left. You're just not built for this world, Gabby. I take a deep breath, pushing through the final points of my presentation with renewed determination. The memory of Brandon fades as I answer questions from the board, my response is sharp and well-reasoned. Impressive work, Gabriel, Richard says as the meeting concludes. Let's move forward with this. The meeting room buzzes with approving murmurs as I conclude my presentation. Board members exchange impressed glances, and several colleagues give me supportive nods. Their validation should feel like a victory. It's everything I've been working toward. The integration of social media triggers with the traditional campaign elements is particularly innovative, says Janet from Finance, typically our toughest critic. Thanks, I smile, gathering my materials. Our team really pushed the boundaries on this one. But even as I accept their praise, something hollow echoes inside me. Each compliment feels like it's directed at someone else, this polished, professional Gabrielle, who stands before them with perfect posture and all the right answers. Not the real me who spent last night stress-eating ice cream straight from the container while watching reruns of cooking shows. I disconnect my tablet from the projector as the room empties. My hands move with practiced efficiency while my mind drifts. How much of my life has become this performance? This constant effort to prove Brandon wrong? That was exceptional work. Richard's voice pulls me back to the present. He's lingering by the conference table, everyone else already gone. Thanks, I say, sliding my tablet into its case. I appreciate the support. I don't just mean the campaign. He leans against the table, arms crossed. I mean the way you handled yourself. The board was testing you with those questions, and you didn't flinch. I force a smile. Just doing my job. Gabriel. His tone makes me look up. His eyes are serious, searching. You good? For a split second, I consider telling him the truth. That I feel like an imposter in my own skin. That Brandon's voice still whispers doubts in my ear. That sometimes I wonder if I'm just going through the motions of success without feeling any of it. Instead, I nod. I'm good. Really good, actually. And thank you, Richard, for backing my ideas there. It means a lot. You don't need my backing. Your work speaks for itself. He straightens up, checking his watch. Meeting with investors in 10. Keep me updated on the Weber rollout. As he walks away, I exhale slowly. Even with Richard, perhaps especially with Richard, I can't drop the mask. Can't risk showing the cracks in my carefully constructed facade.
Chapter 2. Richard. I scan the darkened wings of the stage, the buzz of the crowd on the other side of the curtain like electricity in my veins. This is my element. 3,000 of the industry's best waiting for me to chart the course. To lead. 2 minutes, Mr. Hamilton, a stagehand whispers, clipboard clutched to her chest. I nod, adjusting my tie with practiced precision. The Brioni suit feels like armor. Midnight blue, subtle pinstripe, custom tailored to emphasize my shoulders. Image matters in this game. Perception creates reality. My phone buzzes. A text from the board chairman. Knock 'em dead, Richard. I pocket the device, rolling my shoulders back. The quarterly numbers are strong, but not spectacular. Today's speech needs to convince everyone, investors, competitors, our own team, that we're not just surviving, we're dominating. Gabrielle's marketing presentation earlier this week flashes through my mind. The way she commanded that room, despite whatever personal thing she's dealing with. That's the kind of resilience I need to channel right now. The lights dim. My cue. I stride onto the stage as the spotlight hits, bathing everything in brilliant white. The applause crashes over me like a wave. I don't smile immediately. Let them wait for it. They say the future belongs to the bold, I begin, my voice filling the massive auditorium without effort. But I'm here to tell you, the future belongs to those who create it. The audience leans forward collectively. I've got them. Innovation isn't just about new products, it's about new perspectives. I move across the stage, owning every inch of it. While our competitors chase trends, we're creating them. While they react, we lead. That's the difference between survival and dominance. I pause, surveying the sea of faces. Investors, press, industry titans, all hanging on my next word. Then I smile, the one Forbes called devastatingly confident in their 30 under 30 profile. The smile that's closed billion-dollar deals. The numbers you've seen this quarter? Just the beginning. What comes next will redefine this industry. We're not playing the same game as everyone else. We're changing the goddamn rules. I click to the next slide, revealing our prototype's sleek design. Audible gasps ripple through the crowd. The blue light from the projection catches the hunger in their eyes. I've got them right where I want them. This isn't just an upgrade. This is revolution in your pocket. This is what happens when you stop asking what consumers want and start showing them what they need before they know it themselves. The room erupts. Applause crashes against the walls. I don't need to check the social media feeds to know we're trending. I can feel it. The energy, the belief, the shift in the atmosphere. They're all in. I wrap up with a promise that sends the audience to their feet. Innovation isn't just our strategy. It's our DNA. The future doesn't wait, and neither do we. The standing ovation washes over me like a drug. This is what I live for. This high, the roar of applause, the nods of approval, the hungry looks from competitors. Nothing compares. I give one final nod, letting the moment linger before striding off stage. The backstage area buzzes with activity. My PR team already hunched over their phones, monitoring the real-time reaction. Tech journalists hovering, hoping to snag a comment. I loosen my tie slightly, adrenaline still pumping through my veins. "Richard!" Lawrence Vega's voice cuts through the noise. Chairman of the board and the closest thing I have to a mentor in this shark tank of an industry. The man who's seen me rise from ambitious VP to CEO, watching every calculated move with those shrewd eyes of his. "Lawrence." I extend my hand, which he grips firmly. The handshake of men who understand power isn't just measured in dollars, but in perception. Masterful performance. The stock's already up 3 points. His smile is genuine, but I catch the calculation behind his eyes. Lawrence didn't build a tech empire by being sentimental. He's always 3 chess moves ahead, even when he's congratulating you. We needed a win. I accept a bottle of water from my assistant, twisting the cap off with more force than necessary. The cool liquid does little to temper the fire still burning in my veins from that presentation. Lawrence guides me toward a quieter corner, hand on my shoulder. His fingers press just firmly enough to remind me who still calls the ultimate shots around here. "You delivered, but..." His voice drops. "We need more than stellar presentations right now. We need stability, consistency." The unspoken message hangs between us. I take a long drink of water, buying myself precious seconds. Lawrence, always bringing the conversation back to my personal life, to the scandal that's been the subject of boardroom whispers for weeks. "The board is behind you, 100%, he continues. "But after last year's situation, we can't afford another scandal. Not with the Meridian acquisition on the horizon." My jaw tightens. The situation he's referring to. A leaked email chain showing me in a less than professional light with an industry rival's marketing director. The press had a field day. Sponsors threatened to pull out. My leadership questioned. "That's ancient history, Lawrence." "It is. And we want to keep it that way." His eyes lock with mine. "The company needs a spotless image right now, which means you do too." I nod once, sharply. Message received. I've worked too damn hard to build this company to let anything compromise it. My voice comes out harder than intended. "Good." Lawrence claps my shoulder. "Now go enjoy your moment. You've earned it." I nod sharply at Lawrence, forcing a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. "Thanks for the reminder. Won't be an issue." He gives me that paternal look, half pride, half warning, before melting back into the crowd. I down the rest of my water, crushing the plastic bottle in my fist. Lawrence means well, but I've got this under control. Always have. The backstage area has transformed into an impromptu reception. Tech journalists circle like well-dressed vultures, digital recorders extended. Silicon Valley heavyweights who wouldn't return my calls 3 years ago now jockey for position, business cards at the ready. Richard, phenomenal presentation. Evan Rivers, CEO of Nextech, grips my hand. The interface design is revolutionary. We should discuss potential integration opportunities. Absolutely, I say, making direct eye contact while my assistant discreetly notes the follow-up. My team will reach out next week. I move through the crowd with practiced efficiency. Firm handshakes, direct eye contact, names remembered, strategic promises made. This is where deals are born. Not in boardrooms, but in these moments of triumph when everyone wants a piece of the winner. Mr. Hamilton, Wired would love an exclusive on the development process, a reporter says, practically vibrating with eagerness. Her press badge dangles as she leans in, recorder already thrust toward me. Talk to my PR team, we'll make something happen. I flash the smile that's graced magazine covers and billboard ads across the country. The one that says I'm approachable but far too important for impromptu commitments. My phone buzzes with notifications. Twitter exploding with quotes from my speech. Stock price climbing by the minute. #Hamilton, innovation trending nationwide. This is what I live for. Tangible proof that I'm winning, that I'm on top. Each notification is another confirmation that my gamble paid off. Another damn you to everyone who said I couldn't do it. Your Q4 projections were bold, says Jessica Liu from Venture Capital Weekly, cutting through the crowd. Some might say overly optimistic. There's a challenge in her voice that edge reporters use when they think they've found a weakness. I lock eyes with her, letting my smile sharpen into something with teeth. Some said the same when I took over as CEO at 29. The doubters have been wrong before. I don't break eye contact. In this world, the first to look away loses. They'll be wrong again. She nods, impressed. Another convert. Another name to add to the growing list of people who underestimated Richard Hamilton and learned their lesson. My assistant appears at my elbow with a fresh water bottle and whispers, "The CNBC interview is set for tomorrow morning. They're framing you as Tech's golden boy makes good." Perfect. Exactly the narrative we need. The golden boy. The wonder kind who delivers. The leader who transforms companies, not just runs them. I scan the room, basking in the attention, the respect, the hunger in their eyes. This is what I've built. This is what I won't lose. Not to scandal, not to mistakes, not to anything.
Chapter 3. Gabriel. I escaped the fluorescent prison of my office floor, desperate for fresh air and a mental break. The sun hits my face as I dodge through the lunch crowd, my feet pounding against the sidewalk as I make my way to the little Vietnamese place around the corner. My phone vibrates in my purse just as I'm about to grab the door handle. "Hey, Jazz," I answer, balancing the phone between my ear and shoulder while digging for my wallet. "Gabby, you will not believe who I just saw strutting around downtown like he owns the place." My stomach drops. I don't need 3 guesses. Brandon? Bingo. And he was talking you up to everyone at Clancy's last night. Going on about how you two are taking a break but definitely getting back together. The line of people ahead of me blurs as my vision narrows. That line, manipulative? He told Wyatt you've been texting him every day begging to meet up. What? My voice comes out sharper than intended, causing the woman in front of me to turn around. I force a smile and step out of line, appetite gone. I haven't spoken to him in weeks. I figured, but Gabby, he's telling everyone you're still hung up on him. My free hand curls into a fist. 3 months of therapy bills flash before my eyes. All the work I've done to rebuild myself after he systematically tore me down. "Thanks for the heads up," I say, my mind already racing. I gotta go. I hang up and immediately pull up Brandon's contact. My thumb hovers over the call button before I switch to text instead. "We need to talk. Today. In person." The response is immediate, like he's been waiting. Miss me already? I'm free at 2. Coffee? The smug confidence radiating from those few words makes my blood boil. Not a social call. Park bench outside my building. 2 p.m. Whatever you need, beautiful. Can't wait to see you. I shove my phone back in my purse, my hands shaking with rage rather than fear. I'm done letting him control the narrative. Done letting him whisper poison about me to our mutual friends. Done letting him think I'm some pathetic ex pining for his return. Today, Brandon Moore is going to hear exactly what I think of him. And for once, I won't be holding back. I arrive at the park bench 5 minutes early, determined to keep the upper hand. My phone buzzes with a message from my coworkers, asking about lunch plans, but I silence it. It pisses me off that I have to miss out on lunch because of this dude and his antics. Brandon strolls up at 2:05, because of course he does. His timing has always been a power play. There she is. His smile spreads across his face, green eyes crinkling at the corners. He's wearing that blue button-down I once said brought out his eyes. God, you look amazing. Cut the crap, Brandon. I cross my arms. I know what you've been saying around town. He drops onto the bench beside me, close enough that his cologne, the same one he's worn since college, drifts into my space. What? That I miss my girl. That's hardly a crime. I'm not your girl. We broke up 3 months ago. We're on a break, he corrects, his voice softening. And honestly, I think it's been good for us. For reflection. There's no us to reflect on. My voice shakes despite my efforts. And telling people I'm texting you daily? That's not just a lie. It's pathetic. His face shifts, that dangerous flash of hurt crossing his features that always made me backpedal before. Wow. Pathetic. That's harsh, Gabby. What's harsh is you sabotaging my reputation. Sabotaging? He laughs, shaking his head like I'm being ridiculous. I'm protecting you. You think I don't notice how you look at me when we run into each other? Everyone can see you're not over us? That's not. Remember Barcelona? How you said you'd never felt so connected to someone? His hand finds my knee. That doesn't just disappear. I move my leg away. You humiliated me in Barcelona. You flirted with another woman right in front of me, then called me insecure when I brought it up. You were being insecure, and now you're being dramatic. His tone shifts to that patronizing gentleness that used to make me question my own memories. This is why we needed space. You catastrophize everything. I open my mouth to argue, but find the words sticking in my throat. How does he always do this? Turn everything around until I'm defending myself for feelings he caused? I'm not here to rehash our relationship, I say, but my voice sounds weaker than when I arrived. Just stop spreading lies. They're not lies if they're what we both know is true. He leans closer, his confidence suffocating. You'll come back. You always do. I'm not coming back, Brandon. I stand, needing physical distance between us. We're done. I've moved on. His jaw tightens, that familiar muscle twitching beneath his perfect skin. With who? That tech nerd you're always hanging around? Wyatt? Or is it Sam? He spits the names out like it's poison. And they're not even guys I'm interested in. You think these dudes see you as anything but the diversity hire who makes the company look good? The accusation lands like a slap. Don't bring my work into this. Why not? It's all you have now. He rises, towering over me. Your precious career that keeps you so busy you couldn't even make our anniversary dinner, the one I planned for weeks. You mean the dinner you scheduled knowing I had a major presentation that day? The one you guilt-tripped me about for months? See? This is exactly your problem. His voice rises, sharp enough to make a couple walking by turn their heads. You always twist everything to make yourself the victim. I'm not doing this. I grab my purse, but he catches my wrist, his fingers digging in just enough to make a point. Running away again? Real mature, Gabriel? His volume increases with each word, that familiar vein in his forehead starting to pulse. This is why we fell apart. You never fight for anything that matters. I try to pull away, mortified as more people slow their pace, watching our drama unfold like it's some twisted sidewalk theater. The weight of their stares presses against my skin. Let go of me, Brandon. Now. You're throwing away 3 years because you're too stubborn to admit you're wrong. He's practically shouting now, those charming green eyes turned cold and accusatory. Everyone knows it. Everyone sees how pathetic this is. You think your career makes you special, but we all know the truth. A small crowd has gathered, some pretending not to stare while checking their phones, others openly gawking with that sick fascination people reserve for public meltdowns. My entire body burns with humiliation, my throat tightening as I realize this is exactly what Brandon wants, to make a scene, to corner me, to break me down in public where I can't escape. You think your life is better without me? His laugh is cruel, theatrical. Look at you. You're a mess. You can barely hold it together. You think anyone else will put up with your insecurities? Your neediness? Each word strikes deeper than the last. Tears threaten, but I refuse to give him the satisfaction. At least I had the decency to love you despite your flaws, he continues, performing for our unwanted audience. His voice carries deliberately, making sure everyone hears. No one will ever love you like I did. No one will even try. I finally wrench my arm free, shame coursing through me like hot poison. People are whispering, pointing, some even pulling out their phones. I've become exactly what I promised myself I wouldn't be again. Brandon's public spectacle, his emotional punching bag. We're done, I whisper, voice cracking despite my desperate attempt to sound strong. Yeah, you are? He calls after me as I walk away, his words slicing through the murmurs of the crowd. Good luck finding someone who'll tolerate you half as long as I did. 3 years is a record for someone like you. I keep my head high until I round the corner, then collapse against the wall, gulping air like I've been underwater. My hands shake uncontrollably as I press them against the cool brick. Never again. Never again will I let him close enough to wound me. But God, his words cut deep, echoing fears I've tried so hard to silence, that I'm too much, too needy, too flawed for anyone to truly love.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby. But he's fine, so let's see where this goes.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet. And the best part?
90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $59.99, you'll get over 500 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 books for 59 cents a book anywhere else.
Less than $1 per book for all the dirty fun I can handle?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 4. Richard. I pace at the head of the conference table, my knuckles white against the back of the chair I should be sitting in. Can't sit. Not now. The room feels like a pressure cooker, faces of my executive team watching me with expressions ranging from concern to barely concealed panic. So Dallas Winters decides to run his mouth to Tech Insider the minute I step off stage. My voice cuts through the silence. And now we've got the headlines questioning our data privacy protocols. Perfect timing. Jennifer, our head of PR, slides a tablet across the glossy table. It's worse than we thought. 3 more outlets picked up the story this morning. I snatch up the device, scrolling through headlines that make my blood boil. Solar Vista's dark shadow, ethics questioned under Hamilton's leadership, and tech giant or data thief. Sources reveal troubling practices. This is nonsense. I slam the tablet down. Winters has wanted my job since day one. The board is already breathing down my neck about last year's disaster, and now this. David, our legal counsel, clears his throat. The allegations are vague enough to cause damage, but difficult to disprove quickly. Classic character assassination. The board called an emergency meeting for tomorrow morning, says Michael, my CFO. 3 of them texted me directly. They're freaking out about stock implications. I run a hand through my hair, feeling the weight of 30 pairs of eyes on me. Through the glass walls, I spot Gabrielle passing by, her gaze meeting mine for a split second. Something in her expression, concern, maybe, makes me straighten my spine. Here's what we're doing. I plant both palms on the table, leaning forward. Jennifer, I want a comprehensive counter-strategy on my desk in 3 hours. Michael, prepare a financial impact assessment. David, find the legal vulnerabilities in Winters' claims. What about the board? Jennifer asks. I'll handle the board. I lock eyes with each executive, one by one. We didn't build Solar Vista by running from fights. We're not starting now. The tension shifts, not disappearing, but transforming into something more focused, determined. They want to question my ethics. I narrow my eyes. Fine, that's fine. I'll show them that I'm clean all across the board. We operate smoothly here. We don't steal from people. I didn't make it to where I'm at today by being a grifter. I scan the faces around the table as my team fires off suggestions. Jennifer's pushing for a media blitz. Get friendly journalists to run counter-stories. Michael wants a financial transparency report. David suggests we could file a defamation suit against Winters. What if we leverage our community partnerships? This one is from Aisha in Community Relations. Show the positive impact we've had. The coding academies in underserved schools, the green initiatives. That looks defensive, cuts in Mark from product development. Like we're trying to distract from the real issue. My mind flashes back to the keynote. Just a few days ago, I owned that stage. The applause thundered through the convention center. Handshakes, backslaps, investors practically throwing money at us. One damned quote from Dallas Winters, and suddenly we're scrambling like startups with our first PR crisis. Richard? Jennifer's voice pulls me back. What do you think? I realize I've been silent too long. These people need direction, not a CEO lost in his thoughts. I think... My voice doesn't sound like mine. Too hesitant. I clear my throat. I think we need to be strategic. The words sound hollow even to me. When did I start doubting myself? I glance at the tablet again, reading comments under one of the articles. Always knew Hamilton was too good to be true. Another tech bro putting profits over people. Solar Vista is done. Selling my shares tomorrow. Just like that. Years building this company, countless sleepless nights, sacrificing everything. Relationships, health, any semblance of a normal life. And they're ready to burn me at the stake based on Dallas Winters' word. Richard, we need a decision, Michael presses. The weight of leadership has never felt heavier. 3 days ago, I was a visionary. This morning, I'm a potential fraud. The board that once praised my every move is now assembling to question my judgment. My team, these brilliant people I've handpicked, are looking at me with uncertainty in their eyes. When did I become so goddamn fragile? One hit, and I'm questioning everything. "Let's take 5, I say, standing abruptly. "I need a minute." Exiting the conference room, I let out a deep breath. I paced the hallway, my mind racing faster than our latest processor. The team's suggestions echo in my head. Press releases, transparency reports, legal action, all reactive, all defensive, just like we're already guilty of something. Damn it, I mutter, stopping to stare out the windows at the Chicago skyline. So many stories up, and I've never felt lower. Solar Vista's headquarters used to feel like my kingdom. Now it feels like a glass cage. What would change the narrative completely? What would make Dallas Winter's accusations look like the desperate move they are? I need to flip the script, not just defend against it. I need to hit back harder. People love a good story. A better story than tech CEO steals data. Something personal. Something that would make headlines for the right reasons. Something that would make people root for me instead of against me. The idea hits me like a lightning bolt. So obvious. So perfect. "Oh, damn," I whisper, my reflection in the glass suddenly looking alive again. I pull out my phone, typing rapidly to search recent headlines about other CEOs facing PR disasters. There it is, Jason Reeves from Pinnacle Tech. Last year, he announced his engagement right when their security breach news broke. The media pivoted instantly. Instead of Pinnacle's failure, headlines read, "CEO finds love while navigating company crisis." A marriage. I'm Richard Hamilton, the perpetual bachelor CEO. The gossip columns have speculated about my love life for years. If I suddenly announced I was married, the press would lose their minds. It's insane, it's desperate, and it might work. I stride back into the conference room where hushed conversations stop abruptly. "I've got it," I announce, feeling a surge of adrenaline. "We need to change the conversation completely." Jennifer looks up. "We're working on the press release." "No." I cut her off. "Too small. Think bigger." What if the headlines tomorrow weren't about data privacy, but about me getting married? The silence is deafening. "Married," Michael repeats, as if I've suggested flying to Mars. To whom? "You're not dating anyone right now, Rich?" That's the million-dollar question. It needs to be someone the public would believe, someone who knows the company, someone I trust. Through the glass wall, I spot Gabrielle walking toward the marketing department, head high despite whatever things went down with her ex a couple months ago. Smart, beautiful, knows the company inside out. The way she carries herself even after being screwed over. That's the kind of strength I need right now. My closest friend at Solar Vista. The woman who's called me on my nonsense more times than I can count. The perfect candidate. "I need to go," I say abruptly, already moving toward the door, not waiting for anyone's approval. "Keep working on the counter-narrative. I'll be back with something concrete." Michael starts to protest, but I'm already halfway out the door. My mind's racing a mile a minute, calculating risks and rewards. This is either the most brilliant or the most desperate move of my career. Probably both. Either way, I'm out of options. Solar Vista is my life's work. 8 years of blood, sweat, and sacrificed relationships. I'll do whatever it takes to protect it. Even if that means proposing a fake marriage to a good friend who has no idea what's about to hit her.
Chapter 5. Gabrielle. I kick off my heels at the door and dump my keys in the ceramic bowl with a clatter that echoes through my too-large apartment. The sound bounces off bare walls and empty corners, a constant reminder that I still haven't properly decorated since moving in 3 months ago. The Thai food container steams as I pop it open on my coffee table. I settle into my couch, the only piece of furniture I splurged on, and balance my laptop on my knees, chopsticks in one hand, scrolling with the other. The pad thai smells divine, exactly what I need after the day I've had. Let's see what Chicago's most eligible bachelor is up to tonight, I mutter, typing Brandon's name into the search bar. I know I shouldn't, but it's become a sick ritual I can't seem to break. His Instagram loads first. Of course, he's posted 3 times today. Brandon never misses a chance to remind the world how fantastic his life is. Always performing for his adoring audience, while I'm here eating takeout alone. First photo, Brandon in a tailored navy suit outside the courthouse. Caption, another win for the good guys. His smile is perfect, practiced. The same one he used to flash when he wanted something from me. Good guys? You literally represent corporate polluters, you jerk. I stab my chopsticks into the noodles with more force than necessary. The same jerks dumping chemicals into Lake Michigan. Real heroic, Brandon. I shove pad thai into my mouth and scroll to the next post. Brandon at some rooftop bar, arms slung around a blonde who looks barely old enough to drink. His smile is the same one he used to give me. That practiced half smirk that makes his dimple appear. Networking with Chicago's finest. Networking. Is that what they call it now? I stab at a piece of chicken. And you wonder why I dumped you. The third photo makes me freeze mid-chew. It's a throwback of us from last year's charity gala. My arm around his waist, his lips pressed against my temple. I remember that night, how he'd ignored me for 2 hours while schmoozing with partners, then dragged me into a photo when the firm's PR team showed up. Missing genuine connections in this crazy world? Some people leave a mark on your soul. I nearly choke on my noodles. Genuine connections? You called me high maintenance when I asked you to text if you were coming home late. I flipped to Facebook, where he shared an article about his firm's pro bono work, positioning himself as some champion of the underdog. The comments are filled with praise from people who have no idea he once called a homeless man a career beggar right to his face. The apartment feels even emptier as I scroll through the digital shrine Brandon has built to his fake persona. Perfect lawyer, perfect boyfriend, perfect life. I toss my phone onto the cushion beside me, refusing to torture myself with any more of Brandon's carefully curated lies. My appetite vanishes as quickly as my ex's integrity. I push the half-eaten pad thai away and lean back, staring at the ceiling. Why do I always pick the wrong ones? I groan into the empty apartment. Brandon wasn't even the first in my parade of disappointing men. There was Trent, who forgot to mention his wife, then Tyler, who needed me to bankroll his startup that never materialized. Each one charming, each one ultimately toxic. What I need is someone real. Someone who doesn't hide behind false charm or manufactured personas. Someone confident enough not to play games. Someone who speaks his mind but listens to mine. Someone who understands ambition but values connection. Someone like Richard. I bolt upright at the thought. No, absolutely not. I'm actually talking to myself now. Great. But the image of him persists. Richard Hamilton, CEO, tech visionary, confirmed bachelor, not to mention absolutely gorgeous in a way that makes my stomach flip whenever he's near. Those intense blue eyes that seem to see right through anyone's lies. That strong jawline that tightens when he's deep in thought. The way his tailored suits stretch across broad shoulders that carry the weight of an entire company. He has dark hair that curls at the end, and it looks incredibly soft to the touch. He has a muscular, toned body. His forearms look amazing whenever he rolls up the sleeves of his polished white shirts. And that voice, deep, commanding, but with a warmth that emerges when he's excited about a new project or idea. Stop it, Gabriel, I scold myself. The man has women literally throwing themselves at him daily. It's true. I've seen it happen. At company events, industry conferences, even walking through the damn lobby. Models, executives, entrepreneurs, all hoping to be the one to finally capture the elusive Richard Hamilton. They circle him like sharks, all perfect hair and calculated laughs, pressing business cards into his hand with meaningful looks. And he handles it all with that infuriating grace of his. He's not looking for anything real. And even if he were, why would he look at me? We're friends, colleagues. He respects my work, values my opinion. That's more than most men have offered me, and I'm not about to ruin it with impossible fantasies. Besides, after the Brandon disaster, I've sworn off relationships, even hypothetical ones. But damn, when he leans back in his seat and I catch a glimpse of that chest beneath his crisp shirt, or when he rolls up his sleeves during long meetings, revealing those arms that could probably lift me with zero effort. Enough. I grab my phone again, determined to distract myself with literally anything else. Maybe I should download one of those meditation apps. Or better yet, a dating app to find someone who isn't my freaking boss. Suddenly, my phone buzzes against my hand, as if on cue. Richard's name flashes on the screen, and my heart does that stupid little skip it always does when he reaches out after hours. I hate that my body reacts this way, like some Pavlovian response I can't control. I swipe to unlock it, expecting some question about tomorrow's client presentation, or maybe a last-minute change to the slides I spent all weekend perfecting. Gabriel, I need to see you in my office first thing tomorrow morning. It's urgent. My stomach drops. Urgent? That doesn't sound good. I stare at the message, reading it 3 times before typing a response, my fingers suddenly clumsy with anxiety. Did the board hate my marketing strategy? Is this about the Weber proposal I presented on? I thought I did all right. He said it himself. Is everything okay? Did I do something wrong? The 3 dots appear immediately. He's typing fast. Too fast. Nobody types that quickly unless something's seriously wrong or they're seriously pissed. I grip my phone tighter, bracing myself for whatever's coming next. No, absolutely not. You've been perfect. This isn't disciplinary. Just need to discuss something important ASAP. Perfect? The word makes my cheeks warm despite my confusion. I bite my lower lip, trying to decode what this could be about. The project launch isn't for weeks. The quarterly reports were solid. My presentation on the Weber proposal got actual applause. What could be so urgent that Richard Hamilton, CEO and notorious workaholic, needs to see me first thing tomorrow? You're being cryptic and it's freaking me out a little. Like, a lot, actually. Sorry, can't get into it over text. 8:30 tomorrow? I glance at my calendar app, swiping through tomorrow's schedule. I have a 9:15 with the creative team about the new campaign rollout, but I can make it work. What if I'm getting fired? No. He said I was perfect, unless that's just his way of softening the blow. I'll be there. Should I bring anything? Files? Coffee? Just yourself? Just myself. What the hell does that mean? What the hell is going on with him? He doesn't usually act this way. Richard is direct, sometimes brutally so. He doesn't do mysterious. My mind races through possibilities. Company restructuring, project reassignment, budget cuts. Maybe the board is forcing him to lay people off. But none of these explain the urgency or why he'd single me out. All right, see you at 8:30. Thanks, Gabby. Get some rest. I toss my phone aside and exhale slowly. The way he called me Gabby instead of Gabriel feels oddly intimate. He rarely uses nicknames, especially in work contexts. Whatever this meeting is about, I won't figure it out tonight. I close my laptop and gather my half-eaten dinner, trying to ignore the nervous flutter in my stomach. One thing's for certain, I won't be getting much rest tonight.
Chapter 6. Richard. I swirl the amber liquid in my glass, watching it catch the light as I pace across the hardwood floor of my penthouse. My mind's too busy with this plan I can't believe I'm actually considering. "You're going to wear a hole in that expensive flooring," Lawrence remarks from my leather couch, his eyes tracking my movement like I'm some kind of caged animal. Better the floor than my career. I down the rest of my scotch in one burning gulp and immediately pour another. "You think I'm crazy, don't you?" Lawrence steeples his fingers, the picture of board chairman composure. "I think you're desperate. There's a difference. Desperate enough to fake marry my good friend?" I run a hand through my hair, messing up what was perfectly styled this morning. Christ. The board needs stability right now, Richard. The scandal couldn't have come at a worse time. Tell me something I don't know. The acquisition deal, the IPO preparations, everything we've built hanging by a thread because of one mismanaged project and the vultures circling. But marriage? To Gabriel? I stop pacing and stare out at the city. Gabrielle's face flashes in my mind. Her brilliant smile during presentations, how she challenges me in meetings when everyone else just nods, how she's never been intimidated by me. "She's the perfect candidate," Lawrence says, interrupting my thoughts. "Smart, respected, knows the company inside out. The public loves her campaigns, and you two already have chemistry. We're friends, that's different." "Is it?" I shoot him a glare. "Don't start with that. All I'm saying is the board would buy it. The media would eat it up. CEO finds love amid company crisis. It's the perfect distraction." Lawrence's eyes gleam with that calculating look I've seen too many times in board meetings. I knock back another drink, feeling the liquor burn down my throat and welcoming the sting. Anything to dull the absurdity of this conversation. "And what about Gabrielle? I'm supposed to just ask her to pretend to be in love with me to save me. Hey, Gabi, mind playing house with your boss for a few months so our stock doesn't tank?" "To save the company," Lawrence corrects, his voice sharp. "You're not the only one with skin in this game, Richard." He's right, and that's what's killing me. Hundreds of employees, investors, partners, all depending on me to keep this ship from sinking. I didn't claw my way to this position just to watch it all collapse because some jerk in the form of Dallas Winters couldn't keep his mouth shut. "I'm not sure if this is genius or madness," I mutter, running a hand through my hair as I stare at the city lights blurring through the window of my office. "In my experience," Lawrence says, rising to pour himself a drink from my private collection without asking, "there's often little difference between the two." The ice clinks against his glass, punctuating the moment like a gavel coming down on my future. I pour another finger of scotch and sink into my chair, the leather creaking under my weight. This is insane. I'm actually considering asking my friend, my employee, to play pretend wife. "Let's be rational about this," I say, more to myself than Lawrence. "What are the actual pros here?" I start ticking them off on my fingers. The scandal gets buried under wedding headlines. The board sees stability instead of chaos. Our stock stops its free fall. Each point makes the plan sound less ridiculous. Investors stay calm. Acquisition talks continue without the dark cloud hanging over us. "And Gabrielle?" Lawrence prompts, swirling his drink. "She gets..." I pause, considering. Visibility. Recognition. Her career trajectory accelerates. No one's going to question promoting the CEO's wife. She deserves that anyway, but corporate politics are what they are. Something else stirs in my chest. Something I don't want to examine too closely. The thought of spending more time with Gabrielle, seeing her outside these walls, in a context beyond spreadsheets and marketing decks. The cons are obvious, I continue, pushing that feeling aside. If this blows up, we both look like manipulative jerks. Company takes an even bigger hit. Her reputation gets dragged through the mud alongside mine. Lawrence nods. Significant risk. And there's the personal side. I stare into my glass. I'm asking her to put her actual life on hold, dating, real relationships. All of it paused for what? 6 months? A year? I stand up again, unable to keep still. But if she agrees, if we pull this off, the possibilities expand in my mind. More late-night strategy sessions at my place. Breakfast conversations, weekends working side by side. All the moments I found myself enjoying her company more than I should. You know what's strange? I turn to Lawrence. Part of me is actually looking forward to this charade. Is that bad? Lawrence gives me that knowing look that makes me want to punch him. I think that's called a clue, Richard. I ignore him. I already texted her, so it's too late to back out now. I'm meeting her tomorrow morning, before I lose my nerve or come to my senses. Whatever this is, desperation, strategy, or something deeper, I can't deny the rush of anticipation I feel at the thought of proposing this arrangement to Gabrielle. I pace back to the window, staring out at the city lights. The skyline's always calmed me, but tonight it just reflects my racing thoughts. You know, I say, swirling what's left of my scotch. Maybe this won't be so terrible. Lawrence raises an eyebrow. Spending time with an intelligent, beautiful woman? I imagine there are worse fates. I shoot him a look but can't stop my mind from wandering. Gabrielle at company dinners, her hand in mine, waking up to her smile over coffee. The way her eyes light up when she's passionate about something, that laugh that somehow cuts through all my nonsense. She's always been one of the more interesting people in Solar Vista. She's young, talented, and driven. She's got smooth dark skin and curly dark hair, with a pair of dark brown eyes to match. She knows better than anyone what it's like to have the whole world plotting against you. She knows what it means to claw your way out of a hole, to prove yourself against all odds. We've always gotten along, I admit, and I trail off, not wanting to give Lawrence the satisfaction of knowing he's hit a nerve. Gabriel has always been more than just another employee to me, but I'll be damned if I'm going to spell that out for him. Gorgeous. Brilliant. The only person who calls you on your mess. He smirks, leaning back in his chair like he's got me all figured out. I've seen how you look at her when you think no one's watching. Go away, I mutter, but there's no heat behind it. He's not entirely wrong. I've always kept those thoughts locked down. She's my employee, my friend. Crossing that line would complicate everything. But now, with this arrangement, the lines are already blurring. You realize, Lawrence says, interrupting my thoughts, his fingers tapping against the arm of his chair. You'll be breaking hearts across 3 continents. The eligible bachelor CEO suddenly off the market. The tabloids will have a field day. I snort, rolling my eyes. Like I give a damn about that. They can write whatever the hell they want. Your date to the Hamptons charity gala might. What was her name? The model? His eyebrows raise in that irritating way that makes me want to punch him in his perfect teeth. Vanessa, I reply automatically, and we weren't exclusive. Well, you're about to be very exclusive, at least publicly. Lawrence leans forward. People will want to know how this happened. The story, when the Playboy CEO fell for his star employee. He's right. Again. Damn him. We need a backstory, I say, the strategic part of my brain kicking in. Something believable, not some whirlwind romance nonsense. No one would buy that from me. Friends to lovers, Lawrence suggests. You've known each other for years. Been through company milestones together. It's not a stretch. I nod, already mapping it out. Late nights working on projects, gradual realization, private relationship to keep things professional. It feels strangely easy to imagine, like I'm just articulating something that's been simmering beneath the surface. The thought sends an unexpected jolt through me that I quickly drown with another sip of scotch.
Chapter 7. Gabrielle. My stomach ties itself into knots as I stand outside Richard's office at 8:27 a.m. 3 minutes early, as always. His text from last night has me running through every possible scenario, None of them good. I smooth down my blazer, wipe my sweaty palms against my skirt, and take a deep breath before knocking. God, I hate this feeling, like I'm 16 again and being called to the principal's office. Come in. Richard stands by the window, silhouetted against the morning light. The view from the 42nd floor stretches across the city skyline, but he doesn't seem to notice it. His shoulders are tense under his tailored suit, and he's got that stance, the one that screams, "Things about to go down." You wanted to see me? My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Small victories. He turns, his expression unreadable, those intense blue eyes giving nothing away. Gabrielle, thanks for coming. He gestures to the chair across from his desk. Sit down. I perch on the edge of the seat, crossing my ankles and resisting the urge to fidget with my bracelet. Richard moves to the coffee machine in the corner of his office, his movements precise and controlled, like everything else about him. Coffee? Sure. He brings over 2 mugs, sliding one toward me. 2 sugars, splash of cream. Still how you take it? I nod. Surprised he remembers. The coffee is hot and perfect, but it does nothing to calm my nerves. Richard sits behind his desk, running a hand through his hair. Solar Vista is in a world of trouble, Gabby. What kind of trouble? The kind that tanks stock prices and scares off investors. He leans forward, elbows on the desk. Dallas Winters has been spreading rumors, nasty ones. Dallas Winters, CEO of our biggest competitor and Richard's former college friend. The man holds grudges like others collect stamps. I've heard. I take a sip of coffee. Something about misappropriated funds and stealing intellectual property from smaller startups. Richard's eyebrows shoot up. You're well informed. Marketing department hears everything. I shrug. People talk to us because we're not in the C-suite, but we're not entry-level either. Perfect gossip conduits. Richard takes a long drink of his coffee, then sets it down with purpose. His fingers tap against the mahogany desk, once, twice. We're weeks away from our biggest product launch in company history. The board is nervous. Investors are pulling out. The timing couldn't be worse. I nod, still unsure why I'm here. What does this have to do with me? I need to change the narrative. Richard stands, pacing behind his desk. People are painting me as a cold, calculating bastard who'd steal from his grandmother. I need them to see me differently. A PR campaign? I suggest. I could draft something. I need a wife. The words hang in the air between us. I nearly choke on my coffee. Excuse me? Richard locks eyes with me. I need you to marry me, Gabrielle. Is this a joke? The words escape before I can stop them. It would be temporary. A year, maybe 18 months. He speaks quickly like he's pitching a business deal. Just long enough to weather this storm. My mouth opens and closes. No sound comes out. Think about it, he continues. The ruthless CEO finds love. The human interest angle would be irresistible. We'd dominate the news cycle with something positive for once. You're serious. It's not a question. Dead serious. Richard sits on the edge of his desk, closer to me now. I know it's asking a lot, but there are benefits for you too. Like what? The joy of lying to everyone I know? He doesn't flinch. Like a promotion to chief marketing officer, the corner office. Double your current salary. Stock options that vest immediately. My heart pounds in my ears. CMO? I've been working toward that for years. And when it's over, you'll have the resume of someone 10 years your senior. Any company would kill to hire you. I set my mug down with a clatter. You want me to fake being in love with you? To pretend to be your wife? We already get along. We respect each other. It wouldn't be that much of a stretch. It's insane. It's business, he counters, with personal advantages for both of us. I stare at him, trying to process what he's proposing. My brain short circuits, unable to form a coherent thought beyond, is this really happening? You don't have to answer now, Richard says, his voice softening slightly. Take the day to think about it. I stare at the steam rising from my coffee, my mind racing faster than my pulse. Richard Hamilton wants me to be his fake wife, my boss, my friend, the man who stood beside me through presentations and panic attacks alike. Take the day, he repeats, a lot softer now. I know it's a lot. It's insane. Completely insane. Yet I'm sitting here actually considering it. The corner office flashes in my mind, the one with floor-to-ceiling windows that I've walked past every morning for 5 years, imagining my name on the door. Chief Marketing Officer. The title I've been grinding toward since I joined Solar Vista, but there's more to it than career advancement. Brandon's smug face appears in my thoughts, the way he looked at me when he told me I'd never find someone who understood me like he did. The humiliation burns fresh. We'd need ground rules, I hear myself say, surprising us both. Richard's eyebrows lift slightly. Of course. My gaze drifts to the photo on his bookshelf. Us at last year's company retreat, laughing by the lake. I'd forgotten about that day. How he'd convinced me to try water skiing despite my protests. How he'd fallen spectacularly when attempting to demonstrate, surfacing with lake water streaming from his hair and that rare, unguarded smile. Remember the Tacoma conference? I ask suddenly. Richard's expression softens. When the projector died mid-presentation? And you covered for me while I frantically tried to reboot the system. We tag-teamed that Q&A session for 20 minutes. He chuckles. Not a single person realized anything was wrong. We've always made a good team, I admit. The memory settles between us, comfortable and warm. There have been dozens of moments like that. Richard passing me notes during boring meetings, me bringing him coffee during late nights stuck at the office, inside jokes that no one else understands. Could we pull this off? Maybe. Would it be purely strategic? I'm not so sure. I'll think about it, I say finally, rising from my chair. Seriously think about it. As I reach the door, I pause. For what it's worth, Richard, you're not the cold bastard they're painting you as. Anyone who really knows you understands that. With a small smile, I exit his office and make a beeline towards the nearest empty space. I slip into the women's restroom, locking myself in the last stall and leaning against the door. My heart hammers against my ribs like it's trying to escape. Richard Hamilton wants to marry me. Fake marry me. I close my eyes, and Brandon's face materializes. That perfect, practiced smile that once made my knees weak. The same smile he wore when I caught him on a date with another woman. The same smile he flashed recently while dismantling my self-worth brick by brick. My fingers curl into fists at the memory. Months of therapy sessions after our breakup, and his words still slice through my defenses like they're made of tissue paper. Would I be considering Richard's insane proposal if Brandon hadn't humiliated me? If I didn't secretly want to prove him wrong? The thought makes me sick. I exit the stall and splash cold water on my face. My reflection stares back. Mascara intact, lipstick perfect, not a hair out of place. The professional mask I've perfected. This isn't about Brandon, I tell my reflection firmly. This is about me. And it's true. This decision can't be about proving my ex wrong or running from past hurts. It needs to be about what I want for my future. I dry my hands and straighten my shoulders. If I do this, and that's still a massive if, it won't be to spite Brandon. It'll be because it advances my career. Because I respect Richard. Because maybe, just maybe, I'm curious about what it would be like to stand beside him as more than just his marketing employee. My phone buzzes with a text from Richard. No pressure. Just know the offer stands. Something warm unfurls in my chest. Unlike Brandon, Richard has never made me feel small. He challenges me, respects me, sees me. Walking back to my office, I feel my resolve strengthen. Tonight, I'll make a pros and cons list. I'll examine my motivations with brutal honesty. I'll consider what this fake marriage would mean for my career, my personal life, and my healing journey. Whatever I decide, it will be on my terms. Not Brandon's, not even Richard's. Mine.
Chapter 8. Richard. I check my watch for the third time in 5 minutes. The coffee shop I've chosen sits tucked away on a side street, far enough from our office that we won't run into colleagues, but close enough to the financial district that I can justify the meeting as business if anyone asks. Perfect for what I need to discuss with Gabrielle. My coffee arrives, black and strong. I don't touch it. The bell above the door chimes, and there she is. Gabrielle walks in with that confident stride that doesn't match the uncertainty in her eyes. I stand as she approaches. "Thanks for meeting me," I say, pulling out her chair. "I ordered you that caramel thing you like. With extra whip." Her eyebrow arches. Would I forget? I sit back down, adjusting my cuffs. "Look, I know this whole situation is unconventional. That's one word for it." She wraps her hands around her mug but doesn't drink. I lean forward, lowering my voice. The board's breathing down my neck. Every decision I make is under a microscope. This scandal has everyone questioning my judgment. And a fake marriage fixes that how exactly? Image rehabilitation. The board, the investors, they need to see stability. A CEO with a solid personal foundation. I tap my finger against the table. They need to see me as something other than the guy who's prone to trouble and scandal. That's not the truth. I want them to focus on something else for the time being. That's all. Gabrielle takes a sip of her drink, leaving a smudge of whipped cream on her upper lip. I resist the urge to reach across and wipe it away. But Richard, I'm struggling to figure out what's in it for me. Career advancement, networking opportunities. The CMO position opens next quarter. You'd be first in line. I pause, gauging her reaction. Plus, it gives Brandon something to choke on every time he sees your face on the society pages. Her eyes flash at the mention of his name, that familiar anger I've seen whenever Brandon comes up in conversation. Good, I can use that. I'm not using you, Gabi. This benefits us both. But I need you to understand. This is your decision. I won't pressure you. I lean back in my chair, giving her space to process what I'm suggesting. Won't you? She challenges me with a look that cuts right through my CEO nonsense. Damn, she's always been able to see past my carefully constructed facade. I respect you too much for that. I mean it more than she knows. My voice drops lower, more sincere than I usually allow myself to be. You're brilliant, capable, and frankly, way too good for this kind of arrangement. But I'm asking anyway because there's no one else I'd trust with this. She stirs her drink, considering. And if I say no? Then we finish our coffee, go back to work, and never mention this again. I shrug, trying to appear casual even though my entire plan hinges on her agreement. No hard feelings. The silence between us stretches, filled with the soft jazz playing overhead and the hiss of the espresso machine. I watch her face carefully, looking for any sign of which way she's leaning. I've closed million-dollar deals with less anxiety than I'm feeling right now. I watch the emotions play across Gabrielle's face. Doubt, curiosity, calculation. She takes another sip of her drink, buying time. I appreciate that you're giving me a real choice here, she finally says. Most people in your position would just leverage power to get what they want. That's not who I am. Not with you, anyway. I smirk, trying to lighten the mood. Gabrielle sets her mug down firmly. But Richard, don't you think people will see through this? A sudden marriage announcement right after your scandal? The timing is suspicious. People believe what they want to believe, I say, leaning forward. They'll see a power couple, a CEO who found love during a crisis. It's a better headline than whatever they're printing about me now. And what about us? Her eyes meet mine directly. What happens when we're alone? When there's no audience to perform for? The question catches me off guard. I hadn't thought that far ahead. We'd be friends like we've always been. I pause, choosing my words carefully. Look, I know this is asking a lot, but we already trust each other. We work well together. And I promise you, Gaby, I'll never cross lines you don't want crossed. She shifts in her seat. And when it's over, what then? A quiet, amicable divorce after the dust settles. We'll cite irreconcilable differences or growing apart. Standard PR playbook. Nothing standard about this, Richard. I reach across the table, not quite touching her hand, but close. I know. But think about what we could accomplish together. You get fast-tracked to CMO, I get my reputation back. We'd protect each other. And Brandon? We'll have to watch you succeed from the sidelines. I can't help the edge that creeps into my voice. Gabi, he doesn't get to keep hurting you. Something softens in her expression. This is crazy. The best plans usually are. I offer a genuine smile. Whatever you decide, I meant what I said about respecting your choice. This only works if we're both all in. I watch Gabrielle's face as she weighs the proposition, her fingers tapping rhythmically against her coffee mug. The noise of the cafe fades into the background as I wait for her answer. My entire plan hinges on this moment. If, and that's a big if, I agree to this, she says, leaning forward. We need ground rules, clear boundaries. Her voice is firm, businesslike, but there's a spark of something else in her eyes. Interest, maybe. Calculation, definitely. My heart rate picks up. She hasn't said no. She's actually considering it. I feel like I'm negotiating the biggest deal of my career, which in many ways I am. Absolutely, whatever you need. I keep my voice steady despite the adrenaline coursing through me. I want that CMO position in writing, not just promises. Her eyes narrow, sharp, and focused. And we need an exit strategy with specific timelines. I'm not getting trapped in some open-ended arrangement. Done and done. I try to keep the relief from showing on my face, but I suspect she catches it anyway. Gabi doesn't miss much. I'll have my lawyer draft something that protects both of us, ironclad, with every detail spelled out. She takes a deep breath, her fingers still tapping against her mug. And Richard, this stays professional. We're not actually married. The way she emphasizes the last word makes her point crystal clear. Crystal clear. I nod, ignoring the unexpected twinge in my chest at her words. Why the hell that bothers me, I have no idea. This is a business arrangement, nothing more. Just two colleagues solving a mutual problem. Gabrielle stares into her coffee for what feels like an eternity before looking up at me. I must be out of my mind, she mutters, then straightens her shoulders. Fine, I'll do it. The tension I've been carrying releases all at once. You won't regret this, Gabi, I promise. I better not. She gives me a look that's half warning, half amusement. So what now, husband-to-be? The word sends an unexpected jolt through me. I recover quickly, slipping back into CEO mode, the mask I've perfected over years of boardroom battles. Now we plan. I'm thinking a small, private ceremony sometime soon. Exclusive photos released to select media. We control the narrative from the start. I tap my fingers against the table, already mapping out the strategy in my head. We'll need to craft the perfect story, something believable, but not over the top. Gabrielle nods slowly, a small smile playing at her lips. This is either the smartest or the stupidest thing I've ever agreed to. There's a hint of challenge in her eyes that I find oddly captivating. Let's aim for smartest. I raise my coffee cup in a toast, flashing her the confident grin that's closed million-dollar deals. To mutually beneficial arrangements. She clinks her mug against mine. To new beginnings. As we drink, I study her face over the rim of my cup. The morning light catches the warm undertones of her skin, highlighting the determination in her expression. Relief courses through me, but there's something else too. A flutter of anticipation that has nothing to do with saving my reputation and everything to do with the woman sitting across from me. I need to keep my head straight. This is business, not pleasure. Even if Gabrielle looks damn good in that blazer.
Chapter 9. Gabrielle. The shutters click like a swarm of mechanical insects, each flash momentarily blinding me as I stand beside Richard at the podium. His hand rests at the small of my back, firm, steady, possessive in a way that makes my skin tingle beneath my designer dress. Mr. Hamilton, when did you two start dating? Miss Cook, over here, give us a smile with your fiancé. Richard, was this a whirlwind romance? The questions come rapid fire from the sea of reporters. I paste on my brightest smile. The same one I've perfected for client presentations and networking events. My marketing brain kicks in, analyzing our optics, our body language, the narrative we're selling to this hungry crowd. Gabrielle and I have been close for years, Richard answers, his voice carrying that confident rumble that commands attention. Sometimes the best things are right in front of you all along. His thumb traces a small circle against my back, a practice gesture. We rehearsed this. The casual touches, the adoring glances. I lean into him slightly, playing my part. We wanted to keep things private, I add, the lie slipping off my tongue with surprising ease. But we're excited to share our happiness now. Another barrage of flashes. I maintain my smile while my insides twist into knots. Is this who I am now? Someone who constructs elaborate fictions for public consumption? After Brandon's betrayal left me questioning my worth, I've stepped right into another situation where I'm not being true to myself. Richard squeezes my waist gently, our signal that I'm tensing up. I relax my shoulders, tilt my head toward him in a gesture of affection. His touch is firm, reassuring, even though this entire situation is anything but. Richard continues, fielding another question. His voice carries that authoritative tone he uses in board meetings. We want to celebrate our love without the whole world watching. Love. The word hangs in the air between us. A beautiful, empty placeholder. I wonder if the cameras can capture the hollow feeling spreading through my chest. Just weeks ago, I was nursing wounds from Brandon's betrayal, and now I'm standing here pretending to be madly in love with my boss. One last question, calls the PR director from the side, mercifully bringing this charade closer to its end. A reporter in the front row stands. She's wearing a predatory smile that makes my stomach clench. Gabrielle, how does it feel to have captured the heart of one of America's most eligible bachelors? All eyes turn to me. Richard's gaze is the heaviest of all. I can feel the weight of his stare, the slight tension in his fingers against my back. I swallow hard, searching for words that won't taste like complete betrayal of myself. The truth is miles away from what these vultures want to hear. I draw a slow breath, acutely aware of the cameras capturing every micro-expression. The reporter's question hangs in the air, baiting me to play into the trophy wife narrative they're already crafting. Richard isn't a prize to be captured, I say, my marketing instincts kicking in. We're partners, equals. I admire his leadership and vision, and he values my creativity and perspective. I turn to him, our rehearsed look of affection feeling strangely natural. That's what makes us work. Richard's eyes flash with something I can't quite read, approval maybe or surprise at my polished response. The crowd seems satisfied, scribbling notes and nodding. "We'll take that as our final question," Richard announces, his CEO voice brooking no argument. As we step away from the podium, a reporter shouts, "Is this a rebound from your breakup with Brandon Moore, Gabriel?" My steps falter. The name hits like a physical blow. I feel Richard's hand tighten protectively around my waist, but the damage is done. Memories flood back. Brandon's public humiliation tactics, the whispers, the pitying glances from colleagues who witnessed my downfall. "Ms. Cook has moved on to bigger and better things," Richard responds smoothly, but I can hear the edge in his voice. Our relationship stands on its own merit. I force my face into neutrality, even as my forehead creases with worry. This is exactly what I feared. My past with Brandon becoming fodder for gossip, undermining this carefully constructed facade. I've spent months rebuilding my professional reputation, and now I'm voluntarily putting myself back in the spotlight. It doesn't help that Brandon has such a huge blabbermouth, too. "Thank you all for coming," I manage, my voice steadier than I feel. "We appreciate your support." As we navigate through the press crowd toward the exit, I maintain my smile, but inside, I'm collapsing. What if I've made a terrible mistake? What if this fake engagement only reinforces what Brandon always said? That I'm nothing without a man to validate me? That I need the spotlight to feel worthy? Richard guides me through the door into a private hallway, away from prying eyes. I exhale shakily, feeling the familiar weight of insecurity settling on my shoulders. The moment we're safely behind closed doors, I deflate like a punctured balloon. My shoulders slump as I lean against the wall, letting my head fall back with a soft thud. "That went well," Richard says, loosening his tie with one hand. Until Brandon's name came up. I close my eyes, willing away the tension headache building behind my temples. They're going to dig. You know that, right? They'll find every unflattering photo, every rumor about our breakup. Let them dig. We'll weather it. The confidence in his voice makes me open my eyes. Richard stands before me, his posture relaxed but alert, like a boxer between rounds. He's removed his suit jacket, and the crisp white shirt stretches across his broad shoulders. For a CEO about to face a potential PR nightmare, he looks remarkably unruffled. "You handled yourself brilliantly out there," he says, stepping closer. "That answer about us being equals? Perfect. Couldn't have scripted it better myself." It wasn't scripted. That part was real. The admission slips out before I can stop it. Something shifts in Richard's expression. A softening around his eyes. A slight parting of his lips. I know. That's what made it perfect. Our gazes lock, and for a suspended moment the pretense falls away. This isn't CEO Richard or fake fiancé Richard. This is just Richard. The man who's seen me at my professional best, and who's now witnessing me at my personal most vulnerable. He smiles, not the camera-ready smile from earlier, but something genuine that crinkles the corners of his eyes. It's reassuring, warm, a silent promise that we're in this together. I feel my lips curving upward in response, a real smile breaking through the professional mask I've been wearing all day. "We make a good team, Gabby," he says softly. "Always have." The knot in my chest loosens just a fraction. Maybe this isn't just about saving his reputation or helping me reclaim my narrative. Maybe there's something genuine beneath all the pretense. Not romance, necessarily, but a partnership built on mutual respect. For the first time since agreeing to this charade, I feel a flicker of confidence that isn't completely manufactured. Richard believes in me, and right now, that's enough to quiet the doubts, if only for a moment. You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers. Need.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 10. Richard. I adjust my tie for the 100th time today, plastering on the smile that's become second nature. 3 interviews down, 2 more to go before the charity gala tonight. The PR team couldn't be happier with how this is playing out. Richard Hamilton, tech genius and reformed bachelor, finally tamed by the brilliant Gabrielle Cook. "And how did you know she was the one?" asks the journalist from Tech Today, her pen poised expectantly. "When you know, you know." I lean forward, lowering my voice like I'm sharing a secret. Gabrielle challenges me intellectually in ways no one else ever has. We'd be in meetings and I'd find myself watching her mind work. It's mesmerizing. The journalist eats it up, scribbling frantically. I've gotten good at this, spinning our friendship into a love story that makes headlines and drives stock prices. Our engagement announcement bumped share values 8% in a single day. Between questions, my phone buzzes with texts from the board. Approval ratings climbing. Investor confidence restored. The scandal fading from public memory with each lovesick interview I give. "You two make such a power couple," the journalist gushes. "Does working together complicate things?" "It's actually our secret weapon." I flash my camera-ready grin. Gabrielle's marketing genius complements my vision perfectly. She's the epitome of an exceptional marketing director. Who knows what the future will hold for her? If the board agrees, she might even get promoted to chief marketing officer eventually. The words taste strange in my mouth. I'd planned to promote her anyway. Her talent is undeniable, but now it feels tainted, like I'm paying her off. In the car between interviews, I let my head fall back against the leather seat. The guilt hits hardest in these quiet moments. Am I any better than her ex? Different methods, same manipulation. I scroll through the benefits I've mentally cataloged. The promotion she deserves, financial security, public validation of her talents, protection from that jerk Brandon, the spotlight on her brilliant mind instead of just her broken heart. But the rationalization feels hollow. I'm still using her as a shield, a distraction, a PR strategy. "Mr. Hamilton, we're here," my driver announces, pulling up to the next studio. I straighten my tie, reset my expression, and prepare to sell our love story again. The show must go on. I step out of the black Escalade, smoothing my jacket as the evening breeze hits. Tonight's interview is for Innovate magazine, more lifestyle than tech, which means more personal questions. More lies to tell. Gabrielle's car pulls up behind mine. I wait, watching as she emerges in a deep burgundy dress that hugs her curves perfectly. Her hair falls in soft curls around her face, and she's added gold accessories that catch the light. She looks stunning, and the realization hits me harder than expected. "Sorry I'm late," she says, approaching with that confident stride that commands attention. "Traffic was a nightmare." "You're right on time." I offer my arm, ready for round 500 of, "How did you know she was the one?" She laughs, the sound genuine and warm. I've been practicing my adoring gaze in the car mirror. As we walk toward the studio entrance, cameras flash from the small crowd of paparazzi that's gathered. I instinctively pull her closer, protective. The gesture feels natural, not calculated like so many others I've performed lately. "You okay?" I murmur. "I'm good." She squeezes my arm. "Let's give them something to talk about." Inside, as we're mic'd up for the interview, Gabrielle cracks jokes with the sound technician. I find myself watching her, how effortlessly she puts people at ease, how her intelligence shines through even in casual conversation. This isn't the PR-proof script. This is just Gabi being Gabi. When the interview starts, we fall into our rehearsed roles, but something shifts when they ask about our first date. Gabrielle launches into the story we'd practiced, dinner at that exclusive rooftop restaurant, but adds details I don't remember discussing. The way I supposedly kept stealing glances at her across the table. How I ordered dessert even though I claimed not to have a sweet tooth. I play along, amazed at how she's elevating our fake story with authentic touches that make it feel real. Her creativity, even in deception, is remarkable. As cameras flash again for promotional shots, I find myself genuinely smiling at something she whispers in my ear. For a moment, I forget we're performing. I'm just a man enjoying the company of a woman who continually surprises me. The studio lights dim as we wrap the final segment. Gabrielle's hand finds mine under the table, a signal we've developed. Time to go. Her palm is warm against mine, grounding me after an hour of calculated charm. "You were brilliant in there," I whisper as we stand, my hand instinctively finding the small of her back. "Not so bad yourself, Mr. Hamilton." She smiles, adjusting her earring. "I especially enjoyed your story about our first kiss. Very creative. What can I say? I'm an innovator." The producer thanks us, gushing about ratings and engagement. I nod politely, eager to escape the studio's suffocating air. My shoulders ache, the constant performance wearing on me. As the studio doors slide open, the calm evening shatters. Flashbulbs explode like artillery fire. At least 30 photographers crowd the exit, their cameras raised like weapons. "Damn," I mutter, instinctively stepping closer to Gabriel. "Richard, over here! Gabrielle, look this way! When's the wedding date?" The shouting intensifies as we move forward. Security forms a narrow pathway, but it's barely containing the chaos. I feel Gabrielle tense beside me. "Just keep walking," I say under my breath. Car's 20 feet ahead. We're halfway through when a reporter with slicked back hair and predatory eyes lunges forward, microphone thrust toward Gabrielle's face. "Gabrielle, how does it feel knowing you're just Richard's damage control? Sources say this relationship started right after his scandal. Convenient timing, isn't it?" Her step falters. I feel her body stiffen. "Is it true you're on the rebound from Brandon Moore? Did you settle for Richard to make your ex jealous?" Something primal ignites in my chest. My jaw clenches so hard I taste metal. "Back off," I growl, moving between Gabrielle and the reporter. My shoulders square as I position myself like a shield. "You want a statement? Here's one. Show some goddamn respect. Next time you shove a microphone in her face, you'll be looking for a new job." The reporter smirks, sensing a reaction. His eyes gleam with the satisfaction of provoking me. "Just doing my job, Hamilton. The public wants to know if this is just another corporate trick. Two damaged brands coming together for mutual benefit." My hand tightens around Gabrielle's waist, pulling her closer against my side. I can feel her trembling slightly. "We're done here. And if I see that nonsense question in print, you'll be hearing from our lawyers." I usher her forward, creating a barrier with my body between her and the vultures. The flashes intensify, capturing what I'm sure is murder in my eyes. Every muscle in my body is coiled tight, ready to snap if anyone else tries to approach her. In the car, doors finally closed against the chaos. Gabrielle exhales shakily. Her hands are clasped tightly in her lap, knuckles white. "You okay?" I ask, my voice still rough with anger. I want to reach for her hand but hesitate, unsure if my touch would help or hurt right now. "I will be." She meets my eyes, vulnerability and strength battling in her expression. "Thank you for that, for stepping in when he mentioned Brandon." The drive back to her place is quiet. Too quiet. The kind that lets thoughts multiply like cancer cells. I keep replaying that reporter's words. Damage control. Corporate trick. The worst part isn't that he said it. It's that he's partially right. Want to talk about it? Gabrielle finally breaks the silence, her voice soft in the darkness of the car. "Not particularly." I stare out the window, watching the city lights blur past. "I'm more concerned about you." "I'm fine." She shifts in her seat. It's not the first time someone's questioned my decisions. Her resilience both impresses and terrifies me. What the hell am I doing to her? This woman who deserves authenticity is getting a carefully constructed lie instead. "He was out of line bringing up Brandon," I say, jaw tightening again at the memory. "That's what reporters do. Find the tender spots and press hard." My fingers drum against my thigh. "We could scale back the public appearances if you want." "And undermine everything we've built?" She turns to face me. "No way. I'm not backing down because some jackass with a microphone tried to rattle me." I study her profile in the half-light, the determined set of her jaw, the slight furrow between her brows. This isn't just about my reputation anymore. It's about hers too. About proving something to herself, to Brandon, to the world, and to me. The thought lodges in my chest like shrapnel. When did this stop being a strategic move and start becoming something I look forward to each day? When did I start catching myself thinking about her smile during board meetings or wondering what she'd think of my ideas before I've even shared them? The car pulls up to her building. I should say goodnight, let her go inside, return to my empty penthouse and the stack of quarterly reports waiting for review. That was the arrangement. Separate lives behind closed doors. Instead, I hear myself ask, "Want company for a while? We could order in, decompress." The words hang between us, loaded with implications neither of us is ready to acknowledge. "I'd like that," she says after a pause that stretches my nerves thin. As we walk toward her building, my hand finds the small of her back again. Not for cameras or public perception, but because it feels right. And that's the problem. None of this was supposed to feel right.
Chapter 11. Gabrielle. I adjust the straps of my emerald gown in the bathroom mirror, angling my shoulders to catch the shimmer of the beadwork under the harsh fluorescent lights. The fabric hugs my curves in all the right places, but the woman staring back at me looks like she's playing dress-up. "You got this," I whisper to my reflection. "Just another performance." 3 weeks into this charade with Richard, and I'm still waiting for it to feel natural. Tonight's charity gala for tech education initiatives is crawling with industry heavyweights and society photographers. The perfect stage for Richard's newly minted fiancée to make her mark. I return to the grand ballroom, where crystal chandeliers cast a golden glow over Chicago's elite. Richard spots me immediately, his eyes tracking my movement across the room. Something flickers across his face, appreciation maybe, before he excuses himself from a cluster of investors. "There you are." He slides his hand to the small of my back, his touch warm through the thin fabric. "Senator Wilson's wife keeps asking about our wedding plans." "What did you tell her?" "That my brilliant fiancé is handling all the details." Richard leans closer, his breath tickling my ear. "Hope that buys us some time." A waiter passes with champagne flutes. I grab one too quickly, nearly spilling it. The bubbles dance dangerously close to the rim as I steady my hand. "Nervous?" Richard asks, his eyes scanning my face with that penetrating gaze that always makes me feel like he's reading my thoughts. Just trying not to trip in these heels and embarrass us both. I adjust my stance, the 4-inch stilettos already making my arches ache. But beauty is pain, and tonight's performance requires looking the part. Impossible. You look stunning. His compliment lands with surprising sincerity, catching me off guard. There's none of his usual teasing or corporate smoothness, just raw honesty that makes something flutter in my chest. I take a sip to hide my reaction, letting the crisp champagne cool my suddenly warm throat. The board members seem pleased with you tonight. I saw Terrence actually smiling for once. They're pleased with us. Your presence is stabilizing. I scan the room, noting the approving glances and whispers behind cocktail napkins. Glad to be of service. That's not what Richard starts, but we're interrupted by the chairman's wife, a woman whose social approval could make or break careers. Gabrielle? Richard's been hiding you away. She air kisses both my cheeks. We must have lunch. I want to hear all about how you tamed America's most eligible bachelor. I force a smile while my stomach knots. Tamed? Like I'm some kind of trophy hunter? I feel Brandon's ghost lurking in that word, reminding me how easily I can become someone's accessory. I wouldn't say tamed, I reply, finding my voice. More like we recognize something in each other worth building on. Richard's hand finds mine as the chairman's wife drifts away, his fingers interlocking with a reassuring squeeze. I'm about to suggest we mingle with the marketing VP when I feel it. That unmistakable prickle at the back of my neck. Someone's watching me. I turn, and there he is, Brandon. Looking devastating in a tailored navy suit that brings out the green in his eyes. He raises his champagne flute in silent greeting, his lips curving into that smile that once made my heart race. Now it just makes my stomach drop. I need a minute, I mutter to Richard, slipping my hand free. Just going to say hello to an old friend. Before Richard can respond, I'm crossing the room, determined to control this encounter rather than let Brandon ambush me later. Gabriel Cook? Brandon's voice wraps around my name like silk. Or should I say, the future Mrs. Hamilton? Brandon, didn't expect to see you here. Fundraising for underprivileged tech students? It's practically my calling. He smirks, taking a slow sip of champagne. Though not as surprising as seeing you play happy couple with your boss. I keep my expression neutral. Not playing anything? Of course not. His eyes flick to Richard across the room. The timing's just convenient. Richard faces a scandal, and suddenly you're sporting a ring that could fund a small third world country. The insinuation slithers under my skin. That's not, hey, I get it. Brandon leans closer, his cologne triggering unwanted memories. He needs image rehabilitation. You get career advancement. Smart move. That's not what this is. No? His eyebrows lift. Because from where I stand, it looks like the same Gabriel, who always doubted her worth, found a shortcut to the top. Tell me, does he know the real you, the one who second guesses every decision? Or just the polished version you're presenting tonight? My chest tightens. You don't know me anymore. I know you better than he ever will. Brandon's voice drops to a whisper. Does Richard know he's just a rebound? A convenient distraction from what we had? The words land like precision strikes, finding all my insecurities. What if Brandon's right? What if I'm just using Richard as much as he's using me? What if this arrangement is just another way I'm proving I don't deserve real love? I feel the air shift before I see him. Richard materializes at my side, his presence solid and unmistakable as he slides his arm around my waist. The gesture feels both protective and possessive. Brandon, Richard says, voice cool but controlled. Didn't realize you were on the guest list? Brandon's eyes flick between us, calculating. Richard Hamilton. Congratulations on your whirlwind romance. His emphasis makes the words sound dirty. Quite the power couple you two make. Thank you, Richard responds, his grip on me tightening slightly. Though I'd say we're more than just business associates finding mutual benefit. My breath catches. It's like he read Brandon's earlier insinuations directly from my mind. Of course. Brandon smiles, all teeth. I was just telling Gabrielle how surprised I was by the news. After all, when we were together, she always insisted office relationships were unprofessional. I feel body explode with heat. People change, Brandon. Do they? His eyes lock with mine, searching. Or do they just find new ways to repeat old patterns? The question lands like a punch to my gut. Isn't that exactly what I've been wondering? Am I any different with Richard than I was with Brandon? Am I still seeking validation through relationships, just with a different man? I should mingle, Brandon says, clearly satisfied with the doubt he's planted. Lovely catching up, Gabby. Richard. He nods and saunters away, leaving his poison to work through my system. When he's out of earshot, I step away from Richard's embrace, needing space to breathe. You okay? Richard asks, concern etched across his features. Not really. I grab another champagne from a passing server. Brandon has this way of getting under my skin. Richard guides me toward a quiet corner. What did he say before I got there? Just enough to make me question everything. I take a shaky breath. Richard, what are we doing? Everyone's watching us, analyzing every interaction. Brandon's probably not the only one who thinks this is all convenient timing. Let them think what they want. It's not that simple. I lower my voice. What if we're making things worse? What if this blows up in our faces and we both end up more damaged than before? Richard's eyes soften as he studies my face. He takes the champagne flute from my trembling hand and sets it aside. Gabrielle, look at me. His voice drops to that low, confident tone that somehow cuts through all the noise around us. What we're doing might not be conventional, but our commitment to each other is real. Is it? Or are we just playing parts? I can't help but glance in Brandon's direction, where he's now charming a group of investors. He made it sound so transactional. Because that's how he sees relationships, as transactions. Richard's jaw tightens. But that's not us. Isn't it, though? You needed image rehabilitation. I needed. I trail off, not even sure what to call what I needed. A partner who sees your worth, Richard finishes for me. Someone who stands beside you, not in front of you. His words hit closer to home than I want to admit. I cross my arms, suddenly feeling exposed despite the expensive gown and carefully applied makeup. Brandon knows exactly which buttons to push, I whisper. And I hate that they still work. Richard takes my hand, his thumb brushing over my knuckles. Then we fight back, together. Whatever storm comes, whatever doubts creep in, we face them as a team. I want to believe him. God, I want to believe him so badly. But Brandon's voice echoes in my head. Does he know the real you? What if this is just another mistake? The question slips out before I can stop it. What if I'm repeating patterns I don't even recognize? Then we'll figure it out. Richard's certainty is almost contagious. Almost. I'm not Brandon, Gabriel, and you're not the same woman who was with him. His words should reassure me. They should quiet the doubts swirling through my mind. But as I look across the glittering ballroom, catching glimpses of curious stares and whispered conversations, I can't shake the feeling that I'm standing on quicksand. Brandon's poison is working its way through my system, Drop by insidious drop. I hear you, I tell Richard, forcing a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. I do. But the uncertainty lingers, heavy as the diamond on my finger.
Chapter 12. Richard. I adjust my cufflinks as I step into the Palmer House Hilton's grand ballroom, Chicago's evening chill still clinging to my shoulders. The city's business elite mills around, champagne flutes catching the light from crystal chandeliers overhead. Gabrielle's absence tonight feels oddly pronounced. I've grown accustomed to her steady presence at my side these past few weeks. "Hamilton! Stellar quarter despite everything!" calls out Jerome from Apex Solutions, clapping my shoulder with unnecessary force. I offer a practiced smile. "Appreciate that. Team pulled together when it mattered." As I make my rounds, snippets of conversation drift my way. Most congratulate our recent engagement, but there's something else, an undercurrent I can't ignore. Heard from Brandon Moore that the timing is suspicious. Moore mentioned their relationship was purely strategic. Wondered if the engagement was just damage control. Oh, Brandon Moore. Should have known he wouldn't fade quietly into the background. He's been working connections, planting seeds of doubt about our relationship. Smart play. He knows the tech community thrives on gossip, especially in a tight-knit city like Chicago. I grab a scotch from a passing server, taking a measured sip while mentally cataloging every instance where Brandon's name has surfaced lately. Too many to be coincidental. The bastard's running a calculated campaign against us, undermining what Gabrielle and I have built. What's worse, I know exactly why. It's not just about getting her back. It's about taking something from me, something he perceives as valuable. I spot Marissa Ryan, head of venture capital at Lakefront Partners, and make my way toward her. "Richard, congratulations on the engagement. Though I must say I've heard some rumors that painted quite a different picture at last week's funding roundtable." "Really? From who?" I keep my voice level despite the rage simmering beneath. "Oh, Gabrielle's ex-boyfriend, that showboat young lawyer who acts like he has a chip on his shoulder. Nothing explicit, just implications that seemed well-informed." Her eyes study me with uncomfortable precision. That confirms it. Brandon's not just talking. He's systematically working to discredit us across the entire Chicago business scene. I need to shut this down before his whisper campaign gains more traction. Gabrielle deserves better than having her reputation questioned because of my PR strategy. And frankly, so do I. Time to remind Brandon Moore exactly who he's dealing with. "Marissa, forgive me for asking, but do you know if Brandon will be attending tonight's event?" "He posted about it online, so I think he will," she replies. "Thanks so much. Nice talking to you." "Stay in touch, all right?" I tell her, patting her on the shoulder before I disappear into the surrounding crowd. I scan the faces around me, my jaw tightening as I spot Brandon across the room. He's working his usual charm offensive, designer suit, perfect smile, surrounded by people hanging on his every word. My blood boils watching him operate so effortlessly, knowing he's been systematically undermining Gabrielle and me behind our backs. This isn't just business anymore. It's personal. Brandon's not just threatening my company's reputation. He's attacking something I've only recently admitted matters more. My relationship with Gabrielle. Fake or not, she deserves better than his manipulation. I down my scotch and cut through the crowd with purpose. Brandon notices my approach, his smile faltering slightly before he doubles down on the charm. "Richard Hamilton, the man of the hour," he announces, raising his glass. "We were just discussing your company's remarkable recovery." "Save it, Brandon," I interrupt, my voice low but sharp. "I need a word. Alone." His audience exchanges uncomfortable glances before dispersing. Brandon's expression hardens once they're out of earshot. "Something on your mind, CEO?" "Cut the nonsense. I know exactly what you've been doing. Whispering to investors, planting doubts about Gabrielle and me, trying to undermine her confidence. He smirks. Just sharing my perspective as someone who knows Gabrielle intimately. Can't blame me for being honest. Honest? I step closer, invading his space. There's nothing honest about manipulating her or spreading rumors to damage her reputation. This isn't about your feelings for her, it's about your ego not handling rejection. And what about your ego, Richard? The great CEO who needed a fake fiancé to save face after your colossal screw-up. His voice drops to ensure only I hear him. You think I don't see through this charade? The direct hit lands harder than I expected. For a split second, I question everything. My motives, my feelings for Gabriel, whether I'm any better than him. Here's the difference, I growl, recovering. I actually care about her. You only care about what she represents. Another conquest, another possession. Stay away from her, or I promise you'll regret it. Brandon's eyes narrow, the polished charm replaced by something colder. You're delusional, Hamilton. You think you know her? I was with her for years. You're just her boss playing house. That's where you're wrong. My voice drops, each word deliberate. I'm the one who sees her, really sees her, not as some trophy or extension of my ego like you did. He scoffs, but I catch the flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Let me make something perfectly clear, I continue, stepping even closer. Gabrielle isn't some pawn in whatever game you're playing. She's brilliant, resilient, and worth 10 of you. And whether you believe our relationship is real or not doesn't matter one damn bit. She'll come back to me eventually. She always does. His confidence wavers slightly. Not this time. I feel something shift inside me. This isn't just about maintaining our cover story anymore. I will stand beside her every day, supporting her dreams, valuing her voice, and showing her the respect she deserves. Everything you failed to do. Brandon's jaw tightens. Big words from a man orchestrating a PR stunt. Call it whatever you want, but understand this. I lower my voice to ensure only he hears me. I will burn down everything I've built before I let you hurt her again. Test me on this, and you'll discover exactly how far I'm willing to go to protect what matters to me. The threat hangs between us, heavy with intent. I mean every word. You're making a mistake, he warns. But there's a new hesitation in his tone. No, Brandon. The mistake was yours when you treated her like she was disposable. I won't make the same error. Stay away from Gabrielle, stay away from our relationship, and stop poisoning the well with investors. This is your only warning. Brandon's smug expression falters, but he recovers quickly. You're all talk but no bite, Hamilton. This charade won't last. I knew her long before this arrangement, I say, the truth spilling out before I can stop myself. Who do you think she called when you humiliated her at the Andersons' dinner party? Or when you forgot her birthday to go drinking with your buddies? His face twitches. I should stop, but something primal drives me forward. I was the one holding her while she cried after you told her she wasn't sophisticated enough for your family. I listened for hours when you gaslighted her about those texts from your colleague. She came to me because you were too busy making her feel worthless. You're lying, Brandon hisses, his polished veneer cracking. Ask her yourself. Every time you broke her down, I was there picking up the pieces you left behind. The difference between us? I actually saw her value when you couldn't be bothered to. Something snaps in Brandon's eyes. You son of a... His fist comes flying toward my face. I sidestep, but his knuckles graze my jaw. The surrounding crowd gasps as Brandon lunges again. This time, I grab his wrist mid-swing. Bad move, I growl. 2 security guards materialize, grabbing Brandon by the arms. He struggles against them, face contorted with rage. Get your hands off me! Do you know who I am? Sir, you need to leave. Now, one guard says firmly. This isn't over, Hamilton. Brandon spits as they drag him toward the exit. You think you've won? She'll see through your nonsense eventually. I straighten my tie, aware of the spectators watching. My heart pounds against my ribs, not from fear, but from the adrenaline of finally saying what I've wanted to for years. When the commotion settles, I find a quiet corner and loosen my collar, feeling the weight of what just happened. My hands tremble slightly as I reach for another scotch from a passing tray. The truth is, I didn't defend Gabrielle just for show. Every word I said was real. All those nights I comforted her, all those times I wished she could see her own worth. They weren't strategy, they were genuine. And that's what scares the hell out of me. This arrangement was supposed to be straightforward, mutual benefit, clear boundaries, no complications. But standing there, facing down the man who hurt her, I wasn't thinking about stock prices or investor confidence. I was thinking about her. Just her.
Chapter 13. Gabrielle. I smooth out the papers on my coffee table, glancing at the legal jargon that defines our charade. The contracts feel cold and impersonal, a stark reminder that this marriage is nothing but strategy. Thanks for bringing food, I say as Richard unpacks containers of Thai from my favorite place downtown. My brain works better when my stomach isn't growling. Figured we'd need fuel. Richard rolls up his sleeves. These contracts aren't exactly light reading. The domesticity of the moment hits me. Richard in my apartment, casual and comfortable, setting out dinner while legal papers detailing our fake marriage sit between us. It's bizarrely intimate. So this clause basically says we have to maintain appearances for at least 6 months? I point to a paragraph filled with legalese. Yeah. The PR team thinks that's the minimum time needed to shift public perception. Richard passes me a container of pad thai. You okay with that timeline? I take the food, our fingers brushing. 6 months pretending to be madly in love with you? I've survived worse assignments. He smirks. Your enthusiasm is overwhelming. I'm just trying to keep perspective. This whole thing is... I gesture between us with my chopsticks. Complicated. Speaking of complicated, Richard taps a section of the contract. This part covers social media. We'll need to post regular content together. Couple stuff? Couple stuff, I repeat, the words feeling foreign on my tongue. What, like sharing toothbrushes and arguing about which way the toilet paper should hang? More like date nights and inside jokes. Nothing too invasive. He looks up from the papers, but enough to be convincing. I nod, trying to imagine myself posting cutesy photos with Richard. After Brandon, the idea of putting my relationship, even a fake one, on display makes my stomach knot. There's also a non-disclosure agreement. Richard's voice softens. Whatever happens between us stays between us. Even when we break up, especially then, his blue eyes hold mine. This protects both of us, Gabby. I take a deep breath and reach for a pen. Let's do this then. Make me your fake wife, Richard Hamilton. I sign my name with a flourish and slide the contract back to Richard. There. Officially, Mrs. Hamilton on paper. Richard's signature joins mine, his pen scratching against the document that binds us in this elaborate charade. He caps his pen with a decisive click. And now we're legally fake married. He grins, tension visibly leaving his shoulders. I think that deserves a toast. He raises his water glass. I clink mine against his. To fooling everyone but ourselves. With the business part behind us, we dig into our food. I expected awkwardness to settle in, that uncomfortable silence that follows major decisions. But something else happens instead. The weight lifts, and conversation flows as naturally as breathing. God, I needed this. I twirl noodles around my chopsticks, savoring the rich flavor. Haven't had a proper meal all day? Just coffee and that sad granola bar I found at the bottom of my purse. You still skipping lunch when you're in the zone? Richard asks, reaching for the spring rolls. He takes 2 in one go. Classic Richard move. Some habits die hard. Remember when you found me passed out at my desk during the Bellinger campaign? I point my chopsticks at him accusingly, though I can't help but smile. He laughs. That deep rumble that always seems to fill a room. You claimed you were resting your eyes. I was, for 8 consecutive minutes. I defend myself with mock indignation. That's practically a power nap in marketing time. We fall into easy rhythm, trading stories between bites. Work talk gradually gives way to deeper waters. What scares you most about this whole arrangement? Richard asks, his voice softer than before. His eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes me pause mid-bite. I pause, surprised by his directness. Honestly, that I'll start believing it myself, that I'll forget where the performance ends. And what about you? CEO with nerves of steel? What keeps you up at night? Richard sets down his chopsticks. Failure, not meeting expectations. And lately, he meets my eyes. Dragging you down with me if this blows up? I'm tougher than I look. I know you are. That's why He stops himself. That's why you're the only person I'd trust with this. Something warm unfurls in my chest, not the anxiety that's been my constant companion lately, but something lighter, brighter, a connection I wasn't expecting. Remember when we pulled that all-nighter for the Jenkins pitch? I ask. You brought in that terrible coffee at 3 a.m.? It wasn't terrible. It was authentic. It was motor oil with caffeine. We're both laughing now, and I realize how long it's been since I've felt this comfortable with anyone. This fake marriage might be built on contracts and clauses, but sitting here with Richard feels surprisingly real. Richard sets his empty container on the coffee table, his posture relaxing as he leans back against my couch. In the soft lamplight of my apartment, the sharp edges of his immaculate features seem to melt away. Can I ask you something? I say, tucking my legs beneath me. Anything? The word comes easily without his usual calculation. What do you actually want? Not for the company or your reputation. For you. His eyes widen slightly, caught off guard by my directness. He runs a hand through his hair, messing up its perfect styling. Honestly, peace? He laughs softly. Sounds simple, but I can't remember the last time I wasn't fighting some battle. Peace, I repeat, turning the word over. Not success or power. I've got those. His voice drops lower. Turns out they don't keep you warm at night. Something flutters in my chest. I've never heard Richard talk like this. What about you, Gabby? What do you want? I trace the rim of my water glass, buying time. To be seen. Really seen. Not for what I can do or how I look, but I trail off, feeling suddenly exposed. For who you are, he finishes. Our eyes meet and the air between us shifts. This doesn't feel like pretend anymore. Brandon never saw me, I admit. He saw a reflection of himself, a trophy. Richard's jaw tightens at Brandon's name. He's a fool. What about your exes? Did they see you? They saw the CEO, the bank account. He shrugs. The title, not the man. I nod, understanding completely. So we both want the same impossible thing. Is it impossible? His voice is quiet, earnest. The question hangs between us. In this moment, with contracts binding us in a fabricated marriage, I'm struck by how authentic this conversation feels. More real than anything I had with Brandon in years. I don't know, I whisper. But it's funny, isn't it? We're literally faking a relationship, yet this is the most honest conversation I've had in forever. Richard's smile reaches his eyes this time. Maybe that's worth something. I don't know what to make of the warmth spreading through me. Is this just friendship deepening? Or something more complicated that I'm not ready to name? The legal documents are forgotten now, pushed to the edge of the coffee table. Richard sits beside me, close enough that our shoulders almost touch. I'm hyper-aware of the narrow space between us, charged with something I can't, or maybe don't want to name. Richard reaches over, his hand finding mine with surprising gentleness. His fingers slide between mine, fitting perfectly. His palm is warm against mine, slightly calloused, not the soft hands you'd expect from a CEO who spends his days in boardrooms. "Is this all right?" he asks. I swallow hard. Yeah? We sit there, hand in hand, neither of us moving. I stare at our intertwined fingers, trying to remember that this is all for show, a business arrangement wrapped in the trappings of intimacy. But my body isn't getting the memo. My heart pounds against my ribs, and heat crawls up my neck. This is Richard, my friend, my boss, my soon-to-be fake husband, not someone who should make my stomach flip with a simple touch. Gabby? His voice pulls me from my thoughts. I look up to find his eyes on mine, impossibly blue and searching. There's a question there I'm not ready to answer. "This is weird, right?" I whisper. "It's not just me. It's not just you." His thumb traces a small circle on the back of my hand, and I feel it everywhere. I should pull away, set boundaries. Remember Brandon and all the reasons I swore off relationships. Remember that this isn't real. Instead, I stay exactly where I am, letting the warmth of Richard's hand and the weight of possibilities settle between us.
Chapter 14. Richard. I check my watch for the third time in 5 minutes. Everything needs to be perfect. After last night's conversation with Gabrielle, something shifted between us. The way she laughed, eyes crinkling at the corners, the vulnerability in her voice when she talked about her dreams. It stuck with me all night. The blankets spread out on the grass overlooking the lake at Golden Hour Park. I've arranged a small picnic. Nothing flashy or staged like those goddamn PR events we've been paraded through. Just wine, cheese, and those little strawberry tarts she mentioned loving as a kid. My phone buzzes. A text from my PR team asking if we need photographers. I type back a firm no and switch it to silent. This isn't about creating another photo op. I spot Gabrielle walking toward me, hair loose around her shoulders, wearing a simple sundress. Different from the power suits and carefully styled looks she wears to our public appearances. This is the real her. You didn't tell me where we were going. She approaches with a curious smile. I half expected another charity gala. Thought we could use a break from all that. I gesture to the blanket, watching how the light catches in her hair. No cameras, no reporters, no Brandon lurking in corners trying to get you alone, just us. She kicks off her sandals and sits down, tucking her legs beneath her with a grace that catches my attention. So what's the occasion? Do I need one? I pour wine into 2 glasses, making sure hers is filled perfectly. After last night, I realized we've been so focused on appearances that we haven't had a chance to just be. All these events, always performing for someone else. The sun casts golden light across her face as she takes a sip, and for a moment, I forget to breathe. There's something about seeing her relaxed, unguarded, that hits differently than all those practiced smiles for the press. This is nice. Almost feels like we're a real couple. My chest tightens at her words. That's the idea. If we're going to convince everyone else, maybe we should convince ourselves first. I hand her a plate, our fingers brushing. The electric jolt that runs through me isn't fabricated for anyone's benefit. I found this place years ago, I tell her, looking out at the water. Never brought anyone here before. Not even your actual girlfriends? Gabrielle raises an eyebrow. Especially not them. I laugh. This was always my escape. Figured it might be a good escape for us, too. Her smile feels different, genuine, unguarded. For once, I'm not thinking about stock prices or board members or damage control. I'm just thinking about her. The wine tastes better here, away from the pretense. I watch Gabrielle sample the aged cheddar I selected, her eyes closing briefly in appreciation. Something about her enjoyment feels more satisfying than closing any business deal. Not bad for a tech CEO, she teases, reaching for another piece. Where'd you learn about wine and cheese pairings? Had to impress investors somehow. I take a sip from my glass. You think they'd hand over millions because of my charming personality? She laughs, the sound genuine and unrestrained. Your charming personality. Is that what we're calling it now? What would you call it? I challenge, leaning back on one elbow. Stubborn? Demanding? Her eyes meet mine with playful defiance. Occasionally decent when you're not being a complete jerk. Occasionally decent, I'll take it. The sun dips lower, casting long shadows across the park. In this light, with her guard down, Gabrielle looks different. Not the polished marketing executive or my fake wife, just herself. Beautiful in a way that makes my chest tighten. You know what's strange? She traces the rim of her wine glass. Sometimes I forget we're pretending. Her admission hits me harder than expected. Me too. We fall silent, the weight of what's unsaid hanging between us. I've built my career on calculated risks, on never showing weakness. Yet here, with her, I feel walls crumbling I didn't even know I'd constructed. Gabi, I stop, surprised by my own hesitation. Without thinking, I reach for her hand. Her fingers are cool against mine, and I run my thumb across her knuckles. The gesture feels more intimate than any staged kiss for the cameras. Whatever happens with all this, the press, the company, Brandon, we'll get through it. My voice comes out rougher than intended. I won't let anyone hurt you again. Her eyes widen slightly, and I realize I've never spoken to her this way before. Not as my marketing director or my fake fiancé, but as someone I genuinely care about protecting. We're in this together, I add, feeling strangely vulnerable yet certain. For real. The sun dips lower on the horizon, painting the lake with streaks of amber and gold. I don't remember the last time I actually stopped to notice something like this. Usually I'm checking email or taking calls even during downtime. It's beautiful here, Gabrielle says, her voice soft. Yeah, but I'm not looking at the view anymore. We sit in comfortable silence, and I realize how rare this is for me, to feel at ease without filling every moment with strategy or action. The constant pressure to maintain control, to project strength, to never show weakness. It's exhausting. Yet here with Gabrielle, none of that seems necessary. I take another sip of wine. I feel more like myself right now than I have in months, maybe years. She turns to me, curiosity in her eyes. What do you mean? This whole fake relationship thing, it was supposed to be about creating an image, playing a part. I run a hand through my hair, searching for words, but sitting here with you feels more real than most of my actual relationships have been. The admission surprises even me. I didn't plan to say it, but it's true. When I'm in that office, I'm always Richard Hamilton, the ruthless CEO. Always on, always performing. Even before this scandal hit, I gesture between us. But this, whatever this is becoming, it doesn't feel like a performance anymore. Gabrielle studies me, her expression thoughtful. So who's the real Richard Hamilton then? If he's not the guy in the boardroom? It's a simple question that hits like a punch to the gut. Who am I when I'm not playing the role everyone expects? I'm still figuring that out, I admit. But I think he's the guy who brings you to his secret spot in the park and doesn't give a damn about what the press thinks for once. Her smile reaches her eyes and something shifts in my chest. I like that guy, she says quietly. The scripts we've been following, CEO and marketing director, fake fiancé playing parts for the cameras, suddenly seem irrelevant. Whatever's happening between us now feels too complex for those simple narratives. The sunset fades to dusk, painting the sky in deep purples and blues. I don't want this moment to end. With Gabrielle, I feel like I can breathe. Like the weight of the company, the scandal, all of it lifts for a few precious hours. You cold? I notice her slight shiver as the evening air cools around us. A little, she admits. Without thinking, I shrug off my jacket and wrap it around her shoulders. My hand lingers there, feeling the warmth of her beneath the fabric. Thank you. Her voice is soft, almost a whisper. Something clicks into place inside me. All these weeks of pretending, of calculated appearances and strategic touches for the benefit of others. And now this simple, genuine moment feels more significant than all of it. I meant what I said earlier, I tell her, my voice low and serious. About not letting anyone hurt you. She looks up at me, searching my face. Richard. No, listen. I shift closer, needing her to understand. When I saw Brandon at that Gala, the way he spoke to you, tried to get under your skin, it wasn't just about protecting our arrangement. I wanted to destroy him for what he did to you. The intensity of my feelings surprises even me. This protective instinct goes beyond business interests or maintaining our facade. I care about you, about what happens to you, about making sure no one makes you feel less than what you are. Her eyes widen slightly, and I realize I've never been this raw with her before. With anyone, really. You're a good man, Richard, she whispers, tracing patterns along my skin. Thank you. I smile. I hope we can still remain good friends when this fake marriage ends, she says. And a small part of me kind of hopes for something different. That maybe, just maybe, this fake marriage can lead into something more.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need, and you can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself, because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 15. Gabriel. The weight of my wedding ring still feels foreign as Richard and I step out of the Blacktown car. Chicago's night skyline glitters behind the venue, a historic ballroom where the city's top players have gathered for tonight's charity gala. My orange gown catches the light. It's plunging back, leaving me feeling both powerful and exposed. Ready, Mrs. Hamilton? Richard's voice carries that commanding tone that somehow manages to steady my nerves. Absolutely. I take his offered arm, my fingers pressing into the expensive fabric of his tuxedo. 3 weeks. That's how long I've been Richard's wife. On paper, at least. The ceremony was a blur. A judge, 2 witnesses, and paperwork signed in the privacy of Richard's penthouse. No flowing white dress or tearful vows. Just a strategic alliance sealed with a platinum band. The red carpet stretches before us like a gauntlet. I've walked plenty of these before, but never as someone's wife. Never as the center of this much attention. Deep breath, Richard whispers, his lips barely moving. "You look incredible." We step into the spotlight, and the world explodes into chaos. Camera flashes erupt like lightning, creating a strobe effect that makes my head spin. Voices call our names from every direction. "Richard, Gabrielle, over here." "When did you know she was the one, Richard?" "Gabrielle, how does it feel to be Mrs. Hamilton?" I force my lips into the practiced smile I've been perfecting in my bathroom mirror. Head up, shoulders back. Channel the anxiety into performance, into the character of the blissful new bride. Richard's hand slides to the small of my back, warm against my bare skin. The touch grounds me, reminding me that I'm not facing this alone. "Just like we practiced," he murmurs, guiding me forward. Smile, wave, keep moving. I follow his lead, transforming my nervous energy into calculated charm. Each flash of the cameras becomes less blinding. Each shouted question fades into white noise. I'm not Gabrielle the imposter anymore. I'm Gabrielle Hamilton, confident and radiant, the perfect complement to Chicago's most eligible bachelor. The performance comes easier than expected, maybe because part of me wants to believe it's real. Inside the ballroom, crystal chandeliers cast a warm glow over the sea of designer gowns and tailored tuxedos. Richard's hand remains at the small of my back as we navigate through, stopping occasionally to exchange pleasantries. "Champagne?" Richard plucks 2 flutes from a passing server's tray. "My hero." I accept the glass, taking a small sip. I think my face might crack from all this smiling. Richard leans closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Want to know a secret? I've been mentally calculating our company's tax deductions for attending this thing." A genuine laugh escapes me. "Seriously? During all that red carpet posing?" "Absolutely. Especially during that interview with Channel 7. His blue eyes dance with mischief. When they asked about our honeymoon plans, I was estimating how many write-offs we could claim if we called it a business trip." I shake my head, fighting another laugh. "And here I thought that dreamy look in your eyes was all for me." "Well, tax deductions are pretty sexy." He winks, and I nearly choke on my champagne. "Almost as sexy as quarterly reports," I counter, raising an eyebrow. Richard's laugh is deep and unrestrained. It's a sound I've heard before, but rarely in public where he maintains his CEO persona. "Careful, Mrs. Hamilton. Talk like that might give people the wrong idea about what happens behind closed doors." "What, that we spend our evenings reviewing marketing strategies?" I lean in, lowering my voice. "Scandalous. I'll have you know my PowerPoint transitions are considered very seductive in certain circles." This time, I can't contain my laughter. An older couple nearby glances our way, smiling at what must look like newlywed bliss. "See?" Richard murmurs. "We're convincing them already. Or they think we're slightly unhinged, laughing about spreadsheets at a charity gala." "Spreadsheets?" Richard places a hand over his heart in mock offense. I would never be so crass. I was clearly talking about slide transitions. I have standards, Gabby. For a moment, I forget we're playing roles. The weight of pretense lifts, and we're just Richard and Gabrielle again, friends who've always been able to make each other laugh. The energy between us shifts as the night progresses. Richard's hand rests casually on my waist, his thumb occasionally brushing against the exposed skin of my back. Each touch sends electricity through me. Not the nervous kind I've felt during our public appearances, but something deeper, more genuine. I catch myself studying his profile as he speaks with the mayor. The sharp line of his jaw, the way his eyes crinkle slightly when he's being polite, but not fully engaged. I've known this man for years, worked alongside him, respected him. But tonight, something feels different. What would it be like if this wasn't pretend? The thought crashes into my consciousness with surprising force. What if those casual touches weren't calculated for an audience? What if that ring on my finger meant what it's supposed to mean? I'm pulled from my thoughts when I spot him, Brandon, standing near the bar, watching us with barely concealed contempt. Our eyes lock for a brief moment, and I feel the familiar tightening in my chest. But instead of the usual anxiety, something defiant rises within me. "Everything okay?" Richard asks, noticing my slight tension. I turn to him with a smile that's not for the cameras or the crowd. "Everything's perfect." I step closer, placing my hand on his chest. "Tell me more about that project you mentioned earlier." Richard's eyebrow raises slightly. He knows I've already heard about the project, but he plays along, leaning down so his words brush against my ear. "Which part interested you most?" I laugh, a genuine sound that bubbles up from somewhere light and free inside me. My hand slides up to his shoulder, lingering there as I look up at him through my lashes. "The part where you completely reinvented the approach. It was brilliant." From the corner of my eye, I see Brandon's knuckles whitening around his glass. Good. Richard's arm circles my waist more firmly, drawing me closer. "I had excellent inspiration," he says, his voice dropping to that low register that makes my skin warm. I beam up at him, no longer acting. The chemistry between us is palpable, electric, real in a way that catches me off guard. Brandon's presence fades to background noise as Richard's blue eyes hold mine, full of questions neither of us is ready to answer. I can't stop looking at him. Even as we're forced to mingle amongst different crowds, I still find myself glancing back at him. Richard works the room like he was born for it, shaking hands and making small talk with investors who hang on his every word. I'm supposed to be engaged in conversation with the wife of a board member, but my attention keeps drifting to my husband, who turns everyone's heads just by walking through the door. There's something mesmerizing about watching Richard in his element, the confident set of his shoulders, the way his hand gestures punctuate his points, the flash of white teeth when he laughs at someone's joke, not his polite CEO laugh, but something that reaches his eyes. He's quite something, isn't he? The board member's wife follows my gaze with a knowing smile. He is, I admit, not having to fake the warmth in my voice. When Richard catches me staring, he doesn't look away. Instead, his eyes hold mine across the crowded room, and he gives me a small private smile that makes my heart stutter. Not the camera-ready grin we've practiced, but something softer. I take a sip of champagne to hide my reaction, but the bubbles can't mask the fluttering in my chest. What would it be like to come home to that smile every night? To have those strong hands cup my face, not for show, but because he couldn't bear not to touch me. The fantasy builds in my mind, lazy Sunday mornings reading the paper together, his fingers absently playing with my hair, late nights talking strategy, but ending with kisses instead of handshakes, his voice, rough with sleep, calling me wife and meaning it. For the first time since we signed those marriage papers, I don't feel like I'm playing a part. The ring on my finger catches the light, and I find myself twisting it thoughtfully. What started as a business arrangement is beginning to feel like something else entirely. Richard excuses himself from his conversation and makes his way toward me, his eyes never leaving mine. My pulse quickens with each step he takes. Maybe this isn't just pretend anymore. Maybe it never was.
Chapter 16. Richard. The cameras are a sea of flashing lights as Gabrielle and I make our exit from the Gala. Her hand fits perfectly in mine, warm and soft. I give it a gentle squeeze and she responds with a dazzling smile that reaches her eyes. Damn, she's beautiful tonight. Richard Hamilton, over here! A photographer waves frantically. I surprise myself by actually stopping. Evening, fellas, getting our good side. You two look amazing together, one of them shouts. That's because she makes me look good, I reply, pulling Gabrielle closer to my side. The words tumble out effortlessly, not calculated for once. Gabrielle laughs, the sound genuine and musical. Please, you clean up pretty well yourself. Just one more photo, another paparazzo calls out. I glance at Gabrielle, who gives me a playful eye roll but nods. We pause for a moment, and I wrap my arm around her waist. The familiar scent of her perfume, something floral and warm, fills my senses. You're in a good mood, she whispers as we pose. Why wouldn't I be? I've got the most stunning woman in Chicago on my arm. The cameras eat it up, but I'm not performing anymore. The realization hits me like a freight train. We break away from the crowd and continue toward the waiting car, our laughter mingling in the cool night air. Gabrielle stumbles slightly in her heels, and I steady her, my hand lingering on the small of her back. Careful there, marketing genius. Can't have you breaking an ankle before our big presentation next week. My hero, she teases, patting my chest. The simple touch sends electricity through me. As we approach the car, I can't help but notice how the streetlights catch the golden flecks in her eyes. I open the door for her, bowing dramatically. Your chariot awaits, Mrs. Hamilton. She curtsies in response. Why, thank you, kind sir. The paparazzi are still snapping away, but I couldn't care less about them anymore. All I see is Gabrielle. All I feel is this strange lightness in my chest that I haven't experienced in years. You know, I say as she slides into the car, I think that's the first time I've actually enjoyed dealing with those vultures. The driver pulls away from the curb, and I finally relax against the leather seat. Gabrielle kicks off her heels with a contented sigh, tucking her legs underneath her and leaning slightly against my shoulder. God, these things are torture devices. She wiggles her toes. But worth it for how my bottom looked in this dress. Can't argue with that assessment. I smirk, earning a playful swat on my arm. Richard Hamilton, you're not supposed to agree so quickly. What? I'm just being honest. The whole room noticed. I loosen my tie, suddenly feeling warm. Including Brandon's date, who couldn't stop staring daggers at you. Gabrielle's laugh fills the car. Did you see his face when we walked in? I thought he might spontaneously combust. Serves the jerk right. I reach for the small bar in the car. Nightcap? Yes, please. She watches me pour 2 fingers of whiskey into crystal tumblers, showing Brandon what he's missing. Our glasses clink, and she takes a generous sip, her eyes never leaving mine. The whiskey burns pleasantly down my throat, but it's nothing compared to the heat building between us. You know, she says, shifting closer until her thigh presses against mine, you played the doting husband perfectly tonight. Not exactly hard to do. Her hand lands on my knee, and I nearly choke on my drink. Is that so? You fishing for compliments, Gabi? I cover her hand with mine, thumb tracing small circles on her wrist. Maybe. Her smile is playful, slightly tipsy. Is it working? The car hits a bump, and she tumbles slightly against me, laughing as her body presses into mine. I steady her with a hand at her waist, but don't move it away when she straightens up. You don't need to fish, I murmur, suddenly aware of how close her lips are to mine. You already know you're incredible. Her fingers drift up my thigh, light and teasing. Tell me anyway. The car feels impossibly small now, charged with electricity. Her perfume fills my senses, and I find myself leaning in, drawn by some magnetic pull I can't resist. You're brilliant, I whisper, my voice rougher than intended. Beautiful. Completely maddening sometimes. She laughs softly, her breath warm against my neck as she rests her head on my shoulder. Only sometimes. My breath catches as I lean in, drawn to her like a magnet. Our lips hover inches apart, the tension between us electric. Her eyes flutter closed, and I'm about to close the distance when the car jerks to a stop. We've arrived, sir, our driver announces, his voice shattering the moment. Gabrielle's eyes snap open and she pulls back slightly, clearing her throat as she smoothens out the wrinkles in her dress. For a second, we just stare at each other, the almost kiss hanging between us. "Damn," I mutter under my breath. She laughs, the sound low and intimate. "Timing, right?" I clear my throat, trying to regain my composure. "Right." The driver opens the door and the cool night air rushes in. I step out first, offering my hand to help Gabrielle. Her fingers lace with mine as she emerges from the car, her dress shimmering under the streetlights. We stand there for a moment, neither of us speaking. Her building looms behind her, all sleek glass and modern lines. I should say goodnight. I should get back in the car. I should. "Do you want to come up?" Her voice is soft but steady, her eyes meeting mine with unmistakable intention. My heart hammers against my ribs. "Are you sure?" She nods, squeezing my hand. "Very sure." "Then yes." The words tumble out without hesitation. I turn to the driver. "You can go. I'll call when I need you." He nods discreetly and slides back into the car. As we walk toward her building, my hand finds the small of her back. The doorman nods in recognition as we pass, and Gabrielle leads me to the elevator. The doors close with a soft ping, leaving us alone in the mirrored box. "Richard," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. I turn to her, and this time there's no interruption. I cup her face in my hands and press my lips to hers. She melts against me, her arms winding around my neck as she kisses me back with equal fervor. The elevator stops, but we barely notice until the doors slide open. Breathless, we break apart and Gabrielle takes my hand again, leading me down the hallway to her door. The door to Gabrielle's apartment barely closes before I'm pushing her against it, my hands framing her face as our lips crash together. The champagne on her tongue mingles with her sweetness. I press my body against hers, pinning her to the door as my fingers tangle in her hair. "Damn, I've wanted to do this all night," I growl against her mouth. Her hands grip my lapels, pulling me impossibly closer. "What took you so long?" I laugh, the sound rumbling deep in my chest as I trail kisses down her neck. Her head falls back against the door with a soft thud, giving me better access. I taste her skin, savoring the salt and sweetness there. "Richard," she gasps, her fingers digging into my shoulders. I capture her mouth again, hungrier this time. This isn't for show. No cameras, no audience, just us. The realization makes me kiss her harder, deeper. My hand slides down to her waist, feeling the curve of her body through the silky fabric of her dress. "You have no idea what you do to me," I murmur against her lips. Her hands move to my tie, tugging it loose. "Show me." I press her harder against the door, one hand braced beside her head, the other gripping her hip. The kiss turns desperate, weeks of tension finally breaking. Her leg hooks around mine, pulling me closer until there's no space left between us. "Is this real?" she whispers, breaking away just enough to look into my eyes. The vulnerability there nearly undoes me. "It's the most real thing I've felt in years," I admit, my voice raw with honesty. Her eyes search mine for a moment before she pulls me back in, her kiss softer now, but no less intense. I lose myself in her, the scent of her perfume, the taste of her lips, the feel of her body against mine. "Bedroom?" I ask against her mouth. She nods, but neither of us moves, too caught up in each other to break apart.
Chapter 17. Gabriel. I'm tangled in the sheets with Richard, our bodies pressed together in a dance of heat and desire. His lips move against mine with an urgency that makes my head spin. Gabriel. He breathes against my neck. His voice is different now, raw, unfiltered, nothing like the polished CEO the world knows. I run my fingers through his hair, pulling him closer. Every touch feels electric, discovering each other for the first time. The moonlight streaming through my bedroom window casts shadows across his muscular shoulders, highlighting the intensity in his eyes as he looks down at me. "You're beautiful," he growls, trailing kisses down my collarbone, my chest, making me gasp. His hands are everywhere, strong, confident, exploring every inch of me. I close my eyes as his palms slide up my sides, then down again, mapping a path that leaves goosebumps in their wake. This isn't part of our arrangement, isn't calculated or planned, and that makes it all the more intoxicating. When his hands finally settle between my thighs, I can't help the moan that escapes me. His fingers trace light circles, teasing me, before he gently spreads me open. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Richard. I push through Solar Vista's glass doors, my mind still replaying fragments from last night. The taste of wine, Gabrielle's laugh, her skin against mine. I straighten my tie, nodding at the receptionist while trying to maintain my demeanor. But inside, total chaos. Gabrielle and I crossed a line we can't uncross. The fake marriage was supposed to be strategic, clean, professional, controlled. Now it's complicated. My phone buzzes with a text from her. "Morning. Coffee later." Simple words that make my heart pound like I'm some goddamn teenager. I don't reply yet. Need to get my head straight first. The executive floor is quiet this morning. I stride toward my office, already mentally sorting through the day's meetings when I spot Lawrence through my glass door. The chairman of the board sits in my chair, flipping through what looks like quarterly reports. Great. Just what I need. "Lawrence," I say, entering my own office like I'm the visitor. "Didn't expect to see you this morning." He looks up, that inscrutable expression on his face that's made him legendary in boardrooms across the country. "Richard, thought I'd catch you before your day gets rolling." I drop my briefcase on the side table. "What's on your mind?" "Have a seat." He gestures to the chair across from my desk, my own desk. I remain standing. I'm good. Lawrence closes the folder he was reading. "The marriage with Gabrielle seems to be going well. The board's impressed with how you've handled the PR turnaround." "Thanks." I remain standing, hands in my pockets, deliberately casual while he sits in my chair. "We're making it work." That's the problem with success, Richard. Just when things start looking up. He pauses, studying my face with that calculating stare that's dissected 1,000 CEOs before me. There's always another challenge around the corner. My stomach tightens into a hard knot. Something in his tone sets off every warning bell I have. "What are you getting at?" "Martina Suarez is in Chicago." The name hits me like a punch to the gut, knocking the air from my lungs. "Martina? Since when?" I keep my voice steady despite the sudden rush of memories threatening to surface. "Arrived yesterday. Her father's company is looking at acquiring some AI startup downtown." Lawrence watches my reaction carefully, cataloging every micro-expression. "Thought you should know, given your history." I run a hand through my hair, memories flooding back. Martina Suarez, brilliant, fierce, unpredictable. Our relationship burned hot and fast 6 months before I met Gabrielle. 3 intense months that ended as explosively as it began. That's ancient history, Lawrence. Is it? He raises an eyebrow. The tabloids had a field day with you two, and now you're in this very public marriage with Gabrielle. What's your point? My point is that Martina isn't known for her discretion or for taking rejection well. Lawrence stands, straightening his jacket. Just be prepared. The daughter of Suarez Tech showing up while you're playing happy newlyweds with your marketing director. Seems like convenient timing. I sigh heavily. Martina is exactly the complication I don't need right now. She's tech royalty, brilliant in her own right, but also heir to her father's Fortune 500 empire. Our breakup wasn't pretty. I appreciate the heads up, I say, finally claiming my chair back as Lawrence moves toward the door. But I don't see how this affects anything. What Martina and I had was brief. It's over. For your sake, and Sola Vista's. I hope you're right. Lawrence pauses at the doorway. Just remember, we've barely recovered from the last scandal. Lawrence lingers, staring at me as I try to make my hands busy. He's 15 years older than me, full of so much wisdom and experience. Out of all the people on this planet, he's one of the few that can make me squirm. Look, Richard, I've been in this game a long time. As your mentor, I want to see you succeed. His voice drops, taking on that fatherly tone I've come to recognize over the years. You've got the talent, the vision. Hell, you've turned this company into something special. I nod, appreciating the rare compliment even while sensing the but that's coming. But someone like Martina? He shakes his head. She could easily come into your life again and tear everything if she wanted to. That woman's got connections, resources, and a vindictive streak a mile wide. My jaw tightens. He's not wrong. Martina doesn't just burn bridges. She nukes them from orbit. She's in a position to do real damage, Lawrence continues. To you, to Gabriel, to everything we've built. If she starts talking about your past together while you're parading around with your new wife. He lets the implication hang in the air. I get it, I say, trying to keep my tone even. I'll handle Martina. Be careful, Richard, that's all I'm saying. His grip on my shoulder tightens briefly before he releases me. Suarez Tech isn't just another company. They're potential competitors, partners, or predators depending on the day. And Martina has her father's ear. I exhale slowly, the weight of this new complication settling in my gut. Just when things with Gabriel were getting real. Complicated in a different way, but real. I appreciate the warning, I tell him, meaning it despite my frustration. I'll keep my guard up. Lawrence nods, seemingly satisfied. Good. That's what I needed to hear. He moves toward the door, then pauses. By the way, that charity dinner next week. Martina's on the guest list. Perfect. Thanks for the heads up, I say as Lawrence heads out. I mean it. He gives me a final nod before disappearing down the hallway, leaving me alone with this bombshell. I drop into my chair, rubbing my temples. Martina Suarez, in Chicago, at the charity dinner. My phone buzzes again, reminding me of Gabrielle's text. I stare at it for a long moment, my thumb hovering over the screen. After last night, everything's changed between us. What started as a business arrangement crossed into something real, something I can't pretend doesn't exist. And now Martina. I pick up my phone and type, Coffee sounds perfect. Meet me at Reverie at 11. Need to talk about something. 3 dots appear immediately then. Everything okay? Yes. Just something you should know. Nothing bad. I pause, then add, about us. I set the phone down and lean back in my chair. Gabrielle deserves the truth. All of it. The thought of hiding Martina's arrival from her makes my stomach turn. We've built something, whatever the hell it is, on a foundation of honesty, even if the marriage itself started as a lie. My phone buzzes with her reply. See you at 11. I exhale slowly. The smart move would be to downplay my history with Martina, to treat it like just another ex. But Gabrielle isn't just my fake wife anymore. After last night, Christ, I can't even define what we are now. But I know one thing. I won't lie to her. Not about this. Not about anything that could blindside her later. The memory of Gabrielle's face this morning flashes through my mind. Peaceful, vulnerable, trusting. Whatever's happening between us is worth protecting, which means being upfront about Martina before she becomes a problem. I pull up my calendar and clear my schedule until noon. This conversation needs to happen face to face, with no distractions and no nonsense. Gabrielle deserves that much.
Chapter 19. Gabriel. I slide into the seat across from Richard at the Reverie, exactly at 11. The cafe hums with the quiet energy of late morning. Espresso machines hissing, soft indie music playing overhead, the clink of ceramic against wood. I've been here 1,000 times, but today everything feels different. Richard taps his fingers against his coffee mug, his eyes darting around the room before settling on me. Something's off. His jaw is tight, shoulders tense under his crisp button-down. Hey. I take a sip of the latte he's already ordered for me. Cinnamon with oat milk. Just how I like it. You okay? Yeah, I'm good. His smile doesn't reach his eyes. The silence between us stretches uncomfortably. Last night flashes through my mind, his hands on my waist, the heat of his skin against mine. Is that what this is about? Did crossing that line break something between us? Look, if this is about last night, I start. It's not. Richard cuts me off, then softens his tone. I mean, last night it was amazing. That's not what's bothering me. I relax a fraction. Then what is it? You look like you're about to jump out of your skin. He takes a deep breath, both hands wrapped around his mug like he needs something to anchor him. It's not about us sleeping together, I promise. It's something else entirely. Okay. I lean forward, studying his face. The Richard I know doesn't get rattled easily. This is the man who stares down boardrooms of investors without breaking a sweat. Then what's going on? His eyes finally lock with mine, and I see something there I rarely witness in Richard Hamilton. Uncertainty. I need to tell you something, and I'm not sure how you're going to take it. I hold my breath, waiting for whatever bombshell Richard's about to drop. 1,000 possibilities race through my mind. Is the fake marriage ending? Did the media find out we're not real? Is he being ousted as CEO after all? Martina's in town, he says, his voice dropping low, almost to a whisper. The name hits me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. Martina Suarez. I've never met her, but I know the name all too well. The tech heiress with the Midas touch. Richard's ex from 3 years ago. The one relationship he rarely discusses. The woman whose shadow occasionally darkens conversations at industry events. Oh, it's all I can manage. My brain scrambles to process what this means for us, for our arrangement. Richard runs a hand through his hair, messing up his perfect style. His fingers linger at the nape of his neck, a nervous gesture I've rarely seen him display. I wanted you to hear it from me first, before anyone else. Our relationship was intense, volatile. When it ended, things got messy, really messy. Messy how? I ask, trying to keep my voice steady while my mind races through worst-case scenarios. She doesn't take rejection well, at all. His jaw tightens, a muscle twitching along the sharp line. When I broke things off, she tried to sabotage a major deal I was working on. Nearly cost the company millions. His eyes darken with the memory. I wouldn't put it past her to try something now that she's seen the news about us. She's calculating and she's connected. That's a dangerous combination. I take another sip of my latte, buying time while my brain processes this information. And you're telling me this because I respect you. Because we're in this together. His eyes lock with mine. And because if she approaches you or tries anything, I want you to be prepared. A strange feeling blooms in my chest, something hot and uncomfortable. I recognize it with surprise, jealousy, which is ridiculous. This arrangement with Richard is just business, right? Even after last night. What does she look like right now? The question slips out before I can stop it. Richard looks taken aback. Dark hair, olive skin. Beautiful, I guess. Why? I shrug, aiming for nonchalance. Just want to know who to watch out for. Gabby, he says, reaching across the table to take my hand. You have nothing to worry about. That relationship was a mistake from the start. We were toxic together. I'm not worried, I lie, pulling my hand away. We're not actually married, remember? You can date whoever you want. The hurt that flashes across his face is gone so quickly I almost think I imagined it. Right, he says. Of course. I nod, gathering my drink between my hands. We should probably head back to the office soon. Richard's eyes don't leave my face. Yeah, probably. My thoughts swirl like the cinnamon in my latte. Last night floods back, his lips against my neck, whispered words in the darkness, the way our bodies fit together perfectly. It felt real. But now Martina's name hangs between us, and doubt creeps in like a cold draft. What am I doing? This arrangement was supposed to be simple. A business transaction that benefited us both. But somewhere between the fake smiles for cameras and late-night conversations, lines blurred. I let myself believe there might be something real growing between us. I sneak a glance at Richard. He's watching me with those intense blue eyes that see too much. Against my will, I picture Martina. Exotic, wealthy, brilliant. The kind of woman who belongs on Richard's arm. Not someone like me, still picking up pieces after Brandon shattered my confidence. Gabby? Richard's voice cuts through my spiral. You sure you're okay? I'm fine. The lie slips out easily. Just thinking about that marketing presentation I need to finish. He doesn't buy it. I can tell by the way his eyebrows pull together slightly, but he doesn't push. The truth knots in my stomach. How could Richard Hamilton, who dated literal tech royalty, ever genuinely want me? Last night was probably just convenience, stress relief. Two people caught in a fake relationship blowing off steam, nothing more. What hurts most is how much I want it to be real. How, despite my best efforts to keep this professional, I've fallen for the man sitting across from me. The man who's only with me because his reputation needed saving. I take another sip of my latte, using the mug to hide my expression. I need to get my emotions under control. This thing with Richard has an expiration date. Martina's appearance is just a reminder of the world he actually belongs in. A world where I'm just passing through. Really, I'm fine. I repeat, more to convince myself than him. Let's talk strategy for that upcoming Jones campaign later. I really have to get back. I push back my chair and grab my purse before Richard can say another word. That presentation won't finish itself. Gabby, wait. It's fine, Richard. Seriously. I force a smile that feels like it might crack my face. Thanks for the heads up about Martina. I'm out the door before he can stop me, the cool air hitting my face like a slap. My feet move rapidly against the pavement as I put distance between us. Only when I'm sure he can't see me do I slow down, letting out a shaky breath. God, I'm such an idiot. Richard Hamilton, tech genius, billionaire CEO, the man who dated Martina Suarez, brilliant, beautiful, and born into wealth and privilege. And here I am, feeling special because he slept with me after too much alcohol. A couple passes me on the sidewalk, holding hands and laughing. I look away, picking up my pace. I've always known about Richard's reputation, the string of gorgeous women, the lavish dates splashed across social media. But it was abstract before, just stories about a friend and colleague. Now it's different. Now it hurts. Last night replays in my mind. The way he looked at me in the dim light of my apartment. How he whispered my name. I thought I saw something real in his eyes. But what if it was just another conquest? What if I'm just convenient? The fake wife who happened to be there when he needed release. I stop at a crosswalk, waiting for the light to change. My reflection stares back at me from a storefront window. Professional outfit, carefully applied makeup, hair styled just right. The perfect corporate image. But underneath, I'm still the same insecure woman who let Brandon treat her like garbage. The light changes, and I move forward with the crowd. I need to get it together. This arrangement with Richard is temporary, a business deal. I can't afford to forget that again, no matter how good his hands felt on my skin or how safe I felt falling asleep in his arms. I take a deep breath, straightening my shoulders. I won't let myself become collateral damage in Richard Hamilton's complicated love life. I've been someone's emotional punching bag before. Never again.
Chapter 20. Richard. The lights of the charity gala bounce off crystal chandeliers, creating a shimmer that matches the forced sparkle in Gabrielle's eyes. I've seen her genuine smile enough times to know this one, isn't it? Something's off. She's been quiet all evening, her usual vibrant energy dimmed like someone turned down her brightness setting. "You good?" I whisper, my hand resting at the small of her back as we pose for another photo. The silk of her navy blue dress is cool beneath my palm, but I can feel the heat of her skin through the fabric. Perfect. Her smile doesn't waver, but it doesn't reach her eyes either. That single word carries a weight that contradicts its meaning entirely. The cameras flash, capturing what looks like a happy couple to everyone else. Only I can feel the tension in her spine, the slight distance she's keeping between us despite standing close enough to maintain appearances. As CEO, I'm used to reading rooms, sensing shifts in energy. But with Gabrielle, it's different. I actually give a damn when something's wrong with her. I scan the room, spotting Martina across the ballroom. She's wearing red, always her power color, and surrounded by the usual entourage of tech investors. Our eyes meet briefly before she raises her champagne flute in my direction. That smirk hasn't changed. Martina's here, I say, guiding Gabrielle toward the bar. Want something stronger than champagne? She pulls away slightly. I'm fine with this. I need to use the restroom. Before I can respond, she's gone, weaving through the crowd with practiced ease. I watch her disappear, that knot in my stomach tightening. This isn't about Martina. Something else is eating at her. I order a whiskey neat and down half of it in one go. When Gabrielle returns 15 minutes later, her makeup is refreshed, but her eyes look tired. Gabi, talk to me. What's going on? Nothing. Just smile for the cameras, Richard. She takes my arm, that perfect facade back in place. Isn't that what we're here for? I try again during dinner, leaning close while others at our table are distracted. Is this about Martina? Because... Not now. She cuts me off with a smile that could fool anyone else. The Collins Foundation director is watching us. Every attempt to connect with her hits a wall. She's masterful at deflection, answering questions about our relationship for curious gala attendees while keeping me at arm's length. The disconnect between the woman pressed against my side and the one who shared my bed last night is driving me crazy. Martina approaches during dessert, all calculated grace. Richard, darling. And this must be the new wife I've heard so much about. Martina, this is my wife, Gabrielle, I say, emphasizing the word wife as I place my hand protectively on Gabi's lower back. Gabrielle, this is Martina Suarez. Oh, yes, the marketing director turned Mrs. Hamilton, Martina purrs, her eyes assessing Gabrielle like she's examining code for bugs. What a swift transition. I always thought Richard would never settle down. Too married to the company, weren't you, darling? The possessive darling hangs in the air between us. I feel Gabrielle stiffen beside me. Some things are worth changing for, I reply, my jaw clenching. Gabrielle extends her hand with perfect poise. Pleasure to meet you, Martina. Richard's mentioned you. Has he? Martina's perfectly manicured eyebrow arches. I'm sure those were fascinating conversations. Tell me, how does one go from pitching marketing strategies to sharing a last name with the CEO? I'm genuinely curious about the professional development path. My blood pressure spikes, but before I can interject, Gabrielle laughs. A confident, unbothered sound that surprises me. The same way anyone falls in love, I imagine. Though I suppose some people find it harder to understand genuine connection. Gabrielle's smile is sharp enough to cut glass. If you'll excuse me, I need another drink. She squeezes my arm briefly before gliding toward the bar, head high, every inch the executive's wife. I watch her go, impressed and concerned in equal measure. Well, she's got fire, Martina says, swirling her champagne. Though honestly, Richard, an employee, the board must be having fits. Don't talk about her like that, I growl, keeping my voice low despite the rage building in my chest. You don't know her. And you do? After what? A few months? Please. She rolls her eyes. You're still the same impulsive Richard jumping into things without thinking them through. You don't get to judge my marriage or my wife. Gabrielle is worth 10 of you, and if you ever speak to her like that again... You'll what? Martina shrugs, completely unfazed. Relax, Richard. Your little arrangement doesn't concern me. I was just making conversation. It wasn't conversation. It was disrespect. Oh, suddenly you care about respect? She laughs lightly. That's new. I step closer to Martina, my voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. Watch it. You're crossing a line. Am I? She tilts her head, that infuriating smirk still playing on her lips. I thought we were past drawing lines, Richard. We're done here. My tone leaves no room for argument. Enjoy the rest of your evening, preferably from the other side of the room. Martina's laugh follows me as I walk away. Be serious with yourself. She won't last, Richard. They never do. I ignore her and scan the crowd for Gabrielle. The bar area is packed with people in expensive clothing, but I spot her easily. She's always stood out in a crowd. What I don't expect is to see her laughing, actually laughing, with Harrison Kent. The guy's been trying to poach talent from my company for years. And now he's leaning close to my wife, saying something that makes her throw her head back with genuine amusement. The sight hits me like a sucker punch. That's the real smile I've been trying to coax out of her all night, and Kent manages it in, 5 minutes? I watch as he touches her arm, letting his hand linger. Gabrielle doesn't pull away. Something hot and possessive surges through me, surprising in its intensity. This isn't just about maintaining our cover anymore. I cross the room in long strides, sliding my arm around Gabrielle's waist. There you are. Her body tenses briefly before she relaxes into me. Richard. Harrison was just telling me about his disastrous product launch in Tokyo. Was he? I meet Kent's eyes with a cold smile. Fascinating. Kent grins, raising his glass. Hamilton, your wife is delightful. Where have you been hiding her all these years? Right under my nose, apparently. I pull Gabrielle closer. I see you've met my competition, sweetheart. Competition is a strong word, Kent quips, tilting his head. His curly blonde tufts of hair fall naturally over his forehead. I prefer to think of us as motivated colleagues. Motivated to steal my engineers, maybe, I counter, not bothering to keep the edge from my voice. Gabrielle shifts beside me. Harrison was actually sharing some interesting thoughts on our latest campaign. I'm sure he was. My jaw clenches. Ken's always interested in what's happening at Hamilton Tech. Ken takes a step back, raising his hands in mock surrender. Easy there, Hamilton. Just making conversation with the most interesting person in the room. He gives Gabrielle a respectful nod. Mrs. Hamilton, it was truly a pleasure. Perhaps we'll continue our conversation another time, when your husband isn't looking quite so murderous. He slides away into the crowd, and I feel Gabrielle's elbow dig into my ribs. Was that really necessary? She keeps her smile in place for the benefit of onlookers, but her voice carries a sharp edge. Harrison was just being friendly. That wasn't friendly, that was reconnaissance. I guide her toward a quieter corner of the ballroom, my hand still possessively at her waist. Kent doesn't make small talk unless he's fishing for information. Oh, please. She rolls her eyes. We were talking about travel disasters, not trade secrets. You scared him off for no reason. I was playing my part. The excuse sounds hollow even to my own ears. Isn't that what a jealous husband would do? Stake his claim when another man is hitting on his wife? Gabrielle stiffens, pulling slightly away from me. Let's be clear, there's no claim to stake. This is all fake, remember? Her eyes search mine, challenging me. You don't need to act possessive when cameras aren't around. The words hit harder than they should. I've been telling myself the same thing for weeks, but the truth is becoming harder to deny. What started as a contract has evolved into something I can't easily define. Something that makes my chest tighten when she laughs with other men. Right, fake. I force a casual shrug, just making sure our cover is convincing. Her expression softens slightly, uncertainty flickering across her features. Richard, we should probably talk about... Another drink? I interrupt, not ready for whatever conversation she's about to start. Not here, surrounded by industry vultures waiting for us to slip up. Sure. She hesitates, then nods. Champagne, please. As I flag down a server, I catch her watching me with that same thoughtful expression from earlier. We're both dancing around the truth. That somewhere between the press conferences and private moments, the lines have blurred beyond recognition.
Chapter 21. Gabrielle. I flip through the campaign materials on Richard's desk, but the numbers blur together. All I can think about is Martina's smug face at the gala a few nights ago, her hand possessively touching Richard's arm while she pretended I wasn't standing right there. These projections are solid, I say, keeping my voice professional. The board should be impressed. Richard nods, leaning against his desk instead of sitting behind it. You think so? I'm not sure about the Q3 estimates. They're conservative. Better to underpromise and overdeliver. I tap the spreadsheet with my pen, avoiding his eyes. Smart. His voice has that low, warm quality that used to make me feel like we were the only two people in the room. Now it just reminds me of things I shouldn't want. The silence stretches between us. I should ask more about Martina. I should say something about our night together. I should do anything except stand here pretending we're just colleagues discussing a marketing campaign. How are you holding up? Richard finally asks, crossing his arms. Has Brandon tried to reach out and mess with you? I'm fine. He's been keeping his distance, thank God. I straighten a stack of papers that doesn't need straightening. Right. Richard clears his throat. Listen, about Martina. You don't owe me explanations. The words come out sharper than I intended. I know I don't. That's not what He runs a hand through his hair, messing it up in that way that makes him look less CEO and more human. Forget it. I need a bathroom break, if that's okay. Richard is already pushing back from his desk. I nod, trying to focus on the spreadsheet in front of me. I'll keep reviewing the demographics while you're gone. The moment the door clicks shut, I exhale. Being alone with Richard feels different since our night together. The air between us crackles with unspoken questions, especially since Martina showed up. A soft buzz draws my attention to Richard's phone, screen still illuminated on his desk. The device vibrates again with an incoming text. Before the screen can dim, I reach over and tap it, keeping it active. I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. But my finger hovers over the message notification. Martina's name sits there, taunting me. What is she texting him about? Their accidental run-in at the Gala didn't seem accidental at all. The phone starts to dim again, and I tap the screen once more to keep it alive. My heart pounds against my ribs. This isn't me. I don't snoop through people's phones. But the doubt gnaws at me. The same doubt Brandon planted that grew like a weed. What if Richard is just like Brandon? What if this whole engagement is just for show, and he's actually reconnecting with his ex behind my back? I glance at the office door, still closed. The phone buzzes again, another message from Martina. My finger hovers over the notification. One tap and I'd know what she's saying to him. One tap and I could either silence my fears or confirm them. I swallow hard, staring at the glowing screen, caught between my need to know and my desire to trust. I tap the notification before I can talk myself out of it. The message thread opens, and my stomach drops. Martina's latest texts appear at the bottom. Dinner tomorrow? That little Italian place you love? Just like old times. Richard, don't leave me hanging. I know you're busy playing house, but we have unfinished business. I miss your hands on me. No one compares to you. My face burns hot as I scroll up, each flick of my thumb revealing more messages from her. They're all one-sided, dozens of texts over the past few days with no responses from Richard. But that doesn't stop my racing heart. I keep scrolling back, until suddenly I hit older conversations, from years ago, from when they were together. On my way, wear that red thing I like, Richard's text from 3 years ago. Still thinking about last night. You're insatiable. Martina's reply. My throat tightens. I shouldn't be reading this. These intimate exchanges, their passionate back and forth, the explicit details of their relationship. It's like watching a car crash. I can't look away even though each message twists the knife deeper. Photos appear as I scroll. Nothing explicit, but intimate enough. Martina in his shirt, Richard kissing her cheek at some beach. Their life together documented in pixels and words. Nausea rises in my throat. I set the phone down, hands trembling. This is exactly what I did with Brandon. Compare myself to his exes. Wonder why I wasn't enough, and here I am, doing it again. I wipe my sweaty palms on my skirt and carefully place Richard's phone back exactly where it was, screen down. I step away, heart hammering against my ribs. What was I thinking? This isn't me. I don't invade people's privacy like this. The doorknob turns. I grab the marketing report and pretend to study it, hoping my face doesn't betray what I've just done. The door swings open and I snap my eyes back to the marketing report, heart thundering so loudly I'm certain Richard can hear it. My chest feels like it's about to explode. I force my breathing to steady as he walks back in, praying my face doesn't give me away. Guilt claws at my throat. I've never been the snooping type before. Find anything interesting? He asks, settling back against his desk, his tall frame casting a shadow across the papers in my hands. Just reviewing the demographics. My voice sounds strained even to my own ears, like it belongs to someone else. I clear my throat, trying to regain composure. Nothing groundbreaking. Richard studies my face with those intense blue eyes that seem to catch everything. You okay? You look frazzled. I'm fine. I shuffle papers around, avoiding his gaze like a guilty teenager. The image of Martina's name on his phone burns in my mind. Just hungry. Skipped breakfast this morning. You always get cranky when you skip meals. His voice carries that familiar teasing tone, the one that used to make me smile. Now it just twists my stomach into knots. I wonder if he used that same tone with Martina, if she ever sat in this exact spot, feeling special because the great Richard Hamilton noticed her eating habits. I miss your hands on me. No one compares to you. Martina's words flash in my mind, and I have to fight the urge to flinch. 3 years of history between them. 3 years of intimacy I've now witnessed like some digital voyeur. Gabriel? Richard waves his hand in front of my face. You sure you're okay? Just distracted. Low blood sugar. I close the folder and stand up, needing to escape. I should probably grab something to eat before I pass out. Not a total lie. I feel like passing out, but for a very different reason. Perfect timing. I'm starving too. He reaches for his jacket. That new place on 5th is supposed to have amazing lunch specials. I can't. The words come out too quickly. I already have plans. With someone else. Richard's expression shifts, his smile faltering. Oh? Anyone I know? Not intimately. Jake Young. The lie tastes bitter. Marketing stuff. Boring, really. We're going to discuss a campaign mishap and try to smooth out the edges before it moves forward. He nods slowly, disappointment evident in the set of his shoulders. Right. No problem. I gather my things, desperate to leave before I fall apart completely. I'll finish reviewing these reports this afternoon. Gabrielle? He starts, then stops himself. Never mind. Enjoy your lunch. I force a smile that feels like it might crack my face. Thanks. You too. I walk out of his office with measured steps, maintaining composure until I'm safely in the hallway. Then my pace quickens, each step carrying me further from Richard and the weight of what I've done. Dinner tomorrow? That little Italian place you love. Just like old times. I punch the elevator button, my vision blurring with unshed tears. What was I thinking? Snooping through his phone like that? And worse, what am I going to do about what I found out?
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 22. Richard. I down my scotch in one gulp, the burn barely registering through the fog of stress clouding my mind. The bar's ambient noise provides just enough cover for this conversation. Exactly why I chose to meet Lawrence here instead of at the office. Seen this? I slide my phone across the polished wood, displaying the latest hit piece questioning my relationship with Gabrielle. Lawrence adjusts his glasses, scanning the article with practiced neutrality. His eyes narrow as he reads aloud. Sources close to the couple note growing tension. Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton barely spoke at last week's investor dinner. Christ, they're vultures. Don't they have anything better to do than dissect your marriage? They're not entirely wrong. I signaled the bartender for another round, tapping my fingers impatiently against the bar top. My throat still burns from the first scotch, but I need the numbing effect of another. Things with Gabi have been complicated. A mess is more like it. Complicated how? A few weeks ago, you two looked ready to devour each other at the charity gala. The board was practically popping champagne over how convincing you two were. Lawrence leans forward, lowering his voice. My jaw tightens so hard I can feel a muscle twitch. I run a hand through my hair, messing up the perfect style I'd maintained all day for the executive meeting. That was before she found my text with Martina. Before everything went bad. Oh. Lawrence's expression shifts from confusion to understanding, his eyebrows rising slightly. He sets his drink down carefully. And what exactly did she find? Please tell me it wasn't anything that could cause more PR problems. Nothing damning. Just Martina being Martina. Flirty, bringing up old memories. I run a hand through my hair, frustration bubbling up. Gabi's been distant ever since. Won't talk about it. Just puts on a smile for the cameras, then retreats behind this wall. From where I'm sitting, it looks like you're letting your ex sabotage the best thing that's happened to you in years. The truth of his words hits harder than the alcohol. Damn. Is that all you have to say? Damn! What do you want me to say? That I'm terrified I've ruined everything? That I don't know how to fix this? My voice drops. That I'm scared she'll never trust me again? Lawrence leans forward. Is that what's really bothering you? Or is it that you actually care about her more than you plan to? I stare into my glass, watching the amber liquid catch the light. I care about her, Lawrence, more than I expected to. The admission feels like ripping off a bandage. Quick, painful, but necessary. Lawrence's expression softens. Anyone with eyes can see that. It was supposed to be simple. I downed the rest of my drink, welcoming the burn. But Gabi, she's extraordinary. Smart as hell, resilient. Makes me laugh even when everything's falling apart. And the way she looks at me, used to look at me, like she saw something worth believing in. So what's stopping you from telling her that? Pride? Fear? I shake my head. She won't even stay in the same room with me long enough to have a conversation. And Brandon's not helping matters. Lawrence's eyebrows shoot up. Brandon, that piece of work is still in the picture? Not directly, but I'm certain he's the one feeding these nonsense stories to the press. My fist clenches around the empty glass. Every article quotes sources close to the couple, describing problems that only started after Gabi found those texts. The timing's too perfect. You think he's trying to drive a wedge between you? I know he is. He wants her back, and he's using every dirty trick to make it happen. The thought of Brandon manipulating Gabi again makes my blood boil. He knows exactly which insecurities to target, and I played right into his hands with those texts. So what are you going to do about it? I look up from my glass, determination replacing the self-pity. I need to talk to her. Really talk to her. Not just about the texts or Brandon's games, but about us. What this has become. And what has it become, Richard? Everything. The word escapes before I can stop it. Raw and honest in a way I rarely allow myself to be. She's become everything to me. Not just this fake marriage or some business arrangement. Gabi is... She's the first thing I think about when I wake up, and the last before I fall asleep. Lawrence's smile catches me off guard, a rare, genuine expression that transforms his usually serious face. It's almost disconcerting to see the chairman looking so damn pleased with himself. Never thought I'd see the day, he says, clinking his glass against mine. Richard Hamilton, falling head over heels. The same guy who told me relationships were just distractions from the bottom line. I didn't say that. The denial comes automatically, but lacks conviction even to my own ears. I'm not fooling anyone, least of all myself. It's complicated. You didn't have to. Lawrence leans back, studying me with that analytical gaze that's made him such an effective chairman. It's written all over your face. The great Richard Hamilton finally met his match. But be careful, kid. You've got people actively working against you. That ex of hers isn't going to just walk away quietly. I tense. What do you mean? Think about it. Martina conveniently texts you just as things with Gabrielle are heating up. Brandon feeds stories to the press the moment there's a crack in your relationship. His expression hardens. These aren't coincidences. They might be coordinated attacks. Damn. The realization hits me like a punch to the gut. I've been so focused on my feelings for Gabrielle that I missed the bigger picture. Martina's never gotten over you walking away, and Brandon, well, men like him can't stand losing. They'd rather destroy something than see someone else have it. Lawrence's voice drops. They want to see you fail, Richard, both of you. I've underestimated them. I grip my glass tighter, anger building beneath my skin like a storm gathering force. The crystal edges dig into my palm, and I welcome the sharp sensation. It gives me something to focus on besides the rage. And they're counting on that. Brandon knows exactly which buttons to push with Gabriel. Martina knows how to make you look bad without saying anything explicitly wrong. Lawrence sighs, running a hand over his face. You're fighting a two-front war here, and they've been planning their strategy while you've been playing defense. So what's your advice? How do I fix this? I demand, setting the glass down before I shatter it. My mind is already racing through scenarios, contingency plans forming and dissolving as quickly as I can think of them. Be honest with her, completely honest. No more half-truths or strategic omissions. Lawrence fixes me with a stern look, the kind that reminds me why he's chairman of the board. And for God's sake, cut Martina off completely. Block her number. Delete all mention of her in your phone. I can't believe you still had old pictures of yourselves together, you fool. She's toxic and you know it. Always has been. You just didn't want to admit it. I nod, my resolve strengthening with each passing second. The path forward is suddenly clear as the day. And Brandon? I ask, my voice dropping to a dangerous edge that would make my executive team flinch. Brandon's trickier. You can't control his actions, but you can control how you respond. Lawrence's expression softens slightly. If you truly care about Gabrielle, and it's clear you do, then prove it. Not just with words, but with actions.
Chapter 23. Gabriel. I stir my coffee for the 10th time, watching the dark liquid swirl into a mini vortex. The ceramic spoon clinks against the sides of my mug, creating a rhythm that matches my racing thoughts. My favorite cafe used to be my sanctuary. Now it feels like another place where I can't escape my own mind. You gonna drink that or hypnotize it? The barista calls over with a smile. Working on it, I answer, forcing a smile that doesn't reach my eyes. I glance down at my phone, scrolling through yet another article about Richard's power move at the charity gala. There's a photo of him looking commanding in his tailored suit, jaw set in that determined way that used to make me feel protected. Now it just reminds me of the distance growing between us. My thumb hovers over a text thread with Richard that's been silent for 2 days. What happened to us? 1 minute we're sharing wine and falling into bed together. The next we're strangers navigating a minefield of misunderstandings. A notification pops up. Another comment on our engagement photo. They look so staged compared to Richard and Martina back in the day. Just saying. My stomach twists into a painful knot. I switch apps. But it's no better on Instagram, where someone's tagged me in a side-by-side comparison with Richard's ex. The caption reads, "Upgrade or downgrade? You decide." The comments section is a battleground I'm not equipped to fight in today. My mental health can't handle it. I lock my phone and push it away like it's burned me, which it might as well have. The coffee I ordered has gone cold, just like everything else in my life right now. The bitter liquid mirrors the taste in my mouth whenever I think about Richard and his silence. This is ridiculous, I mutter to myself, running my hands over my face, feeling the tension in my jaw. We're supposed to be convincing everyone else we're madly in love, but we can't even talk to each other for days. The messages I saw on his phone replay in my mind on an endless loop. The casual intimacy, the inside jokes with Martina, the pictures, the sexting. It was enough to make me question everything. Our arrangement, my position at the company, and worst of all, these inconvenient feelings I've been developing. I take a sip of my lukewarm coffee and grimace. This fake marriage was supposed to benefit both of us, but instead, I'm sitting alone in a cafe, spiraling deeper into the same insecurities Brandon planted. Only now they're blooming in new soil, fertilized by silence and doubt. What kills me most is that I know what real connection with Richard feels like. I've tasted it, and now I'm watching it slip away, powerless to stop it. I'm lost in my thoughts when a shadow falls across my table. My stomach drops as I look up to see Brandon sliding into the seat across from me, uninvited as always. Gabriel. His voice carries that familiar warmth that once made my knees weak. Thought I might find you here. Still hiding out at Café Lucerne when life gets tough, huh? I should tell him to leave. The words form in my mind but die before reaching my lips. I'm too exhausted for another confrontation. What do you want, Brandon? My voice sounds hollow even to my own ears. He leans forward, concern etched across his face. It's the same expression he'd wear after humiliating me at parties, when he'd later claim he was just trying to help me loosen up. I wanted to check on you. You look, well, not great. He gestures to my untouched coffee. Trouble in paradise already? I'm fine. The lie tastes as bitter as my cold coffee. Brandon's eyes soften. Come on, Gabby. I know you better than that. I've seen the photos from the gala. Richard parading around like the big man on campus, while you followed him like a shadow. He reaches for my hand, but I pull it away. That's not the confident woman I know. You don't know me anymore. Don't I? Because the Gabrielle I know wouldn't let herself be someone's PR stunt. His words hit their target with precision. Has he even called you today? Yesterday? You're sitting here alone, looking miserable. I say nothing, which he takes as permission to continue. Listen, I'm not trying to upset you. I just hate seeing you repeat patterns. First me, which I take full responsibility for, and now Richard using you as his image rehabilitation project. He sighs dramatically. At least I was honest about my flaws. Richard's presenting himself as your knight in shining armor while texting his ex behind your back. My head snaps up. What are you? Everyone knows about him and Martina. They've always had a thing, even when they weren't together. He shrugs. Some connections never really die, you know. You're lying, I snap, finding my voice. You've always been good at twisting things to fit your narrative. Brandon's face remains calm, almost sympathetic. Am I? Check your phone, Gabby. It's all over the gossip sites. I don't need to check anything. I know Richard. The words come out stronger than I feel. Inside, something cold and familiar starts to spread. That same doubt Brandon used to plant so effectively. Do you? He pulls out his own phone, scrolling quickly before turning the screen toward me. Last Tuesday, Richard at the Young Tech Mixer. And look who's conveniently in the background. My stomach drops as I see the photo. Richard in deep conversation with investors. And there she is, Martina, stunning as always. Watching him from across the room, her olive skin glows under the venue lighting, her dark hair cascading over one shoulder as she stands with a champagne flute, her eyes fixed on Richard with an unmistakable intensity. I hate how beautiful she looks, how confident, everything I've been pretending to be. They were at the same event. That means nothing, I say, but my voice lacks conviction. What about this one? He swipes to another article. Martina and Richard spotted leaving Toscana's within 10 minutes of each other last Thursday. The headline reads, Tech Power Couple Rekindling Old Flames. Thursday. The night I stayed home because I couldn't face another social event feeling like this. You know how these tabloids work, I counter, but the pit in my stomach grows deeper. Sure, and one coincidence I'd ignore. But 3 separate sightings in 2 weeks? Brandon's voice softens. Look, I'm not trying to hurt you. I just don't want you blindsided again. I want to throw his concern back in his face, but doubt has already taken root. Richard's recent distance, the messages I found, now these sightings, they're forming a pattern I can't ignore. He never mentioned seeing her, I admit quietly. Brandon nods knowingly. Of course not, because he knows how it would look. It's not what you think, isn't it? I mean, he got what he wanted from you, right? A fake marriage to boost your images. Mission accomplished. Now he's free to slip back into old habits while keeping up appearances. Brandon leans closer. You deserve someone who's not just using you as a stepping stone, Gabby. I stare at Brandon, the familiar weight of his manipulation settling on my shoulders. His voice drips with concern, but his eyes, those eyes I once thought were sincere, gleam with something else. Satisfaction. He's enjoying this. You know what? I've heard enough. I slam my palm against the table, making our cups rattle. You think you're so clever, don't you? Swooping in when I'm vulnerable, planting all these doubts. Brandon's expression shifts to wounded innocence. I'm just trying to protect you. Nonsense. The word explodes from me, sharp and loud enough that nearby patrons turn to look. I lower my voice but keep the intensity. You've never protected me from anything except happiness. Come on, Gabriel. This thing with Richard is fake. You signed up for a business arrangement. He leans back, crossing his arms. Don't tell me you've actually fallen for your own PR stunt. And what if I have? My voice wavers slightly, but I press on. What if it started as something else but became real? That would really mess with your plans, wouldn't it? Brandon scoffs. You're delusional. Richard Hamilton doesn't do real relationships. He does transactions. Just like this little charade you're playing. You don't know anything about what Richard and I have. I know it's built on a lie. His voice cuts like glass. And lies don't make solid foundations, Gabby. You taught me that, remember? Something snaps inside me. I grab my purse and stand up, knocking my chair back. What Richard and I have may have started as something else, but it's more real than anything you and I ever had. I sling my bag over my shoulder. At least he sees me, the real me, not just some trophy to parade around when it's convenient. He's using you, Brandon calls after me as I turn to leave. No, that's what you did. I pause, looking back at him one last time. And I'm done letting you or anyone else tell me what's real in my life. I push through the cafe door and step onto the sidewalk. My heart hammering against my ribs, the fresh air hits my face, cooling the heat of anger in my body. I have no idea what to believe anymore, but one thing is clear. I won't find answers sitting across from Brandon.
Chapter 24. Richard. I've been pacing my office all damn morning, checking my phone every 2 minutes, and fighting the urge to call Gabi for the 20th time. The messages I sent last night are still unread. I hate this feeling of being out of control, of not knowing where we stand. It's driving me insane. Through my glass wall, I spot her walking down the hallway toward her office. Finally, I grab my phone and rush out, ignoring my assistant's question about the upcoming board meeting. Nothing else matters right now except fixing whatever the hell went wrong between us. "Sir, you have a call with..." "Reschedule it!" I snap, not breaking stride. The board can wait. This can't. I reach Gabi's office just as she's setting her bag down on her desk. She doesn't look up when I enter, but I catch the slight stiffening of her shoulders. She knows it's me. That subtle tension in her body language tells me everything I need to know about where her head's at. This isn't going to be easy. "We need to talk." My voice comes out harder than I intended, the frustration of the past 24 hours bleeding through. Gabi arranges folders on her desk, still not meeting my eyes. "I have a presentation to finish for the Westlake account. Their team is expecting it by noon. This can't wait." I close her office door and stand in front of it. "You've been avoiding me since yesterday." "I'm not avoiding you." She finally looks up, her expression carefully neutral. "I'm doing my job." "Nonsense!" I step closer. Something changed. "I'm really busy, Richard." She cuts me off, opening her laptop. "Some of us can't just reschedule our entire day on a whim. The marketing department actually has deadlines to meet." 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking." "Not now." She pulls up a presentation, fingers tapping aggressively on her keyboard. I'm too busy. I straighten up, frustration building in my chest. "When, then? Tonight? Tomorrow? Next week, when you've decided I'm worth talking to again?" She doesn't flinch at my tone. I need to focus on work right now. "This is about us, Gabi. About what's real between us." "Is there something real between us?" Her voice is quiet but cuts straight through me. Or is it just another strategy? "It's real to me, Gabi." My voice drops, the anger giving way to something more vulnerable than I'm comfortable with. "What I feel for you goes way beyond this arrangement, beyond the PR strategy, beyond everything we initially agreed on." She shakes her head, pushing away from her desk to stand. "That was never supposed to happen, Richard. Feelings weren't part of the deal." "I know, but..." "No." She cuts me off, her eyes flashing with frustration. "I didn't sign up for this crap. This was supposed to be simple. We fake a relationship, fix your image problem, help my career, and move on with our lives. Clean and professional." I step closer, but she backs away, maintaining the distance between us. "Life isn't that neat and tidy, Gabrielle. It has to be." Her voice cracks slightly. "This whole arrangement is too messy now. You're my boss. We work together. And now there are... feelings? What happens when this blows up in our faces?" "Who says it has to blow up?" She laughs, but there's no humor in it. "Because that's what happens, Richard. People get hurt. Lines get crossed. And I've been down that road before. This isn't like Brandon. I'm not..." "Don't." She holds up her hand. "Don't bring him into this. This isn't about him." "Then what is it about?" I demand, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Because from where I'm standing, it seems like you're running scared the minute things get real between us." "Maybe I am," she admits, crossing her arms. "But that's my right. This was supposed to be a business arrangement with clear boundaries. Now it's all complicated and messy. And I didn't sign up for this emotional roller coaster." I run a hand through my hair, frustration building again. "So what now? We just pretend nothing's changed? Go back to faking it for the cameras while ignoring what's happening between us?" "It doesn't matter." Gabi shrugs, her eyes distant. What's the point of falling for you when you're clearly not over your past? When you've got baggage you refuse to let go of? I stare at her, completely blindsided. What the hell are you talking about? Martina. The name hangs between us like a loaded gun. I've seen how she looks at you at every event we've been to recently. The charity gala, the tech conference, even the mixers. And I've seen how you respond. My jaw drops. Are you serious right now? I haven't even spoken to Martina. Really? Her eyebrow arches skeptically. So all those texts from her I saw on your phone were just my imagination? I drag my hand down my face. And you just assumed the worst? What was I supposed to think? Your ex keeps texting you and you never mentioned it. Because there's nothing to mention. I throw my hands up. Yes, she's been reaching out. She keeps wanting to reconnect. I've been ignoring her. Gabi crosses her arms tighter. That's not what it looked like from those messages. Jesus, Gabi. You want to know what those texts said? She's been trying to get me to meet up, and I've been shutting her down every single time. I step closer, willing her to look at me. I'm not interested in Martina. I haven't been for years. Then why keep her number? Why not block her? Because we work in the same industry, because it's complicated. I sigh, frustration mounting. But that doesn't mean I want her back. Gabi remains unmoved, doubt clear in her eyes. I don't know if I believe you. I step closer to her desk, fighting the urge to just grab her and make her understand. Instead, I take a deep breath and soften my approach. Can we just sit down for a minute? Please? She hesitates, then gives a small nod. I pull up the chair across from her desk and wait as she reluctantly sits back down. Tension hangs between us like a physical thing. I reach across the desk and take her hand in mine. She doesn't pull away, but she doesn't squeeze back either. What do I have to do to prove that I want to be with you and only you? Because I do, Gabi. Whatever you need from me, I'll do it. Block Martina's number. Done. Make a public statement. Just say the word. Tell me what you need. Gabi shakes her head, her eyes meeting mine with a sadness that punches me in the gut. That's just it, Richard. I want to believe you. I really do. She pulls her hand away gently. But your actions aren't aligning with your words. You say all these things, but I don't feel like you're making me a priority. What does that mean? How am I not? It's the little things, she interrupts. The way you'll check your phone during our dinners. How you'll reschedule our plans when work comes up. The fact that you've never once mentioned to me that your ex was still in the picture, even if just through texts. I open my mouth to argue, but stop myself. She's not entirely wrong. I know you're busy. I know you're under pressure. I get it. I do. Her voice softens. But I don't feel like I'm important enough for you to change any part of your life for. And that's okay. It's not okay. It is. She gives me a small, resigned smile that makes my chest ache. This is all fake anyway, right? We don't owe each other anything beyond what we agreed to. I shouldn't expect more, and you shouldn't have to give more. The word fake hits me like a slap. After everything we've shared, the nights talking until dawn, the way she laughs at my terrible jokes, how perfectly she fits against me when we sleep, she still thinks this is just for show? It's not for show. And it stopped being for show a long time ago. But how do I make her understand that?
Chapter 25. Gabriel. The butterflies in my stomach feel more like vultures tonight. Every camera flash hits like a spotlight on my insecurities as Richard and I step onto the red carpet. Ready? Richard's hand presses against my waist, warm and steady. I nod, not trusting my voice. His touch sends electricity through me, the kind I'm desperately trying to ignore. Gabrielle. Richard. Look this way. The photographers bark orders like drill sergeants. Richard's arm slides around my body, pulling me closer. My body responds before my brain can object, fitting against his side like we're two pieces of the same puzzle. "You look incredible tonight," he whispers, his lips brushing my ear. Just playing my part, I manage, though the words taste bitter. Because it's not just a part anymore, is it? Somewhere between fake smiles and real laughter, I've crossed a line I promised myself I wouldn't. Another camera flash, another question shouted. How does it feel being the power couple of tech? Richard answers smoothly while I force my lips into the practiced smile. My mind screams that this isn't real, that I'm setting myself up for another Brandon-sized heartbreak. But my heart, that traitor beats faster every time Richard looks at me. "Just a few more minutes," Richard murmurs, squeezing my hand. I squeeze back, hating how natural it feels, how right. The carpet stretches before us like a crimson river, and each step draws us deeper into this charade that doesn't feel like pretending anymore. A reporter thrusts a microphone toward me. "Gabrielle, what's your secret to balancing your relationship with your career?" I freeze. The question hits too close to home. Because I'm not balancing anything. I'm falling, tumbling headfirst into feelings for a man who proposed this arrangement as a business transaction. Richard steps in smoothly. We make each other priorities. Right, babe? His eyes meet mine, and there's something there beyond the performance. Something that makes my resolve weaken. Absolutely, I hear myself say. We finally reach the entrance to the venue, the massive doors offering escape from the media frenzy. As we step inside, I take my first full breath in what feels like hours. But the knot in my stomach only tightens, because outside was just cameras. In here, I have to face the harder truth that I'm falling in love with Richard Hamilton, that there's nothing fake about it, and that this might be the worst mistake of my life. I take a glass of champagne from a passing waiter, grateful for something to occupy my hands. Richard stands beside me, effortlessly charming a group of investors with his latest vision for the company. His confidence is magnetic. I can see it in the way people lean toward him, hungry for his attention. And of course, none of this would be possible without Gabrielle's marketing genius, he says, sliding his arm around my waist again. I smile on cue. He gives me too much credit. "Nonsense," says a woman in a sleek black dress. "Your campaign for the Newton Project was brilliant. I've been following your work for years." The compliment catches me off guard. Genuine professional recognition, not just curiosity about my relationship with Richard. I engage with her about marketing strategies, feeling a spark of my old self. The Gabrielle who existed before Brandon, before Richard, before this whole charade. "You two make quite the power couple," another guest comments, eyeing us with something between admiration and envy. "We balance each other," Richard says, his fingers tracing small circles on my hip. The casual intimacy of it makes my skin tingle. I force myself to focus on the conversation, not the warmth of his touch. This is what we do now, perform our perfect partnership for an audience. I've gotten good at it, maybe too good. The line between performance and reality blurs more each day. We move through the crowd like a well-choreographed dance. I laugh at the right moments, touch Richard's arm when appropriate, lean in close when someone shares a confidence. All while my heart hammers against my ribs, screaming that this isn't pretend anymore, at least not for me. "You're amazing tonight," Richard whispers during a brief moment alone. "Everyone loves you." "Just doing my job," I reply, hating how brittle my voice sounds. His eyes search mine, and for a terrifying second, I think he sees through me, sees the mess of feelings I'm trying to hide. But then someone calls his name, and the moment shatters. I take another sip of champagne and paste on my smile. The show must go on. As my eyes sweep across the venue, I pause suddenly, I spot Brandon the second he enters the ballroom. My radar for him has always been painfully accurate, like prey sensing a predator. His eyes scan the crowd until they lock on me, and that familiar smirk slides across his face. My stomach drops. "Richard," I whisper, gripping his arm tighter. "Brandon's here." Richard's jaw tenses. "Stay close to me." We continue our conversation with the tech journalist from Silicon Valley Weekly, but my focus fractures. Brandon weaves through the crowd with deliberate slowness, stopping to chat with people who matter, working his way toward us. "And how did you two manage to keep your relationship so private before the announcement?" asks a journalist with sharp eyes and a sharper smile. Richard launches into our practice response while I try to appear engaged, nodding at appropriate intervals. But Brandon's approach feels like a countdown to disaster. Then he's there, inserting himself into our circle with the ease of someone who believes every room belongs to him. "Mind if I join this fascinating discussion?" Brandon's voice cuts through the conversation. He doesn't wait for permission before extending his hand to the journalist. "Brandon Moore, I believe you know my work." The reporters recognize him immediately. He's become a well-known young lawyer for various tech companies in need of legal help. I watch their expressions shift from polite interest to hungry anticipation. They sense a story brewing. "Actually, I'm glad you're all here," Brandon continues, his eyes never leaving my face. "I think your readers deserve the truth about this arrangement." "Brandon," I warn, but he speaks over me. It's fascinating watching Gabrielle's meteoric rise since attaching herself to the CEO. His words drip with false concern. She's always been ambitious, but this, he gestures between Richard and me. This is masterful strategy. The journalist's pens hover over their notepads. One pulls out a phone, clearly recording. "What exactly are you implying?" asked the woman from Silicon Weekly. Brandon's smile widens. "I'm not implying anything. I'm stating facts. Gabriel has always known exactly how to use people to get ahead. I should know. I was her stepping stone before Richard." My face burns with humiliation as the journalists turn to me, their expressions hungry for my reaction. "Brandon, that's enough." Richard steps forward, his body angling protectively in front of me. "You're embarrassing yourself." Brandon's eyes gleam with malice. "Am I? Because I think your investors might be interested to know that Gabrielle herself told me this whole relationship is a farce." The words hit like a physical blow. My lungs seize up as every eye turns to me. "What did he just say?" whispers one of the journalists. "Is that true?" asks another, already typing furiously on her phone. Richard's voice cuts through the murmurs. "That's absolutely ridiculous. Brandon is clearly—" "Ask her," Brandon interrupts, pointing at me. "Ask Gabrielle if she didn't sit with me in Café Lucerne and tell me the truth about this whole thing." My mouth opens, but no words come out. The memory crashes over me. I'd been weak, confused, exhausted, and it slipped out on accident. God, why did I do that? Why did I give this man an inch when he's known for taking a mile? "Gabrielle?" Richard turns to me, confusion and the first flickers of betrayal darkening his eyes. The journalists are recording everything. I see phones pointed at us, catching my deer-in-headlights expression. Someone from the board is approaching, alarm written across his face. I need some air," I manage to choke out. Brandon smirks. "Running away? That's confirmation enough, isn't it?" My vision blurs with unshed tears. The room suddenly feels too hot, too small, too full of prying eyes and judgmental whispers. I can't breathe, can't think. I turn and push through the crowd, ignoring Richard calling my name. My heels nearly fall off my feet as I head for the exit, dignity unraveling with each step. Behind me, I hear the excited buzz of gossip, already spreading like wildfire. Outside, the night air hits my face, but it doesn't cool the burning humiliation coursing through me. I flag down the first taxi I see and slide into the back seat, finally allowing the tears to fall.
Chapter 26. Richard. I see Gabi's face crumple, the mask of composure she's worn all evening shattering in an instant. Before I can reach for her, she turns and pushes through the crowd, her shoulders hunched as if warding off physical blows. Gabi, wait! My voice is lost in the chaos Brandon has unleashed. Brandon. The smug satisfaction on his face makes my blood boil as he watches her retreat. She doesn't look back. Her pace quickens as she reaches the exit, hand raised desperately for a cab. One pulls up immediately. Of course it would when I need her to stay. And she's gone, ducked slamming behind her. The yellow cab disappears into traffic, taking with it the woman I've only just realized means more to me than any business deal ever could. The vultures descend before I can even process what's happening. They circle, scenting blood in the water, their predatory instincts activated by Brandon's calculated revelation. Mr. Hamilton, is it true your marriage is a publicity stunt? Richard, did you fabricate this relationship to save your company's reputation? Was this all orchestrated to distract from the scandal? Microphones thrust in my face. Camera flashes blind me. I feel cornered, my suit suddenly too tight, the room too hot. My jaw clenches so hard I might crack a tooth. Every CEO instinct tells me to control the situation. But all I can think about is Gabi's face, as Brandon exposed our secret to everyone who matters in our industry. No comment. The words come out harsh, clipped. A reporter blocks my path. But Brandon Moore claims he has proof. Get out of my way! I shove past him, not giving a damn how it looks. My phone's already at my ear. Marcus, front entrance now. The questions follow me, relentless, hungry. Each one lands like a physical blow. I want to turn around, grab Brandon by his perfectly pressed collar, and beat that smug smile off his face. But that would only prove his point, that I'm desperate, out of control. My driver pulls up, tires screeching. I yank the door open and dive inside, slamming it against the shouted questions and camera flashes. Drive, I bark. As we pull away, I catch a glimpse of Brandon in the rearview mirror, standing on the steps of the venue, watching my retreat with satisfaction. The bastard planned this. He waited until we were surrounded by media, until there was nowhere to hide. My hands are shaking with rage and something else. Fear. Not for myself or my company, but for what this means for Gabi. For us. I need to find her. But the look on her face when she fled. Gabi's place, I tell Marcus, my voice tight. Fast as you can. The city blurs past my window as we speed through the night. I check my phone every 30 seconds, hoping for a text or call from her. Nothing. I try calling her again, but it goes straight to voicemail. My mind races through everything that's happened between us. The fake marriage that started feeling real. The nights we spent talking until dawn. The way she looks at me when she thinks I'm not paying attention. I've been so focused on the company, on appearances, that I missed what was right in front of me. When we pull up to her building, I don't wait for Marcus to open the door. I'm out before the car fully stops, striding across the sidewalk and into the lobby. The night doorman recognizes me and nods as I head for the elevator. The ride to her floor feels endless. When the doors finally open, I practically run down the hallway to her apartment. My knuckles hit her door with more force than I intended. Gabi, it's me. Please open up. I wait, hearing nothing but silence from the other side. My heart hammers against my ribs. I know you're in there. Please. I press my forehead against the door, feeling the cool surface against my skin as I lower my voice. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about tonight. About everything. Still nothing. The silence is deafening. I knock again, gentler this time, desperate for any response. happened tonight? That's on me. I let things get distant between us. I got caught up in my own nonsense and didn't protect what mattered. My voice cracks, betraying the emotion I've been holding back. What matters? You. I can hear movement inside now, the soft padding of footsteps. She's there, just on the other side of this door, so close yet completely out of reach. Brandon planned that ambush, but I should have seen it coming. That manipulative bastard. I should have been honest with you about how I feel, about what this has become for me. I swallow hard, my throat tight with the weight of unsaid words. This isn't just for show anymore, not for me. It hasn't been for a while. I wait, heart pounding. Gabi, please. I know I don't deserve it, but I'm begging you to open the door. Give me a chance to make this right, to be the man you deserve. The door opens and my heart stops. Gabi stands there, her face streaked with tears, eyes red and swollen. Her makeup is smeared, mascara leaving dark trails down her cheeks. She looks small, vulnerable, nothing like the confident woman who commands every room she enters. I don't hesitate. In one motion, I step forward and pull her into my arms, holding her against my chest like she might disappear if I let go. She feels fragile, her body trembling slightly against mine. I bury my face in her hair, breathing in her scent. I don't care about any of it, I whisper fiercely. The company, my reputation, the board, none of it matters. I could lose it all tomorrow, and be fine. I pull back just enough to look into her eyes, my hands cupping her face. All I want is you, Gabi. Just you. She shakes her head, fresh tears welling in her eyes. You don't mean that, Richard. This is your life's work. Everything you've built. Yes, I do. My voice is steady, certain in a way I've never felt before. I mean every word. I've spent years chasing success, thinking it would fill whatever was missing. It never did. My thumb gently wipes a tear from her cheek. But you, being with you, even in this mess we created, for the first time I feel whole. Her lips part slightly, surprise and something else, hope maybe, flickering across her face. I can't wait another second. I lean down and capture her lips with mine, pouring everything I can't say into the kiss. It's desperate, passionate, nothing held back. My hands slide into her hair, cradling her head as her arms wrap around my neck, pulling me closer. The kiss deepens and I feel her tears on my face. Or maybe they're mine. I don't know anymore where I end and she begins. All I know is that this woman in my arms is everything I never knew I needed. When our lips finally part, I'm breathless, my heart hammering against my ribs. I rest my forehead against hers, unwilling to create even an inch of distance between us. Her eyes still glistening with tears. Search mine. Richard, she whispers, her voice cracking with emotion. I love you. 3 simple words. That's all it takes to crack me open completely. Something shifts inside me, a final wall crumbling away. For years I've built fortresses around myself, around my heart. CEO, leader, decision maker, always in control, always calculating the next move. But here, with Gabi's confession hanging in the air between us, I feel truly seen for the first time. Say it again, I murmur, needing to hear it one more time to believe it's real. Her hands frame my face, thumbs gently stroking my cheeks. I love you, Richard Hamilton. Not the CEO, not the fake husband. You... I close my eyes, letting her words wash over me. The weight I've been carrying, the constant pressure to perform, to maintain appearances, to be the person everyone expects, it all falls away. In its place is something I've never felt before. Completion. Peace. I love you too, Gabi. The words come easily now. No hesitation, no fear. I've been fighting it, telling myself this was just for show, but I can't anymore. I don't want to. I pull her closer, my arms tightening around her waist as if she might slip away. I'm not letting you go. Not now that I have you. Really have you. I press a kiss to her temple, her cheek, the corner of her mouth. Brandon, the company, the press, they can all go to hell. You're what matters. She melts against me, and I feel her smile against my neck. No more pretending. No more pretending, I promise, drawing back just enough to look into her eyes. Just us. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 27. Gabrielle. I pull Richard into my living room, my heart racing with desire. My fingers work quickly at his buttons, sliding his jacket off his shoulders. I need you, I whisper against his mouth, pushing him down onto my couch. He lands with a soft thud, looking up at me with those intense blue eyes that see right through me. I climb on top of him, my dress hiking up as I straddle his lap. The heat between us is undeniable. I can feel him hardening beneath me, and I rock my hips slightly, drawing a sharp intake of breath from him. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 28. Richard. The sun creeps through the blinds, warming my face. I stir, disoriented for a moment until memories of last night flood back. After the couch, we move to Gabby's bed, her body against mine, everything we said to each other. I stretch my arm across the sheets, finding her side empty but still warm. The scent of her perfume lingers on the pillow. I breathe it in, savoring it like a man who's been wandering the desert, finally finding water. Sounds drift from another room. The clatter of pans, the sizzle of something cooking. My stomach growls in response. I grab my boxers from the floor and pull them on, not bothering with anything else. There's something liberating about this morning. No need to maintain the CEO facade. No pressure to be anything but myself. Following the mouth-watering smell, I pad barefoot down the hallway. I stop at the kitchen doorway, taking in the sight before me. Gabi stands at the stove, wearing nothing but my dress shirt from yesterday. It hangs off one shoulder, revealing her smooth, dark skin. Her curls are wild around her face as she flips a pancake with practiced ease. Bacon sizzles in another pan, and a bowl of scrambled eggs waits to be cooked. Damn, I mutter under my breath, the word escaping before I can catch it. She turns spatula in hand and catches me watching her. A smile spreads across her face, not the polished one she gives to clients or cameras, but something real and unguarded. Morning, she says. Hungry? I cross the kitchen in 3 strides, wrapping my arms around her waist from behind. I press my lips against her neck, inhaling the scent of her skin mixed with breakfast. Starving, I murmur against her ear. She smiles, ushering me to the dining room table. As much as I want her to sit on my lap, she wiggles away back to the kitchen. Then Gabi slides a heaping plate in front of me. Golden pancakes, crispy bacon, and fluffy scrambled eggs. My stomach growls again as I take a seat at her kitchen island. Jesus, you trying to feed an army? I grab the fork she offers and dig in immediately. She laughs, pouring coffee into a mug before sliding it toward me. Figured you'd need the energy after last night. I take a long sip, watching her over the rim. The coffee's perfect, strong and black, exactly how I need it. I could get used to this, I say between bites. Waking up to breakfast, and you in my shirt. Her smile falters slightly as she leans against the counter, picking at a piece of bacon from her own plate. About that. I set my fork down, suddenly alert. What's wrong? We need to figure out what we're going to do. She takes a deep breath. The media knows our engagement started as a PR stunt. Reality crashes back like a bucket of ice water. The gala last night. Brandon's accusations. The cameras capturing every second of our humiliation. Damn! I rub my hand across my face. The board's going to have a field day with this. My phone's been blowing up since dawn. My publicist sent about 20 texts. She crosses her arms over her chest, shoulders tensing. We're trending on Twitter, and not in a good way. There's already a hashtag about us. I push my plate away, appetite vanishing like smoke. The eggs I'd been enjoying seconds ago might as well be cardboard now. What are people saying? That I'm a gold digger who's trying to sleep my way to the executive floor. That you're desperate to save your reputation after that scandal with Dallas Winners. She shrugs, but I can see the hurt in her eyes, the slight downward turn of her mouth. The usual toxic thing. Brandon's accusations are everywhere. We could come clean, I suggest, hating the words even as they leave my mouth. My jaw clenches at the thought of surrendering to that jerk's sabotage. Tell everyone it started as a business arrangement but became real. Spin it as some goddamn romantic comedy where we fell for each other during this mess. Gabi looks at me, her expression unreadable, those intelligent eyes searching mine. Is that what this is now? Real? Her question hangs between us, loaded with implications neither of us is prepared to face. Yes, I say, meeting her gaze without hesitation. This is real. At least for me. Her shoulders relax, and she sets her coffee mug down on the counter. For me too. The smile that spreads across her face makes my chest tight. So what do we do now? I cross the kitchen and take her hands in mine. They're warm from holding her coffee mug. We face this head on. As a team. Sounds like a good plan, she says, squeezing my fingers. You know, this feels a lot less scary now that we're facing this as a real couple. We should do a joint press conference at Solar Vista, I say, the strategy forming in my mind. Soon. Tomorrow if we can arrange it. We address Brandon's allegations directly. Control the narrative ourselves. Gabi nods, her eyes lighting up the way they do when she's formulating a marketing plan. That brilliant strategic mind of hers is already working overtime. That's good. We acknowledge that, yes. It started as a PR move, but somewhere along the way, it became the real thing. I finish for her, feeling a surge of confidence. This isn't just damage control anymore. It's our truth. Exactly. She leans into me, resting her forehead against my chest. I can feel her warmth through my shirt. We can even spin this into something positive. A modern love story. I wrap my arms around her, pulling her closer, inhaling the scent of her shampoo. My protective instincts kick into overdrive. Brandon wanted to tear us apart, but he only made us stronger. That's a good line. We should use that. She looks up at me, a playful smile on her lips that makes my heart rate spike. See? This is why we make a good team. The best, I agree, brushing my lips against hers. The kiss is brief, but electric, a promise of everything we're fighting for. Brandon has no idea what he's up against now that we're truly united. But then, Gabi pulls back slightly, her expression shifting from playful to concerned. And what's going to happen with Brandon? He won't stop at this. I release a long breath, my jaw tightening. The mention of that jerk's name is enough to make my blood pressure spike. I've already got that handled. What do you mean? She studies my face, searching for answers. I hired a private investigator last week. I walk back to the kitchen island and take a sip of my coffee, which has cooled considerably. Top-notch guy, ex-FBI. He's digging into Brandon's background as we speak. Her eyes widen. You did what? Brandon's a lawyer. A successful one at that. But nobody's squeaky clean, especially not manipulative pricks like him. I set my mug down with more force than necessary. The investigator will find something notable. Everyone has skeletons, especially people who think they're untouchable. And then what? Gabi crosses her arms, her expression a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Then I hang whatever we find over his head. My voice drops lower, an edge of steel running through it. Maybe it's something that could get him disbarred. Maybe it's a client he screwed over. I don't know yet, but we'll find it. Richard... She hesitates, biting her lower lip. Look, I'm not planning to ruin the guy unless he forces my hand. I reach for her, pulling her back into my arms. But he needs to understand there are consequences to messing with us. With you. She relaxes against me slightly. I just don't want this to escalate further. It won't. Once he knows we have leverage, he'll back off. I run my thumb along her cheekbone. Trust me, Gabi, I protect what's mine. The possessiveness in my voice surprises even me, but I don't take it back. Brandon crossed a line when he tried to humiliate her publicly. I'm not above playing dirty to make sure he never tries it again. I do trust you, she says quietly. Just promise me you won't do anything illegal. I smile, kissing her forehead. Nothing illegal, just strategic.
Chapter 29. Gabrielle. The glare of camera flashes blinds me as I stand next to Richard in the Solar Vista lobby. My hand is firmly clasped in his, our fingers intertwined in a grip that feels like an anchor in this storm of reporters and questions. Is it true your marriage was arranged as a PR stunt? Mr. Hamilton, when did this fake relationship become real? The questions come rapid fire, but I don't feel the panic I expected. Instead, I meet Richard's eyes and find strength there. We knew this moment would come eventually. The truth always finds its way to the surface. Richard steps forward, his presence commanding the room instantly. Yes, our engagement began as a strategic decision. I won't insult your intelligence by denying that. His voice carries that authoritative tone I've grown to love. But what started as a business arrangement evolved into something neither of us anticipated. I squeeze his hand and step up beside him. The circumstances of how we came together might seem calculated, I say, my voice steady despite the hurricane of emotions inside me. But what developed between us is absolutely real. A reporter from the front row stands. So you're admitting you lied to the public? Richard's jaw tightens. We're admitting we found something genuine in an unexpected place. Something worth fighting for. And what about Brandon Moore's claims? Another shouts. That this is just another publicity stunt? I feel a flash of heat rise in my chest, but it's not embarrassment. It's certainty. Brandon can say whatever he wants. His opinion stopped mattering to me the moment I realized what actual support and partnership feels like. I look up at Richard, no longer caring about the cameras capturing our every expression. Sometimes you find love in the most unexpected circumstances. Ours may have started unconventionally, but that doesn't make it any less real. Richard's eyes soften as he looks at me, a private moment in this very public space. He turns back to the press. Any other questions about our relationship will be answered with the same truth. We're together because we choose to be. Not for Solar Vista, not for public image, but for us. The barrage of questions continues, but there's a shift in the room's energy. The initial hostility has given way to something more curious, almost sympathetic. So when did you realize this arrangement had become real? Asks a reporter from Tech Weekly, her expression softening. I glance at Richard, a genuine smile forming on my lips. I think I knew before I was willing to admit it to myself. There was this moment during a late-night brainstorming session at my apartment. We were just talking, laughing over takeout, and I caught myself thinking how natural it felt, how right. Richard's thumb traces circles on the back of my hand. For me, it was watching Gabrielle stand her ground whenever someone challenged her. Her strength, her resilience. I realized I wasn't pretending anymore. I was falling in love with this incredible woman. The admission sends a flutter through my chest. Even now, hearing him say it aloud makes my heart race. And what about Solar Vista? Calls out a business reporter from the back. Do you think this revelation will impact the company's standing? Richard's expression turns more serious, though his grip on my hand remains steady. I hope not. I've dedicated my entire career, my life, to building Solar Vista into what it is today. Our personal journey shouldn't detract from the innovation and excellence our team delivers every day. I nod in agreement. The work hasn't changed. The leadership hasn't changed. If anything, I think finding authentic happiness has made us both better at what we do. A few reporters smile at this, and I notice several furiously typing notes. The narrative is shifting before our eyes, from scandal to love story. One last question, says a young woman near the front. What would you say to others who might judge how your relationship began? I take a deep breath. I'd say sometimes the universe has strange ways of bringing people together. The beginning doesn't define the journey. Richard clears his throat, his eyes never leaving mine even as he addresses the crowd. What many of you might not know is that Gabrielle and I were actually friends long before any of this started. The warmth in his voice wraps around me like a blanket. My chest tightens with emotion as he continues. We've worked together for years. I've always respected her talent, her drive, her creativity. But it took this journey, this unconventional path we found ourselves on, to make me truly see her. His voice drops slightly, becoming more intimate despite the microphones capturing every word. To open my eyes to the type of woman she really is. Tears well in my eyes as he speaks, and I don't fight them. I let one slide down my cheek, then another, not caring about my makeup or how it might look on camera. These aren't tears of sadness or embarrassment. They're tears of love, of recognition, of finally being seen for who I am. Gabriel is the strongest person I know, Richard says, his thumb gently stroking the back of my hand. She's brilliant and compassionate and has more integrity in her little finger than most people have in their entire bodies. I'm grateful every day that this situation brought us together in a way that forced me to see what was right in front of me all along. I reach up with my free hand and wipe away my tears, unable to stop the smile that spreads across my face. The cameras continue to flash, but they feel distant now. Background noise to this moment between us. Richard turns to me fully now, no longer performing for the press, but speaking directly to my heart. Sometimes the most precious things are hiding in plain sight. I'm just thankful I didn't miss my chance to discover that. The press conference finally wraps up, the reporters gradually dispersing with their stories in hand. I exhale deeply, feeling like I've been holding my breath for hours instead of minutes. The tension drains from my shoulders as the last camera light switches off. Richard turns to me, his eyes filled with warmth and pride. He pulls me into his arms, enveloping me in a hug that feels like coming home. I melt against his chest, breathing in his familiar scent. "You were incredible," he murmurs against my hair. "Absolutely brilliant, the way you handled those questions." He pulls back just enough to look into my eyes, his hands still firmly on my waist. "You did so well, Gabby." His praise washes over me, genuine and heartfelt. This man who once seemed so untouchable, so intimidating in his power and position, now looks at me like I'm the most precious thing in his world. "Thank you," I whisper, reaching up to touch his face. My fingers trace the line of his jaw, still amazed that I can do this, that I have the right to touch him, to love him openly. For everything, for believing in me when I didn't believe in myself. I rise on my tiptoes and press my lips to his, not caring who might still be watching. The kiss is soft, tender, filled with everything I feel for this man. When we part, I look up at him, emotion making my voice thick. "You know, for all the chaos and drama, you're the best thing that's ever happened to me, Richard. The absolute best." His eyes darken with emotion, and he pulls me close again, pressing his forehead against mine. "The feeling is entirely mutual, Gabrielle Hamilton." The sound of my name, with his last name, on his lips makes me smile. What began as a facade has become the most authentic part of my life, and I wouldn't change a single moment of our complicated, beautiful journey.
Chapter 30. Richard. I lean back in my leather chair, watching the private investigator flip through his notes. His weathered face shows no emotion as he lays out the evidence against Brandon. Gabrielle sits beside me, her spine straight as steel, fingers gripping the armrest. "Mr. Hamilton, what I've uncovered about Mr. Moore isn't pretty." The PI, Davis is his name, slides a folder across my desk. "This guy's got a pattern." I open the folder, scanning the contents while keeping one eye on Gabrielle. Her expression remains neutral, but I catch the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. 3 separate harassment complaints at his previous company, all settled out of court with NDAs. Davis taps the page. Money talks. His daddy's connections made them disappear. "Damn," I mutter, flipping to the next page. "This is worse than I thought." Davis nods. "Gets better or worse, depending how you look at it. 2 DUIs swept under the rug. Judge was a family friend, and there's a pattern with his exes, not just Mrs. Hamilton here." Gabrielle reaches for the paper, her fingers brushing mine. "What kind of pattern?" "Isolation tactics. Gaslighting. Classic emotional manipulation. I interviewed 3 women who dated him before you. Same story every time. Charm offensive followed by subtle undermining. One woman lost her job after he convinced her boss she was unstable." My jaw clenches. The familiar rage bubbles up, but I push it down. This isn't about me. "There's also financial irregularities," Davis continues. "Seems he's been living beyond his means. Daddy's trust fund isn't what it used to be. His recent fixation on you 2 might have additional motivation beyond wounded pride." "He's desperate," I say, connecting the dots. "Desperate men do desperate things," Davis agrees. "I'd advise caution moving forward." Gabrielle's hand finds mine under the table. Her touch grounds me. "Anything we can use legally?" she asks, her voice steady. Davis shrugs. Most is circumstantial or buried under legal agreements, but knowing his playbook gives you an advantage. I squeeze Gabrielle's hand. Thank you, Davis. This helps. As Davis gathers his notes, I study Gabrielle's face. The information hasn't shocked her. It's confirmed what she already knew in her gut. But now we have proof. Now we have ammunition. You okay? I ask softly when Davis steps out to take a call. She nods, eyes clear and determined. I'm done being his victim. We both are. I slide the folder shut, mind racing through possibilities. We can use this, I tell Gabrielle, my voice dropping to a tactical whisper. Present the evidence to Brandon together. Threaten to take it to the press. Especially the DUIs. Not a good look for a lawyer to have multiple drunk driving charges swept under the rug. The state bar would have a field day with that information. Gabrielle's eyes flash. She straightens in her chair, shoulders squaring. I can text him right now, she says, already reaching for her phone. Tell him I want to see him, that I miss him. Her lips curl into a determined smile that makes my chest tighten with pride. Lure him in. I watch her fingers hover over the screen, hesitating for just a second before she begins typing. This woman continues to amaze me. Her strength, her resilience. Even after everything Brandon put her through, she's willing to face him one more time to end this for good. You sure about this? I ask, not because I doubt her, but because I need her to be certain. She looks up from her phone, conviction written across her face. Absolutely. I'm done letting him control the narrative. She shows me the screen. How does this sound? The message reads, Brandon, I need to talk to you. Been thinking about us a lot lately. Maybe we rush things ending the way we did. Can we meet tomorrow? Just to talk. Perfect, I say, impressed by how effortlessly she's crafted the bait. Vague enough to intrigue him, personal enough to hook him. She hits send before she can second-guess herself. We both stare at the phone, waiting. It takes less than 30 seconds for those 3 dots to appear. I lean closer to watch Gabrielle's phone, my jaw clenching as Brandon's response appears on screen. Miss me already? Knew that Hamilton couldn't keep you satisfied. What we had was real, baby. So much better than whatever game you're playing with him. Bastard, I mutter, shaking my head. The arrogance of this guy is unbelievable. Even with all the evidence stacked against him, he still thinks he's God's gift. Gabrielle rolls her eyes, her fingers already typing a response. She glances up at me, a sly smile playing on her lips. I'm going to feed his ego. That's the quickest way to get him where we want him. I nod, impressed by her tactical thinking. Go for it. She types quickly, then shows me the message before sending. You're right. I miss what we had. Richard's so wrapped up in his work, barely notices me. Can we meet tomorrow? Millennium Park, by the Bean, 2 p.m.? Need to see you. Perfect, I say, admiring her strategy. Public enough that he can't make a scene, but private enough for us to confront him properly. The response comes almost instantly. Knew you'd come to your senses. I'll be there. Wear that blue dress I like. Gabrielle makes a disgusted sound in the back of her throat. He's so predictable. And controlling, I add, feeling that protective surge again. Even in a text, he's telling you what to wear. She puts her phone down, turning to face me fully. So tomorrow at 2, we'll both go? Absolutely. I take her hand, squeezing it gently. We present the evidence, make it clear we know everything, and tell him to back off permanently or we go public. Gabrielle nods, determination hardening her features. I want to lead. This is my fight. Of course, I agree immediately. I'm just a backup. This is your moment. She leans against my shoulder, some of the tension leaving her body. Thank you for being here, for believing me when I told you what he was like. I wrap my arm around her, pulling her close. Tomorrow, Brandon Moore will finally understand that Gabrielle is no longer his to manipulate, and I'll be right beside her when she tells him so.
Chapter 31. Gabrielle. Our footsteps land strong on the concrete as I clutch the manila folder in my hand. The Chicago skyline stands tall around us, framing Millennium Park in steel and glass. Richard walks beside me, his presence a steady anchor that keeps my nerves from fraying completely. "You ready?" Richard asks, his hand finding the small of my back. Of course I am. The evidence inside this folder feels heavy. All of it meticulously gathered, ready to end his games once and for all. We find a bench near Cloudgate, the bean, its reflective surface distorting our images as we wait. My heart pounds against my ribs like it's trying to escape. There he is, Richard murmurs, his jaw tightening. Brandon strolls toward us with that familiar swagger, sunglasses perched on his nose despite the overcast day. His confident smile falters when he spots Richard beside me. Gabby. He stops a few feet away, eyes darting between us. "I thought you wanted to talk. Just us." His voice drips with charm, but I see right through it now. "Well, that was just to get you here, Brandon." I stand up straighter, gripping the folder tighter. "I said we need to talk, and we do." Brandon's face shifts, a flash of anger quickly masked by confusion. What's he doing here? He gestures toward Richard. "I thought, after everything, you were finally coming to your senses." Coming to my senses? I can't help the bitter laugh that escapes me. Is that what you think this is about? That I want to reconcile with you? Don't you? His smile turns smug. We both know this whole marriage thing is just for show, a PR stunt to save his reputation. He nods toward Richard. No, Brandon. That's not the case. My voice comes out stronger than I expected. Not anymore. Richard's hand finds mine, our fingers intertwining. The touch grounds me, reminds me that I'm not alone in this confrontation. "We're here to tell you it's over," I say, holding up the folder. The manipulation, the lies, all of it stops today. I hand the folder to Brandon, watching his confident facade crack as he flips through the pages. His eyes widen, darting from document to document. Bank statements, screenshots of threatening texts, and most damning of all, the police reports. What the hell is this? His voice trembles with rage. Evidence. I cross my arms, feeling strangely calm. Those 2 DUI charges you've managed to keep quiet, the ones that mysteriously disappeared from your record, we found them. Brandon's face pales as he frantically flips through more pages. The Bar Association takes ethics pretty seriously for their attorneys, don't they? I continue, my voice steady. One complaint with this evidence attached would trigger an investigation. You'd be disbarred. You wouldn't dare. His eyes narrow, but I catch the flicker of fear behind them. I wouldn't? I raise an eyebrow. After everything you've put me through? The manipulation, the public humiliation, the lies? You're lucky that's all I'm threatening. Something snaps in Brandon. His face contorts with fury as he grips the papers, ripping them violently. Shreds flutter to the ground like confetti as he tears through page after page. There. What are you going to do now? He's practically spitting the words, chest heaving with rage, his perfectly styled hair falling across his forehead. Richard lets out a low chuckle beside me, shaking his head. You really think those are the only copies? His voice is calm but razor sharp. Brandon freezes mid-tier, his fingers still gripping the shredded paper. The color drains from his face as realization dawns. Everything's backed up digitally, Richard continues, pulling out his phone with casual confidence. I could email the entire file to the Bar Association right now if I wanted to. One tap, Brandon. That's all it would take to end your career. You're bluffing, Brandon says, but his voice lacks conviction. I can see the sweat beginning to form at his temples. This is a man who's always been in control, and now he's cornered. Try me. Richard's finger hovers over his screen, his expression hard as steel. Or you can walk away now and leave Gabrielle alone. For good. The protective edge in his voice sends an unexpected shiver down my spine. It's the first time I've ever seen Brandon truly outmatched. Brandon's face contorts with rage, his fingers crushing what remains of the folder. You think this is love? He laughs, the sound harsh and hollow. This corporate arrangement? He's using you, Gabby. You're just a convenient solution to his PR problem. You know I loved you more than he ever could. His voice drops, taking on that familiar intimate tone that once made my knees weak. Remember Paris? The weekend in Napa? He'll never understand you like I do. Richard stiffens beside me, but I squeeze his hand, drawing strength from his presence. Love? I shake my head, finding clarity in the moment. Brandon, you never loved me. You loved controlling me. You loved having me. There's a difference. Brandon steps closer, eyes narrowing. And what does he offer that I don't? Everything. The word comes out with such conviction it surprises even me. Richard is the first man who ever showed me what true love actually looks like. I turn to Richard, my voice steady despite my racing heart. He respects me, values my opinion, sees me as an equal. I face Brandon again, and I love him, not because I need him, but because I choose him. Brandon's face darkens, a vein pulsing at his temple. Nonsense, you can't possibly. I do, I interrupt, my voice unwavering. I love him. Brandon lunges forward, jabbing a finger toward my face. You ungrateful brat, after everything I gave you. Richard steps between us, his stance protective but controlled. That's enough. Stay out of this, Brandon snarls, his perfectly manicured image completely shattered. This isn't about you. It is about me, I say, moving to stand beside Richard, because I choose him. I choose us, and there's nothing you can do about it. Brandon's face twists with fury, but I can see the calculation happening behind his eyes. He's always been good at weighing his options, at finding the angle that works best for him. You won't do anything? He huffs, tossing the torn papers at our feet. Empty threats. That's all this is. Richard steps forward, his presence commanding in a way that makes Brandon instinctively back up. You think so? I've got contacts at the Tribune, Sun-Times, WGN, and every other major outlet across Chicago. His voice drops lower, deadly serious. One call, and these allegations are front-page news tomorrow morning. Your name, your face, everything you've done, all of it public. I watch the blood drain from Brandon's face. His reputation is everything to him. The carefully crafted image he's built at his law firm, in social circles. He's always been obsessed with how others perceive him. You wouldn't, Brandon says, but his voice lacks conviction. Try me. Richard's voice is ice cold. I protect what's mine, and Gabrielle is not your plaything anymore. Brandon's eyes dart to me, searching for weakness, for the woman he could once manipulate with a well-placed word or gesture. I meet his gaze steadily, letting him see the woman I've become, stronger, sure of myself, and completely beyond his reach. Here's how this ends, Richard continues. You stay out of our lives. For good. The moment we see you around Gabrielle again, the moment you try to contact her, spread rumors, or get anywhere near our relationship, I release everything. All of it. Brandon's jaw clenches, a muscle twitching beneath his skin. For a moment, I think he might lash out again, but self-preservation has always been his strongest instinct. "This isn't over," he mutters, but the threat sounds hollow even to his own ears. "It is over," I say firmly. "It's been over for a long time. I just needed to make sure you understood that." With one last venomous glare, Brandon turns and walks away, his shoulders rigid with anger. I watch him go, feeling the weight of years lifting from me with each step he takes.
Chapter 32. Richard. I sit at the head of the boardroom table, my hands clasped in front of me, shoulders squared. The faces of my board members stare back, some skeptical, others impressed. A week ago, I thought my career was over when our fake marriage was exposed. Now somehow, we're discussing how my relationship with Gabriel has become our greatest asset. "The numbers don't lie, Richard," says Lawrence, sliding a report across the polished table. "Since your press conference with Gabriel, our public approval rating has jumped 12 points. Investors are responding positively." I scan the data, allowing myself a moment of relief. When the truth about our arrangement leaked, I prepared for the worst. Instead, standing beside Gabrielle at that press conference, admitting our relationship began as strategic but evolved into something real, had resonated with people in ways I never anticipated. "People love a good redemption story," Diane chimes in, her earlier skepticism now replaced with cautious optimism. "The fact that you two fell in love for real, it's like something out of a movie. The media's eating it up." "We've had 3 major publications request exclusive interviews," adds Jonathan. "And Solar Vista's social media engagement has doubled. People are invested in your relationship now." I nod, remembering how terrified Gabrielle had been before we stepped onto that stage. How tightly she'd gripped my hand as we confessed our initial deception, then declared our genuine feelings. The authenticity in her voice when she said those words, that wasn't something we could have faked. "What started as damage control has become our strongest marketing campaign," says Eliza, who'd been the most vocal critic of our fake engagement. "Though I still think it was reckless, I can't argue with results." "So where do we go from here?" I ask, leaning forward. Lawrence grins. "Forward, obviously. The public loves you two together. The narrative of finding real love through a business arrangement is resonating, especially after how you handled interference from Brandon Moore. It humanizes you, Richard. Makes the company feel more accessible." I take a deep breath, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. "And the board's position?" "We're behind you," Diane says firmly. "Both of you. What began as a crisis has become an opportunity. Don't waste it." "Thank you all for your support," I say, rising from my chair. "But I want to be clear about something moving forward." I place both palms on the table, making eye contact with each board member. These are the people who nearly pushed me out weeks ago. Now they're smiling at me like I'm their golden boy again. The volatility of business never ceases to amaze me. While I appreciate the positive reception to my relationship with Gabrielle, Solar Vista isn't a reality TV show. We're a tech company, and that's where our focus needs to be. Lawrence raises an eyebrow, but I continue before he can interject. "Starting today, we're doubling our R&D budget. I want us leading the charge into quantum computing and sustainable tech solutions. The future is coming whether we're ready or not, and I intend for Solar Vista to shape that future, not just react to it." I straighten up, feeling more confident than I have in months. My relationship with Gabrielle is my business. Our business is innovation and discovery. That's where I'll be dedicating my energy and leadership moving forward. The board members exchange glances. Some look impressed, others skeptical. Lawrence leans back in his chair, a small smile playing at his lips. "Ambitious as always, Richard," he says. "The board appreciates your renewed focus. Just make sure personal scandal doesn't interfere with this grand vision of yours." His tone carries a warning that doesn't escape me. The board's support is conditional. They're backing me now because public opinion has swung in my favor. If that changes, so will their loyalty. These corporate sharks would throw me to the wolves without hesitation if it meant protecting their bottom line. Personal scandal is behind me, Lawrence, I reply firmly, meeting his gaze head on. Gabrielle and I are solid. Solar Vista will be too. My voice doesn't waver. I've fought too damn hard to get where I am to let anyone, especially Lawrence, question my commitment or capability. I gather my papers with deliberate precision, nodding to the room. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a company to run. I stride toward the door, shoulders back, not giving a damn if they approve or not. The future of Solar Vista isn't up for debate. It's mine to shape, and I intend to do exactly that. I adjourn the meeting with a final nod to the board members, feeling the weight of leadership settle more comfortably on my shoulders than it has in months. As I step into the hallway, my mind's already racing with implementation plans for the increased R&D budget, till I spot Gabrielle across the open office space. She's standing with a small group of colleagues from marketing, her hands animatedly illustrating some point as they all lean in, captivated. The sunlight catches her profile, and for a moment, I just watch her, confident, brilliant, and completely in her element. So we pivot the entire campaign to focus on user experience rather than specs, she's saying as I approach. People don't connect with processing power, they connect with how technology makes them feel. Sounds like I'm joining the conversation at the perfect time, I say, sliding into their circle. The group straightens slightly, that reflexive response to the CEO's presence that I've never quite been able to eliminate. I hate that. One day I'll figure out how to walk into a room without everyone suddenly acting like they're being inspected. Richard. Gabrielle smiles, her eyes warming. We're just brainstorming the Q1 marketing approach. Think less technical jargon, more emotional resonance. I like it. I nod, deliberately relaxing my posture to ease the tension. The board just approved our expanded R&D budget. We'll have plenty of innovations to market with that approach. I can't help but notice how the sunlight catches the highlights in Gabrielle's hair, making her look even more vibrant than usual. Her marketing instincts are dead on, as always. The tension in the group visibly eases as we fall into an organic discussion. Mark from Creative suggests connecting our products to milestone moments in users' lives. Jenna proposes a series highlighting how our tech brings families together across distances. What if we showcase real Solar Vista employees using our products in their daily lives? Gabrielle suggests. Authentic stories from the people who build the tech. Starting with the CEO, Leland jokes, and everyone laughs. I'd be game, I reply, surprising them. Though fair warning, my screen time stats are embarrassing. The casual banter continues, and I realize how rarely I allow myself these moments of genuine connection with the team. There's an easy flow to the conversation that energizes me in a way boardroom discussions never do. As the group disperses, each heading back to their stations with renewed energy, I find myself lingering near Gabrielle. That was impressive, I say, stepping closer. You've got the entire marketing team wrapped around your finger. She glances up, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Just doing my job, though having the CEO endorse my ideas certainly helps. I only endorse excellence. I lower my voice, creating a moment of privacy despite the open office layout. You know, you're absolutely beautiful when you're in your element like that. Her eyes meet mine, and for a moment, I see that same vulnerability that captivated me months ago. Before all the chaos, before Brandon, before our fake relationship became real. Thank you, she says softly, then straightens her shoulders. But I really need to catch up on work now that all the drama is behind us. The Q1 campaign won't build itself. I nod, respecting her boundaries even as I fight the urge to pull her close. We're still finding our footing as a legitimate couple in the workplace, navigating the transition from strategic partners to something genuine. You're right. The company doesn't run itself either. I take a step back, giving her the space she needs. Dinner tonight? Definitely. Her smile returns, professional yet warm. Now go be CEO somewhere else so I can focus. I raise my hands in mock surrender. Yes, ma'am. As I walk away, I feel lighter than I have in months. The board is aligned, the company is stable, and most importantly, Gabrielle and I have emerged from the storm stronger than before. For the first time in my career, I'm leading with my whole self, not just the calculated businessman I've always presented to the world.
Chapter 33. Gabriel. I slip into the passenger seat of Richard's sleek BMW, smoothing down my dress, a burgundy number that hugs my curves just right. The fabric feels expensive against my skin, a little indulgence I'd allowed myself for tonight. The evening air feels electric with possibility, and I can't help the flutter of anticipation in my stomach. You look stunning, Richard says, his eyes lingering on me longer than necessary. The intensity in his gaze makes something warm unfurl inside me. Thanks. Where are we going? You've been so mysterious about tonight. I fiddle with my clutch, trying not to show how his attention affects me. You'll see. His smile is confident, borderline cocky, but damn if it doesn't work on me. He shifts the car into drive, his strong hands gripping the wheel with easy control. The car glides through downtown, the city lights streaming past us like stars. The low hum of the engine and Richard's cologne, something woodsy and expensive, fill the space between us until we pull up to Elysium, the most exclusive restaurant in the city with a 3-month waiting list. My breath catches. Richard, how did you... I'm genuinely shocked. I've been trying to get a reservation here since they opened. I know people. He winks, handing his keys to the valet. There's that confidence again, the assurance of a man who's used to doors opening for him. And tonight, I'm walking through those doors with him. The moment we step inside, the maitre d' rushes over. Mr. and Mrs. Hamilton, we've been expecting you. Your table is ready. We're whisked past the main dining area to a private alcove overlooking the city lights. A bottle of Dom Perignon already waits in an ice bucket. The view is breathtaking. Downtown sprawled beneath us like a carpet of jewels, the bay glimmering in the distance. This is ridiculous, I whisper as Richard pulls out my chair. The table is set with fine china and crystals. You deserve ridiculous, he says with that half smile that makes my stomach flip. His confidence is infuriating and magnetic all at once. The sommelier appears instantly, pouring champagne with practiced precision. The bubbles dance in the golden liquid, catching the soft lighting from above. Richard raises his glass. To new beginnings. I clink my glass against his, our eyes locked. Something electric passes between us. To new beginnings. The champagne is perfect, crisp and complex, sliding down my throat like liquid silk. Throughout the 5-course meal, Richard anticipates my every need. When I mention feeling a slight chill, he signals a server who brings a cashmere wrap that feels like a cloud against my skin. When I admire the truffle risotto, he arranges for the chef to prepare extra to take home. He's attentive in a way that feels both foreign and addictive, like I'm the only person in his universe right now. You're spoiling me, I say, between bites of the most decadent chocolate souffle I've ever tasted. That's the plan. His hand reaches across the table, fingers intertwining with mine. After everything with Brandon, everything we've been through, I want tonight to be perfect for you. The intensity in his eyes makes my stomach flip. This doesn't feel like part of our arrangement anymore. The way he looks at me, like I'm the only woman in the world, makes me believe this is real. Dance with me? He asks as the restaurant's string quartet begins playing a slow melody. I nod, unable to find words, as he leads me to a small dance floor near our table that I hadn't even noticed before. His hand rests on the small of my back, warm and secure. Did you rent out the entire section just for us? I ask, my voice barely above a whisper. I wanted privacy, just us. I melt into Richard's arms as we sway to the music, His hand on my back feels possessive, protective. The warmth of his body against mine sends electricity through me that has nothing to do with our fake marriage arrangement. You know what's funny? I murmur, my lips close to his ear, breathing in his expensive cologne. I saw in the news yesterday that Brandon got slapped with another DUI. Richard pulls back slightly, eyebrows raised. You're kidding. Nope. Third offense in 3 years. Apparently, he was weaving all over Riverside Drive at 2 a.m, blew twice the legal limit. I can't deny the tiny spark of satisfaction I feel. After everything Brandon put me through, karma finally seems to be doing its job. A deep chuckle rumbles through Richard's chest, vibrating against mine. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy? His hand tightens slightly on my back, pulling me closer as we continue swaying to the music. The irony is, I can't help the smile spreading across my face. His firm just took on that big class action against that rideshare company. You know, the one about driver background checks? The same Brandon Moore who can't stay sober behind the wheel is now the face of transportation safety. I shake my head, letting my fingertips trace small circles on Richard's shoulder. Sometimes justice has a twisted sense of humor. Richard throws his head back and laughs, a genuine, unguarded sound that makes my heart skip. Jesus, that's gonna go over well with the partners. Right? The hotshot lawyer who can't even follow the laws he's supposed to uphold. I shake my head, my fingers absently playing with the hair at the nape of Richard's neck. We didn't even have to do anything. He self-destructed all on his own. Some people don't need enemies, Richard says, pulling me closer. They do a fine job sabotaging themselves. His thumb traces small circles on my lower back as we continue swaying. The vindication I feel isn't exactly noble, but after everything Brandon put me through, the manipulation, the public humiliation, there's something deeply satisfying about karma catching up to him without any intervention from us. His license could be suspended, I say. Both his driver's license and possibly his law license, if the Bar Association decides to make an example of him. He's a jerk, so I'll pop a bottle when that happens, Richard murmurs, his lips brushing against my temple. We return to our table, my hand still tucked in Richard's as he pulls out my chair. The warmth of his touch lingers on my skin even after he sits across from me. The soufflé has been replaced with petit fours arranged on a silver tray. Tiny works of art, too pretty to eat. I can't believe you arranged all this, I say, selecting a miniature raspberry tart. How long have you been planning tonight? Richard shrugs, but I catch the pleased look in his eyes. A week or so. The restaurant was the hardest part. Had to call in a favor from a board member who's friends with the owner. Of course you did. I laugh, shaking my head. You and your connections? Hey, what's the point of being CEO if I can't impress a beautiful woman occasionally? He winks, pouring the last of the champagne into my flute. I feel my body warms at the compliment. So this is just to impress me? And here I thought it was my sparkling personality. That too. His smile is genuine, reaching his eyes in a way that makes my heart flutter. Though I have to admit, watching you take down Brandon verbally the other day was pretty damn impressive on its own. I groan, covering my face with my hands. God, I still can't believe I said all that to him. Are you kidding? It was magnificent. Richard leans forward, his voice dropping. And it was everything that he deserved. I thought he was going to throw a punch at me when everything was said and done. We both burst out laughing, and it feels so good, so normal, to share this moment with him. There's no tension, no cameras, no performance. Just us. The conversation flows easily between us as we sample the desserts. Richard tells me about his college days when he worked as a bouncer to make extra money. I share stories about my first disastrous internship, where I accidentally sent an unfinished mock-up to a major client. It strikes me how comfortable this feels. How right. Not like the calculated moves of our arrangement, but something genuine and warm that's grown between us. And now we're embracing it instead of hiding from it. I thought I was getting a fake marriage, but I didn't know my story was being told by Miss Tyla.
This isn't just any fake marriage, now is it?
No, you introduced me to the devil.
Come on, girl, Jacob isn't that bad.
Oh, I love Jacob. His family, on the other hand?
Beggars can't be choosers, Nyla. You should be grateful I even let Jacob Stone look your way.
I just wanted to save my granddaddy. Is that so bad? Why couldn't you let this be a normal fake marriage? Instead, you put me in a twisty story filled with money, betrayal, power, and lies.
Let's not forget love.
That's what keeps me going. But not gonna lie, Miss Tyla. This story you got me in ain't the simple fake marriage, happy ending I thought it would be.
It's not. Because where would be the fun in that?
Treat yourself to Say Less I Love You. Tuesdays and Thursdays. New seasons premiere every month. Or skip the wait and grab the full series bundle from TylaWalker.com. Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 34. Richard. I pace the length of my penthouse, double-checking every small detail. The city skyline glows through my spotless windows, but that's not what's got my heart hammering against my ribs. It's the small velvet box burning a hole in my pocket. Damn, I mutter, adjusting the orchids on the dining table for the 5th time. They're Gabrielle's favorites, elegant and resilient, just like her. My phone pings with a notification from the restaurant. Your order is on its way, Mr. Hamilton. Perfect timing. I ordered everything Gabi loves. The spicy tuna rolls she always steals off my plate. That miso black cod she closes her eyes for when she takes the first bite. And those little tempura vegetables she claims are just okay, but always finishes first. The delivery guy arrives 20 minutes later. I tip him generously and arrange the spread on the table, making sure the presentation is flawless. Nothing but the best for Gabrielle, for my future wife. If she says yes, and this time it'll be for real, I shake the thought away. After everything we've been through, the fake marriage, Brandon's nonsense, Martina's meddling, finding our way to something real, I know in my gut this is right. This is what I want. I light the candles, dim the lights, and cue up the playlist I spent hours perfecting. Not too sappy, not too obvious. Songs that remind me of her, of us. The ring sits in its box, a cushion-cut diamond with a halo setting. Classic, but with an edge like Gabi herself. I've rehearsed what I'll say 100 times, but I know the moment I see her, those carefully planned words will fly right out of my head. My phone buzzes. It's her. On my way up, traffic was a nightmare. I take a deep breath, adjusting my shirt one last time. Everything's ready. The food, the wine, the ring, me. This isn't about fixing my image anymore. It's not about silencing gossip or appeasing the board. This is about the woman who challenged me, supported me, and showed me what it means to be truly seen. Tonight I'm asking Gabrielle Cook to be my wife, for real this time. The doorbell rings, sending a jolt through my system. I smooth my hands down my shirt one last time and stride to the door, heart pounding in my ears. When I open it, Gabrielle stands there in a simple black dress that hugs her curves just right. Her curls frame her face, and those bright eyes of hers widen as she takes in the scene behind me. Richard, what is all this? She steps inside, her heels clicking against the hardwood floor. Her gaze darts from the candles to the flowers to the spread of food on the table. You got all my favorites? Every single one. I take her coat, breathing in her familiar scent, a hint of jasmine that always lingers in the air when she's near. The spicy tuna rolls that I always catch you sneaking from my plate when you think I'm not looking. She laughs, moving toward the table with that graceful sway of hers. I don't steal them, I liberate them. They're happier with me anyway. The miso black cod that you absolutely love from that little place downtown. The one you said, and I quote, changed your life forever. It's a religious experience. She runs her fingers along the back of a chair, about to pull it out. Her touch is delicate, almost reverent, and I can't take my eyes off her. I catch her hand before she can sit. This can't wait. Not another second. My pulse quickens as our skin connects. Gabi! Something in my voice makes her turn to me, her expression shifting from playful to curious. Those bright eyes focus entirely on me, and for a moment, I forget how to breathe. What is it? She asks softly, her voice barely above a whisper. I take both her hands in mine, my thumb brushing over her knuckles. The speech I'd rehearsed evaporates, leaving only raw truth. These past months with you, they've changed everything. Absolutely everything. I swallow hard. You've seen me at my worst, and somehow still look at me like I'm worth something. Her eyes glisten in the candlelight. I don't want to pretend anymore. I don't want this to be about image or strategy or what anyone else thinks. I don't want the stain of how this relationship started bleed into our futures. So now I want to make things right between us. I reach into my pocket, pulling out the small velvet box. Her breath catches as I drop to one knee. Gabrielle Cook, I can't imagine the rest of my life without you. Will you marry me? For real this time? I open the box, revealing the ring that took me weeks to find. One that's as unique as she is. Her hands fly to her mouth, tears spilling onto her cheeks. For a terrifying moment, she's silent. Then she nods, a smile breaking through her tears. Yes, God, yes. I rise to my feet and slide the ring onto her finger with steady hands. When it sits perfectly in place, I pull her into my arms, holding her against my chest like she might disappear if I let go. I love you, I whisper against her hair. I've loved you for so long. She tilts her head up, tears still glistening on her cheeks. I love you too, Richard. So much. When our lips meet, it's different from all our previous kisses. No cameras watching, no audience to convince, no pretense. Just us, raw, honest, real. Her mouth is soft against mine, tasting faintly of the lip gloss she wears. I cup her face, deepening the kiss, trying to pour every ounce of emotion I've kept locked away into this moment. She pulls back, breathless, her eyes darker than before. The food's getting cold. I mean, it's sushi, but you know what I mean? Right. I clear my throat, reluctantly releasing her. Can't let all this go to waste. We settle at the table, and I pour the champagne I'd been saving for this exact moment. The bubbles dance in our glasses as we toast. To no more pretending, she says, her voice husky. To us, I add, clinking my glass against hers. As we eat, something electric fills the space between us. Gabrielle takes a bite of the black cod, closing her eyes as she savors it. A small moan escapes her lips, and my fork freezes halfway to my mouth. Her eyes open, catching me staring. What? She smiles, a knowing glint in her eye. Nothing. I take a sip of champagne, trying to cool the heat rising inside me. Just enjoying the view. She reaches for a spicy tuna roll, her fingers grazing mine as we both go for the same piece. Neither of us pulls away. The contact is brief, but charged with intention. You should have it, I say, voice rougher than intended. She picks up the roll with her fingers instead of chopsticks, bringing it slowly to her lips. We could share. My throat goes dry as I watch her take a bite, offering me the rest. I lean forward, taking it from her fingers, my lips brushing against her skin. The meal continues this way, every bite, every sip, every accidental touch building a current between us that's becoming impossible to ignore.
Chapter 35. Gabrielle. I arch my back against Richard's silk sheets, my body on fire with every swipe of his tongue. His master bedroom feels like a sanctuary where nothing exists but us and this perfect moment. And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at tylawalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to tylawalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
When Nyla Thomas agreed to a fake marriage, she wasn't expecting it to land her in jail.
Nyla Thomas, you are under arrest for the murders of Hilda and William Stone.
She wasn't expecting to find out the truth about her family.
You're adopted.
Marcus Swan is my father.
To get involved in crime.
The Sokolov family did this. They poisoned him.
And least of all, was she expecting to fall in love.
It's you, Nyla. It's always been you.
But now, everything is crumbling around her.
Interim CEO of Stone Hospital Group accused of murdering Hilda and William Stone to secure her position.
Alexander, you promised things would change.
They have. I'm in charge now.
No one knows who to believe.
Take the plea bargain.
I'm innocent. I thought you out of everyone would believe me.
Can you forgive her for killing our parents?
No one knows who to trust.
This is your fault. Did you ever think that Nyla would be just fine if she hadn't gotten involved with you?
I love her. I love her more than life itself.
Miss Thomas, the tests came back. There's a perfectly acceptable explanation for your condition.
And things are about to get a lot more complicated.